On the day of arrival in Jincheng, the weather forecast predicted rain, and the calendar advised against marriage or travel. In reality, the sky was a clear blue, cloudless. The weather forecast was inaccurate, while the calendar was surprisingly accurate. Before boarding, Li Yin received 3 phone calls in succession from his team members. 3 days before departure, a younger colleague's mother was hit by a tricycle, and as a child, he had to take care of her in the hospital, which Li Yin could understand. Another junior brother had a severe allergic reaction while dyeing his hair, and this situation definitely prevents him from going to the plateau. Li Yin can understand that. The last call was now. Junior sister Fang Lan trembled and said, "Brother Li, I'm stuck on the highway, I might miss the flight." Li Yin calmly asked, "How many kilometers are you from the airport now?" There are 15 minutes left until the check-in deadline, and Li Yin is already waiting at the boarding gate. There are still 10 kilometers, Fang Lan said. Li Yin silently sighed. Given the circumstances, she could only comfort Fang Lan not to be anxious and to leave on the delayed flight. As a result, the last member also could not board the flight smoothly. After 3 hours of lonely flying, Li Yin walked out of the airport terminal. The airport is surrounded by mountains, and the dark peaks spill down like ink, blending into the lush green forests. In the parking lot, the driver is a local man with dark skin and a strong accent, who enthusiastically gets out of the car to help him with his luggage. "Didn't they say there were 4 people? Why are you the only one here?" Li Yin casually replied, "They have something to take care of and will be arriving later." After declining the driver's help, Li Yin lifted the large 50L hiking backpack into the trunk, and then stuffed the box with experimental equipment into the back seat. Only after he sat steadily did the driver pull the car out of the parking lot and ask, "Are you going to Beishi town for tourism, handsome?" Li Yin gave the driver a cigarette and said, "I'm going to collect wild mushrooms on Mount Feta." The driver curiously asked, "What do you mean by collecting wild mushrooms? Are you going to dig for cordyceps on the mountain?" Li Yin couldn't help but laugh and replied, "It's indeed about digging for mushrooms but not cordyceps." Beishi town is located at the foot of the Feta Snow Mountain, with an altitude of 2,600 meters. It is not a particularly popular small town, and only a few outdoor sports enthusiasts and academic researchers would go there. After graduating with a bachelor's degree, Li Yin chose to pursue a master's and doctoral degree in ecology. This trip to Feta Snow Mountain was for researching the plant ecology of the Yuxi Plateau. In recent years, he has been deeply rooted in the laboratory working on data, occasionally visiting the forest sample plots managed by the school, and rarely going for field sampling elsewhere. Only after the sampling group for Feta Snow Mountain was announced did his name appear prominently on the list. Li Yin's mentor has always been strict. He couldn't come up with a valid reason to refuse and could only be ordered by the other party to go to Jincheng. On the long journey, the driver casually chatted, "Young man, you look so handsome. Have you ever had a girlfriend? Maybe consider one of our Jincheng girls. They are all very beautiful." Li Yin smiled and said, "My ex-girlfriend is from Jincheng." The driver became interested, "Really?" "Li Yin, I came to Jincheng to find her 6 years ago." After speaking, Li Yin lowered the car window and the scent of the mountains and forests rushed in. He pointed at the distant silhouette of a mountain range. "It was probably about that high. I fell on the mountain and fractured 2 ribs." The driver gasped in sympathy. Goodness, it must have been difficult to rescue someone after falling on the mountain. Li Yin touched his ribs. It might have delayed treatment back then, leaving a lingering issue. It still hurts on rainy days. The driver glanced at him and said, "What a beautiful girl must she be to enchant you like this?" Li Yin thought about her ex-girlfriend, very beautiful with blue eyes. "The first time I saw her, I thought I was meeting a fairy." The driver laughed heartily. It seems she really is beautiful, enchanting you to the point of distraction. Sounds like she's mixed race, not Han, right? Li Yin, yeah, she's from a minority group. Her eyes are naturally blue due to heterochromia. Accompanying the driver with jokes made the journey less unbearable. The road to Beishi town is straight and long, with dark gray asphalt hugged by flourishing cypress trees. The sky is as blue as a lake, as if one could reach out of the car window and pluck a piece of cloud. Li Yin chatted with the driver the whole way, and luckily there was no traffic, taking only 4.5 hours. Just arrived in Beishi town, the rain forecast is late in coming. The sun is concealed by thick clouds. The streets of Beishi town are shrouded in a misty blue from the rain, and the bright red taillights carve out remnants in the drizzle, adding a touch of brightness to the dim corners of the streets. Although late October is a peak tourist season, Beishi town's commercial development is insufficient, and the only appealing resource in the town is the hot springs, so there are not many people on the streets. The hotel is a 3-story small building made of gray-brown stones, with 4 windows on each floor. The window sills are painted with 5 colors depicting auspicious clouds and geometric patterns, and the outer edges are lined with white borders, showcasing distinctive ethnic characteristics. The rain is getting heavier, driving Li into the hotel. The front desk manager of the hotel is named Xiao Miao, and today the business is slow with not many guests. Hearing the sound of suitcase wheels, Xiao Miao looked up at the sound. The first thing she saw was a pair of long legs wrapped in jeans, stepping gracefully in boots. The guest's eyes were very big, with the eyelid crease extending to the outer corners, interrupted by a brown mole. He had fair skin, light-colored lips, and a thin layer of water on his face. His forehead hair was also damp, yet he did not appear disheveled. Instead, he stood in the dim lobby after the rain, illuminating the entire area with a beaming smile. The guest handed his ID card to Xiao Miao and said, "Hello, I would like to check in." While Xiao Miao was entering the information, she glanced at the ID card and noted the name, Li Yin, 26 years old, from Baikeng. The ID photo looks youthful, but in reality I am even more handsome. After entering the information, Li received the room card, pressed the climbing bag on top of the suitcase. The hotel has no elevator, so I had to carry my luggage myself. Beneath my feet are wooden stairs with signs of age, creaking as I step, making a noise so loud it seems like the stairs might collapse at any moment. The hotel room is quite average, with 2 single beds crammed into a room of less than 15 square meters, so crowded that even the suitcase cannot be fully opened. The blanket felt cold and damp to the touch, and the sudden rain caused a sharp drop in temperature in Beishi town, leaving Li Yin's hair standing on end from the cold. After a simple wash-up, he sank himself into the damp and chilly blanket, struggling to close his eyes. The hotel was by the river, and the sound of the flowing water outside echoed throughout the night. Just before dawn, the noise was immense, like a beast roaring. Li Yin was kept awake all night by the noise, and when he got up the next day, he only felt a headache and nasal congestion. He had a fever. Xiao Miao said that there is only one health clinic in town, which is very close to the hotel. You just have to walk down a street to get there. After thanking Xiao Miao, Li Yin put on a baseball cap to block the wind and pulled her jacket up to cover her chin before heading to the health clinic. The health clinic has simple facilities, and the doctor's treatment methods are also simple. He set up an IV drip and instructed Li Yin to find a nurse for the infusion herself. He went downstairs to pay and pick up the medicine, and was carrying a basket full of IV bottles back upstairs. Because of feeling unwell, Li Yin kept her head down and walked, and someone came down the stairs facing her. The woman said, "Everyone says I'm fine, but they insisted I come see you." Her tone didn't seem like blame, but more like a pout. The woman continued, "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll make it for you." "Anything." The man's voice was deep, carrying a sense of indifferent coldness. Li Yin was taken aback, with the unexpected event occurring in the blink of an eye. He didn't notice that on the narrow staircase, one person had to turn sideways to let two people pass. When he realized he was about to collide with someone else, Li Yin instinctively stepped back, but his foot slipped off the edge, nearly causing him to fall down the stairs. He instinctively gasped until the other person grabbed his arm, allowing him to steady himself. The brim of the hat obscured most of his view, leaving him only able to see the man's rising and falling chest, as well as the wooden pendant hanging there. The glass vial swayed in the green basket, with the crisp sound of clinking coming one after another. "Thank you." Li Yin lowered his head to check the condition of the vial and spoke first. If the other party had not pulled him in time, it might have led to more serious consequences. If someone gets injured or loses a limb, the entire field team would be considered completely defeated. He was just about to pull his hand out of that person's palm, but he felt the force applied to his arm was greater than before, painfully so. Before he could speak, the fingers gripping his arm suddenly loosened. "Sorry." The man's voice lacked any sense of remorse and was even less sincere. With his palm pressed against the stair railing, Li Yin slowly lifted his head. What first caught his eye was the turquoise swinging beneath the man's ear. A woman's voice sounded from the side, "I'm really sorry." Li Yin turned her head to look at the woman's beautiful fair face, then gradually pulled her gaze back to the person in front of her. He should have known that Jincheng was a place that was unfavorable to him. Today the rain has stopped and the sky has cleared. The top floor of the health clinic has a glass skylight, and a ray of sunshine pours down, illuminating the corner of the staircase. The light fell across the stairs, just 3 steps apart, like an insurmountable chasm. The man took a step down, stepping into the light. The dimness left a clear shadow on the other's face. From dark to light, like surfacing from water, those eyes were distilled into a very high purity sapphire blue, reflecting Lion's face. The man was tall, positioned high up, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He was wearing a black sweater, slightly tilting his head, gazing at Li Yin with a calm demeanor, as if trying to recognize who Li Yin was. Li Yin used her knuckles to slightly lift the brim of her hat, and the smile on her face seemed to be carefully planned. His voice was very polite, as if he were reuniting with a friend he didn't know well after a long time. "Long time no see, Min Ki. The ex-girlfriend that I couldn't find no matter what 6 years ago. Now by a twist of fate, we have met as adversaries on a narrow path." The author has something to say. Min Ki the top, Li Yin the bottom. Thanks to Dr. Liu from the 985 Ecology program, and 2 other classmates who wish to remain anonymous for their immense help with this article. Specific reference books and documentaries will be organized after completion. With such a large place like Jincheng and so many small towns, it's a coincidence that Min Ki has to appear here. Meeting an ex after a breakup, some may be filled with resentment, while others may avoid it completely. Li Yin is neither, because this is not dignified. He sincerely hopes to politely end this unexpected encounter, and then they will not meet again. Min Ki silently stared at him, not exchanging pleasantries with him as Li Yin wished. However, the woman next to him seemed to sense something and proactively spoke, "Are you Min Ke's friend?" She smiled gracefully and turned to Min Ki. "You never mentioned you knew such a good-looking hand person." The young people of the minority are warm and generous, straightforward and unreserved in their praise of others. Li Yin is not someone who would make a lady feel uncomfortable, so he took the initiative to explain, "I am his university classmate." A flicker of hesitation flashed across the woman's face. Clearly, she understood what university meant to Min Ki. The long silent protagonist finally spoke, "It's you." Min Ki didn't ask Li Yin's name, Perhaps she really didn't remember at first, but now she finally managed to drag up the ex's name from the unimportant corners of her mind. Min Qi seemed casual and casually asked, "What are you doing here?" Li Yin almost couldn't maintain the fake smile on her face. "What else can you do in a hospital?" "I'm curious about what the head of the health clinic looks like, so I came to take a look," Li Yin said with a smile that seemed both real and feigned. The woman seemed to sense that they were not on the same wavelength and stopped speaking rashly. At this moment, Min Qi took another step down. The distance between them was close enough that even the dust floating up and down in the sunlight seemed to be squeezed together by the shifting air currents. The air was compressed into a small space, making it hard for one to even breathe. In the moment when Li Yin was distracted, his arms were empty. It was Min Qi who snatched the medicine basket away. Manipulating the IV bottles, Min Qi seemed to make a preliminary judgment about Li Yin's condition and said, "These medications are good for reducing fever, but their side effects are quite strong, so they are not suitable for you." Having said that, Min Qi turned around and went upstairs with his medicine. The two people left behind looked at each other. The woman was the first to follow, while Li Yin had to retrieve his medicine. His poor health would affect the upcoming schedule, and he needed to recover quickly. Moreover, why should Min Qi take care of his business? The infusion room is very simple, with 2 rows of metal chairs on the green floor tiles and several blue hospital beds against the white cement walls, with patients scattered here and there. Min Qi handed the infusion bottle to the nurse, glanced at Li Yin before speaking, and then switched to the language of Tuyi. It seems that the nurse is also from the Tuyi tribe. There are mostly minority groups near Fadixu Mountain, and the Tuyi tribe is one of them. The villages of the Tuyi tribe are almost all located in remote mountains and forests, and without the guidance of local villagers, it is difficult for outsiders to enter. This is the information that Li Yin checked 6 years ago. His memory is indeed quite good, and he can still recall some details. As soon as he saw Min Qi hand the medicine to the nurse, Li Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After finishing the conversation with the nurse, Min Qi pointed to the blue hospital bed and said to Li Yin, "Sit." Li Yin didn't move until the nurse walked over with the sterilization tools. Only then did he sit down on the metal chair, extend his hand cooperatively, and even smiled at her. The nurse's technique was gentle and quick, causing him little pain. She carefully adjusted the drip speed and asked Li Yin how he felt in awkward Mandarin. Only after waiting to confirm that Li Yin felt no discomfort did the nurse turn to speak to Min Qi. Li Yin didn't understand anything they said and had no interest in it. Before the woman accompanying him left, Min Qi glanced at Li Yin through the crowd. The past has long been reduced to trivial dust by 6 years of time. What lay before him was merely the remaining crumbling bricks and tiles, a sight of devastation. Silently, they both understood and did not say goodbye. Li Yin looked up at the drops of the medicine falling, creating ripples in the IV bag. He didn't know how long he had been staring before he suddenly stood up. Pushing the IV stand, he told the nurse he wanted to go to the restroom, but in fact, it was because he had a craving for cigarettes. Holding the cigarette box and taking a round, Li Yin finally found the open terrace. Many people have smoked on the terrace, with a few cigarette butts scattered in the corners, and the concrete wall stained with black marks from extinguished cigarettes. It rained last night and Beishi town seemed to drop 10 degrees suddenly. The wind rushed in through the collar, chilling to the bone. Through the swirling cigarette smoke, Li Yin discovered that looking down from the second-floor terrace allowed her to overlook the front yard of the health clinic, just in time to see the crowd coming out of the treatment building. The woman swayed her thick black braid behind her, and the navy blue long dress wrapped around her tall figure, but beside Min Qi, she still appeared very petite. "I didn't notice just now on the stairs that Min Qi has grown much taller. from the thinness of a teenager to the appearance of a mature man now. The woman's voice was carried by the wind, barely audible. Her Mandarin was not standard, carrying the unique rhythm of her ethnic group. Once, Min-Ki also had the same accent. At that time, he only thought it was cute. He even advised Min-Ki not to take it too seriously, as there were so many fun things in college. Why waste time? However, Min-Ki still chose to spend a year completely correcting his accent. It was not until the two of them disappeared behind the iron gate that Li Yin slowly finished his cigarette. He called Fang Lan, concerned that the girl had traveled alone for 5 hours to Beishi town, and asked someone to give him the license plate number and send him the real-time itinerary so he could keep an eye on it. After the call ended, Li Yin turned around and pushed the infusion stand back. It was probably that the needle accidentally slipped while smoking, and my hand felt a sharp pain late. It's as if there is a heart hidden under the skin, pierced by a needle. It hurts a bit. The intravenous therapy was effective. Li Yin's fever subsided in the afternoon. He personally made a trip to the Nature Reserve Management Bureau, and field research and sampling must be applied for in advance with the Bureau. As the itinerary had to be pushed back by a week, it conflicted with the previously booked guide schedule, so they had to find a new guide. The staff at the Bureau left Li Yin's contact information, saying they would notify him when there was a new guide available. Fortunately, just as he returned to the hotel, he received a call from the original guide. The guide had promised that if there were suitable candidates, he would recommend them to Li Yin. They were lucky, as there happened to be a snow mountain guide available. The new guide is experienced, having led teams in snow mountains across the country, and was also one of the members who opened up the new route on Feda Snow Mountain. The guide indicated that he has already forwarded Li Yin's contact information, so that they can hand over to the new guide themselves. After repeatedly thanking, Li Yin hung up the phone. After resolving the major concern, he realized he had sweated a lot after the fever was gone. He felt quite sticky, so he placed his phone on the bedside table and went to take a shower. When he came out after finishing, he saw a new message on his phone. The message is from the new guide. I am the guide introduced by Zhang Ji. Li Yin, hello, my name is Li Yin. I wonder if Zhang Ji has sent you the information. If not, would it be convenient to add me on WeChat? I can send it to you. Guide, can we meet in person? Li Yin, sure, what time works for you? Where do you live? Li Yin was taken aback for a moment. The guide might also find it offensive and immediately sent a message. Let's chat here, see you at 6 o'clock. That is a specialty restaurant located 1 kilometer from the hotel. It just so happens that Li is hungry, and the timing is just right for a walk there. Beishi town is small, with few entertainment facilities. Most shops on the street are either Sichuan restaurants or small convenience stores. The trees along the road are not as neatly grown as those in the city. Not only do they grow crookedly, but their branches also aggressively reach out onto the road, being struck by passing vehicles with a loud crack. Li walked past a vendor, where a stall displayed fruits wrapped in black mesh bags, with a sign next to it that read "Black Pear." Out of curiosity, he bought one and asked the owner to peel and cut it for him, costing 18 yuan. In a remote place like Beishi town, the prices are truly unbelievable. However, Li is not very good with money. His family is well off, and if he hadn't chosen to stay at this school for graduate studies, his parents would have sent him abroad to study after graduation. The black pear tastes no different from ordinary snow pears, which nicely alleviated the dryness and pain in his throat. Carrying a bag of pears, Li Yin arrived at the restaurant on time. The restaurant is a converted house, the signage is old, and the glass windows are blurred by years of cooking oil smoke. Although the storefront looks quite small, it is actually deep inside, structured in a convex shape. The outer area is narrow, allowing only a few tables with a partition made of door frames in the middle and a string of retro glass bead curtains hanging on the door frame, blocking the view of the back kitchen. It's clearly mealtime, yet there is no one in the restaurant and it is very quiet. A faint scent of milk wafted in the air, warm and sweet. However, an uneasy feeling rose in Li Yin's heart. The boss lady, wearing a dark blue long dress, sat behind the counter, looking up and seeing Li Yin, and cheerfully said to him, "What would you like to eat?" Li Yin's memory wasn't that poor. He remembered they had just met at the hospital that morning. The boss lady wasn't surprised at all that he would appear here, and she took out a somewhat tattered menu from behind the counter and handed it to him. Li Yin took the menu and scanned the empty front hall, finally looking into the back hall hidden behind the beaded curtain. The boss lady said, "He's inside, you should go in quickly, it's the third table." Li Yin clenched the menu, lifted the door curtain and stepped inside. On the third table there was a small stove with a copper kettle emitting wisps of smoke, and the aroma of tea was strong. The pearl necklace behind Li Yin clattered noisily together as he stepped forward and said confidently, "You already knew it was me." The materials mention Li Yin from the Ecological Institute of the University of Science and Technology. It's hard to believe it could be someone else. Min Ki picked up the copper kettle with a towel, poured a cup of steaming tea and pushed it in front of Li Yin. "That's why I said we need to talk in person." Li Yin laughed. "Do I have any other choice?" Min Ki leaned back, still looking at Li Yin with a calm gaze. "I don't think you have any other choice." Li Yin's breath caught and she didn't even feel hungry. "The management office said that if there are new guides, they will notify me." While speaking, many thoughts were turning in her mind. The others in the team rebooked their flights, and Fang Lan had already landed in Jincheng. She would arrive in Beishi town tonight. Changing the first guide is not enough. Are you not satisfied with the second one? Looking for a third one? How should I explain this to the team member, that the new guide is his ex-boyfriend? Your team has to set off in 3 days, and with today excluded, only 2 days are left. Finding another new guide won't leave you enough time. Li Yin reasonably suspects that Min Ki deliberately set the meeting time for 6 o'clock in the evening. Through the rolling steam, Min Ki's face seemed shrouded in mist like snow on a mountain, indistinct and unclear. "Still saying," Min Ki paused for a moment, teasingly raising the corners of his lips as if mocking, choosing the title that Li Yin hated the most. "Are you afraid of Chu Luo?" The author has something to say. In the Tui language, Achila means the snow star on the mountain peak, symbolizing a special existence that shines brilliantly from high above. In the myths of the Tui people, it is said that Achila is the first star of the snow mountain. The 3 familiar yet unfamiliar words seem to howl through 6 years of time, crashing into Li Yin's ears. During their past interactions, Min Ki was reluctant to call Li Yin senior or brother, along with others. He said those titles did not belong to him. Achuo is the name that Min Ki gave to Li Yin in the Tui tribe. He said it is a direct translation of the 2 characters, Li Yin. At that time, Li Yin didn't quite believe it, but the only Tui tribesman around him was Min Ki. The Tui tribe had no written language, leaving no opportunity to verify it through literature. Li Yin was 3 years older than Min Ki. When he was in his 2nd year of university, Min Ki had just entered school and was only 17 years old. 7 years ago in North City it was summer, and the temperature remained high, with many rainy days. Li Yin and the senior jointly created a plant appreciation club called Triangular Olive, and the club's first activity was scheduled at the botanical garden. It was drizzling that day, and there were few visitors in the garden, but the tree frogs and cicadas were lively, alternating to mix the sound of the rain. There were only 3 new members joining Triangular Olive, one of whom got lost. The senior said that a freshman misremembered the location, confusing the northwest gate with the north gate, and asked Li Yin to go look for him. Li Yin asked her senior, "What does he look like? Do you have a photo?" The senior thought for a moment. "There's no photo, but he is very handsome. You'll know when you see him." Li Yin was very familiar with the path to the botanical garden. He often came here and knew which small path quickly led to the north gate. Wandering through the artificial forest paths, the sound of raindrops hitting the umbrella surface went from fast to slow, and then to silence. Li Yin looked up at the sky while holding an umbrella, unaware of where the sudden gust of wind came from that swept away the thick clouds, returning the long-hidden sunlight to the northern city. He lowered his head to shake off the rainwater from the umbrella, and noticed a person quietly standing under the tree shadow at the north gate out of the corner of his eye. The sparse tourists walking in, quite a few of them turned their heads to look over there. Sunlight intersected and fell among the palm trees, revealing shapes in the humid mist after the rain, enveloping that person in a beam of light and mist. The person had no umbrella, and the rain soaked their hair, curling it against their forehead. The turquoise earrings gently swayed beside their neck, which glistened with water, while deep red flowers drooped from the branches, kissing the human temple. Dappled light and shadow sketched the boy's face, while the humidity blurred the edges, making everything look distorted. Mist curled around the branches, and the scent of plants was rich. All the plants that could pique Li Yin's interest seemed to lose their brilliance under that person's presence. He suddenly turned his head and looked at Li Yin. They were a pair of narrow eyes with long, curled lashes, and the iris revealed a hint of blue, looking exceptionally serene. In the moment of eye contact, time seemed to momentarily stand still. Li Yin tightened her grip on the umbrella handle, retracting her overly rude gaze. He had only one thought in his mind, which was that what the senior said was indeed right. No need for photos. Some people can be pinpointed precisely with just a single word. Li Yin smiled again and walked towards the young man, saying loudly, "You must be Min Qi, right? I am Li Yin, the vice president of the Triangular Olive Club. You can call me Brother Li or Senior Li." At that moment, a droplet of water fell from the tree, hitting Li Yin's eyelid, causing him to instinctively close his eyes and momentarily pause. When he opened his eyes again, Min Qi was already walking towards him. The other party seemed like he was born to roam through the mountains and forests, weaving through light and shadow. His shirt was soaked by the rain, stained with leaves and flowers. Min Qi neither introduced herself nor stopped her steps. Li Yin was just a step away, standing still for a moment in the ambiguous distance. He passed by. A faintly bitter fragrance brushed past Li Yin's nose. The red flower on the shoulder was plucked by Min Qi, casually thrown, and fell into Li Yin's transparent umbrella. "Aren't you leaving, Senior Li?" Min Qi's pronunciation is a bit peculiar, calling Li as Li instead of Li. Li did not correct her and instead smiled and followed Min Qi's footsteps. "I'm here." That was his first meeting with Min Qi. Some memories, enhanced by time, not only do not fade but become even more stunning, like a hazy film of light and shadow. He tried to package his memories and stuff them into the wastebasket, but unfortunately, the human brain is not a computer and does not have a one-click delete function. Even when you want to forget, you can't let go. Fang Lan arrived in Beishi town at 8 o'clock in the evening. She is a short-haired girl, 1.73 meters tall, and she enjoys fitness and rock climbing, so her physical strength is quite good. Otherwise, for this snow mountain field trip, just the high altitude and carrying equipment would be tough for someone with poor physical strength. After putting down their luggage, the two of them quickly found a hot pot restaurant to eat. Across the steaming copper pot, Fang Lan cooked some yak meat and said, "Senior brother, what are we going to do in the next 2 days?" Li Yin put some vegetables into the clear soup pot. Seeing that Min Qi had returned, he realized he hadn't eaten anything, and the thin slices of pear in his stomach had already digested. In the past, Li Yin experienced side effects from the infusion that were worse than average, sometimes causing vomiting and diarrhea. Now it's just a stomachache, which is already a blessing in disguise. He took a sip of warm water. We can first go to the surroundings of Beishi town to get a preliminary understanding of the local ecology. Maybe we can even discover new species. The plant world is much larger than humans can imagine, and discovering new species is not a rare occurrence. Fang Lan knows that Li Yin discovered a new species of Lycopodium during her junior year, and after obtaining her advisor's permission, she personally named the new species. It is not unusual for plants to have strange names. Some are called jellyfish snow rabbits, some are called goat's milk, and there are even some named after celebrities in the animal kingdom. Li Yin named the new species she discovered for the first time as Dryopteris chilokai Li, 2085. Li is the surname of the namer, and Dryopteris is a genus of plants. As for the species named chilokai, there has been no explanation from the senior brother regarding its meaning, and to this day, there is still no answer. However, later the senior brother discovered new species and handed them all over to the mentor for naming, as if he had lost all interest in naming them. After having dinner, Li Yin took Fang Lan for a long walk on the street before finding a small supermarket to buy an electric blanket. Li Yin, it's very cold here at night. Having an electric blanket would make it more comfortable to sleep. Fang Lan asked, are you only buying one? Aren't you going to get one for yourself? Li Yinkai looked at her with kindness as if looking at a fool. In your heart, do you think I am so self-sacrificing? Although I am quite touched, don't worry, I never shortchange myself. I've bought it early. And remember to transfer me the money for the electric blanket, a total of 49.8. Due to the cold he caught, he wasn't very energetic, his face was dull, but his eyes were quite bright, which made Fang Lan hesitant to look too much. Junior sister, you must not catch a cold. If you catch a cold too, what will happen to the hygrometer and the insulation box? Li Yin continued. The hygrometer and the insulation box are the heaviest two instruments. Fang Lan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her senior brother always ruined the atmosphere when she felt moved. She heard during her graduate entrance exam preparation that there was a very handsome senior brother named Li Yin, with suitors coming one after another. It's a pity that the senior brother is devoted to his studies and has no interest in romance, not knowing how many people have their hearts broken. However, after really getting to know him, I feel that it's normal for a senior brother with such a sharp tongue not to be in a relationship. However, from a professional perspective, Li is definitely an exceptional team leader. If she were in charge of a wild collection team, and the team members collectively had an incident right before departure, she would definitely scold them at the airport and go crazy in the group chat. But the senior brother has always been emotionally stable, coordinating with the management bureau, meeting the new guide, and also calming the team's emotions. Although he says this, he will definitely carry the heaviest instruments and do the hardest work then. When it comes to serious matters, Li always proves to be reliable and careful. Thinking of this, Fang Lan couldn't help but ask, have you found the new guide? Although the senior brother was still smiling, his eyes showed some weariness. Don't worry, it has already been found. The next day, Fang Lan met their new guide. The other party drove a dirty and dilapidated pickup truck, with thick mud splattered on the wheels and the body, looking like it had just trudged out of a muddy gully. When the guide got out of the car and slammed the door, Fang Lan could clearly see the dust rising, comparable to the smog in North City. When the guide walked around from the driver's side to face them, Fang Lan's eyes widened. It felt like suddenly sprouting a beautifully splendid tree from a messy pile of mud. Are the young people all this handsome? The new guide is very tall, even taller than Brother Li. When talking to her, one has to lower their eyes. She is indifferent and stingy with smiles to people she meets for the first time. "Hello, my name is Min Ki." The voice is deep and hoarse. It sounds nice, but it's just a bit too cold. The indifferent guide effortlessly took the instrument box that Fang Lan was carrying and placed it in the trunk. The guide was dressed very lightly, wearing only a black turtleneck sweater, which made his broad shoulders and narrow waist stand out even more, with clear muscle contours, causing Fang Lan to look at him again and again. Once the guide got into the car, Fang Lan whispered, "He is really handsome, but isn't he cold?" Li Yin, a classic case of neurons completely disconnected from temperature sensation. His hypothalamus has already decided that cold is an illusion. Fang Lan almost choked. "Did he offend you?" Li Yin smiled kindly and said, "Not at all." A group of people got into the car, and Li Yin didn't sit in the front passenger seat but instead sat alongside Fang Lan. The two of them chatted the whole time, mostly about academic matters, involving quite a few technical terms. The driver, on the other hand, was focused on driving and showed no intention of engaging in conversation. Midway, Fang Lan received a message from another group member, Lin Zhizio, who sent her a photo of his swollen face due to an allergy. Fang Lan found it very funny and moved closer to Li Yin, handing him the phone to look at. As the two of them leaned their heads together, the car suddenly braked, and Fang Lan, not wearing her seatbelt, instinctively braced herself against the front seat. "Sorry," Min Ki seemed to sincerely suggest, "there are a lot of sheep around here. You should really buckle up." In the middle of the road, a small sheep with yellowish fur stood in front of the car, looking innocently with its big eyes. Min Ki blew the whistle several times, pressing it heavily and urgently, startling the birds by the roadside, and even the lambs ran away. The car slowly started moving again, and Li Yin asked Fang Lan, "Are you okay?" Fang Lan shook her head. "Senior brother, the animals here aren't afraid of people." "It might be because of the altitude sickness. The sheep seem a bit oblivious." Li Yin looked out the window following her words, not noticing the sheep but seeing a mass of white mist standing still on the hillside. "Is that a cloud?" Fang Lan rebutted, "It's probably mist." The person driving silently in front, "It's a cloud." Fang Lan. "The elevation here is barely 2,600 meters. How can the clouds rest halfway up the mountain?" Turning her head, Fang Lan saw Li Yin raising an eyebrow at her with pride, and she humbly twisted her head back. 10 minutes later, the sunlight finally broke through the thick clouds and poured down on the earth. The car drove along the straight national highway, where the blue sky and mountains defined the borders of the grassland, and the leisurely cattle moved like black clouds, gently blown by the wind. The colorful forest on the left is drenched in light, with a vibrant display of intertwined yellow and green trees, occasionally dotted with a few striking red maples. The autumn scenery weaves a colorful satin, dreamlike and surreal. Even with her seatbelt on, Fang Lan's curiosity couldn't be held back. "The cows can climb this high. Did you see, Senior? There are several up on the hillside. Ah, there are even 2 cows kissing over there. One is black and one is white. How come even cows have to be politically correct when they fall in love?" Li Yin couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was the first time he had relaxed and laughed heartily since arriving in Beishi town. After finally stopping the laughter, Li Yin said, "What are you babbling about all day?" As soon as he finished speaking, he locked eyes with Min Ki in the rearview mirror. Min Ki's eyes, resembling inorganic blue orbs, turned into completely cold vessels, quietly staring at Li Yin. Like a calm blue sea before a tremendous storm rises. Intertwined and with a turbulent undercurrent of gazes, everything came to a halt at Li Yin's gentle smile. It was a very polite smile, dignified and courteous. He would give this smile to anyone, hotel receptionists, hospital nurses, restaurant owners, including Min Ki. It was as if Min Ki was nothing special. To Li Yin, Min Ki was merely an insignificant part of the past. Even hatred cannot be obtained. Half an hour later, they arrived at a stream located at the edge of the pasture. Different plant communities can be seen here, providing ecological information that differs from that of high-altitude areas. The pasture's grassland is a mix of green and yellow, with yaks gradually approaching in groups of 2 or 3. The call of the highland yaks is very rough and sounds like a motorcycle out of fuel, completely different from what Li imagined. To the south of the stream is a hillside, with tree trunks leaning at an angle and colorful prayer flags wrapped around the trees several times, fluttering in the wind and making a rustling sound. Feng Lan asked, "Why are there such prayer flags everywhere?" As the guide, Min Qi finally remembered his job. People believe that when the wind moves the prayer flags, it is as if they are reciting prayers for blessings. If you make wishes to the deities 1,000 times, they will fulfill your desires. He lowered his eyes in silence, looking at the shadow of the tree reflected on the ground. The shadow of the prayer flag resembles a bird, seemingly trying to break free from the bonds of the earthly world, descending beside the divine, to convey the wishes of mortals. Whether regretful, hopeful, greedy, or eager, all are the desires of the mundane world. Is it more convenient for the wind to blow if they are hung on the tree? Feng Lan curiously leaned closer to look at those prayer flags. Guide, you are also a member of the minor clan. Do you often pray? Min Qi replied without any intention of delving deeper into the topic. Li Yin thought to herself that fortunately this person was not a tour guide, otherwise they would really be incompetent. One wonders whether choosing the profession of a snow mountain guide is because one can talk less with guests. Feng Lan clasped her hands together and prayed, "I hope our wild collection this time goes smoothly, and our paper gets published in a good journal so we can gather enough points to graduate." Li Yin, one should have dreams in life. How about wishing that my paper gets published in Nature or New Phytologist or in the Ecological Journal? These are well-known journals, and publishing a paper in them can accumulate a high impact factor. Feng Lan was taken aback. "Senior, I now wish to be reborn as a rich second generation. It's more realistic than doing academics." Because the impact factor is not enough, there are many who cannot graduate. Everyone is suffering while working hard in the lab and preparing papers. Feng Lan grabbed her hair fiercely. It's one thing to pursue a master's degree, but why think about getting a doctorate? What's so good about getting a PhD? Li Yin set down the heavy instrument case and put on her gloves. After all, since the beginning of my PhD, my goal has been to break through the boundaries of human knowledge. Isn't the most romantic part of scientific research talking to the unknown? However, in reality, with 80,000 PhDs each year and 240,000 innovation points, in the limited space left, we are forced to publish papers to graduate, and the environment does not have the patience to wait for us to discover truly important issues. Li Yin sighed and shook her head. That's why I said I must have done many wrongs in my past life, which is why I'm now pursuing a master's and a PhD. Li Yin had no financial worries, yet still felt a lot of pressure. He enjoys pure research and does not like the current environment. Complaining is one thing, but when it's time to work, they still have to quickly get into the zone. They set up sample plots along the stream, collected a small number of plant samples, and conducted water quality analysis and soil surveys under limited conditions. By the time they finished the busy work, it was already afternoon. Min Qi drove them to eat, which is far from Beishi town, in the wilderness, where human presence is rare, making it impossible to find any restaurants. In the end, Min Qi brought them to the home of a member of a minority group, where he saw the man chatting with the elder of the minority group at the door for a few moments, and then took out his wallet, stuffing a few bills and handing them over. But the dark-skinned man pushed Min Qi's hand away, refusing to accept it. After a while of pulling and tugging, Min Qi finally turned back and said to them, "You can go in first." The appearance of this place is very similar to the hotel where Li Yin is staying. The first floor is a storage room filled with hay, feed, farming tools, and grain. To eat, you have to go up to the second floor. Li Yin glanced at the narrow wooden staircase leading to the second floor, which had no handrails. "Junior sister, you should wait here. If you accidentally step on you, I won't have money for medical expenses. At most, I can buy a pack of band-aids." "Fang Lan, if you say a few more words, let's see who pays for whose medical expenses later." The narrow steps looked steep, but they felt solid underfoot. He stretched out from the opening, and when he saw the scene on the second floor clearly, he was taken aback. The dim second floor tilted towards a sliver of daylight, with incense swirling in front of the small Buddhist temple. An old man knelt on a cushion, flipping through a sutra, murmuring softly. This scene is indeed solemn and dignified. Any sound would disturb the chanting and prayers. At this moment, he felt someone giving him a gentle push at his waist. It was definitely not Fang Lan's hand. Even through the tactical jacket, he could feel the warmth of the palm. "Why aren't you leaving?" Min Qi's voice came from below. Li Yin opened the hand on his waist and quickly climbed to the second floor, as if someone had scorched his tail with fire. His waist was not that sensitive, but that touch was like opening a long-sealed magic box. He remembered the fluffy curly hair brushing against his shoulder blades, and the intense, greedy breath wandering down his spine. Fingerprints, love bites, and a waist covered in bruises. Obscure damp and deep red memories. He curled up in the corner on the second floor, only feeling safe when his back pressed against the wall. After Min Qi went upstairs, he glanced in Li Yin's direction, not knowing what he saw, clearly startled for a moment, then walked towards Li Yin. Li Yin quickly dodged Min Qi, leaned down towards the staircase, and reached out a hand to Fang Lan, who was climbing up. When Fang Lan grabbed his hand and ascended to the second floor, she was also shaken by the environment and could only stay close to Li Yin, whispering, "Thank you, senior brother." She noticed Li Yin's flushed cheeks. "Are you hot? You've sweated a lot." After the sun came out, the temperature suddenly rose sharply, and the back and collar exposed to the sunlight felt boiling hot. Fang Lan expressed, "It's still the guide who has the experience. No wonder they're dressed so lightly." Li Yin wiped his chin with the back of his hand, indeed sweating lightly. Sweating is the body's cooling mechanism. I can only say that I have evolved to be more efficient than ordinary people. Fang Lan, senior brother, your stubbornness could crack walnuts. At this moment, the middle-aged man came to the second floor and spoke a few words in the minority language to them. As the translator, Min Qi stepped forward a few steps, just squeezing between Li Yin and Fang Lan. "Brother Beiji says this is his father and tells you not to be afraid. The meal will be ready soon." Before long, the air was filled with the steaming aroma. The lunch prepared by Baji was lavish, with beef, naan, and hot milk tea. Seeing Bajai add a piece of butter to the milk tea, Li Yin also learned to add a bit to her cup and casually added a piece to Fang Lan's cup. Min Qi glanced at her cup and pushed it a little towards Li Yin. Li Yin was busy chatting with Beiji. Although they couldn't communicate verbally, their body language was quite rich, and they managed to converse back and forth, laughing and talking. The milk tea in the cup swayed back and forth, and after a long time, no one threw a piece of butter into it. Min Qi blinked and quietly took the cup back, tilting her head to drink it all in one go. Li Yin seemed to be having a lively conversation with Beiji, but in reality, she was multitasking. He naturally noticed the cup that Min Qi had quietly come and gone from, but what truly caught his eye was Min Qi's hand. That pair of hands that were completely different from before. Min Qi chose clinical medicine at university, and Li Yin once asked him why he chose this major, wondering if he had dreamed of saving lives since childhood. "It's not that great," Min Qi explained. "A relative said that studying medicine pays well, and after graduating, you can settle down and buy a house in a big city. The teachers also supported me in choosing clinical medicine. Li Yin did not understand and said, if it's for making money, wouldn't it be better to choose law or finance? The duration of clinical medicine studies is too long. How many years do you have to endure before you can make money? Min Qi shook his head and said, at that time, how could we understand this? Everyone thought becoming a doctor or a civil servant was more promising. This answer was indeed unexpected for Li Yin. At the high school he attended in Beishi, teachers provided one-on-one career planning for each student, offering different suggestions based on each student's family situation. For students who want to study abroad, their families have already found professional agencies early on, and everyone just needs to follow the steps. Min Qi is washing the white coat he wore in the anatomy class, just because yesterday Li Yin casually mentioned that he smelled of formalin, so today he brought the coat back to wash. Li Yin, why not use a washing machine? Min Qi said, it might be contaminated with pathological tissue. It's not clean, so we shouldn't dirty the washing machine. After he finished speaking, he took the clothes out of the basin and wrung them out, his fingertips turning red from the effort. Li Yin didn't delve deeper into the topic of college entrance exam preferences, but snatched the clothes from the other person's hands. Don't get your hands all wrinkled from washing. What if they get infected? After saying that, regardless of Min Qi's attempts to stop him, he threw the wet fabric into the washing machine and added disinfectant. This should be much cleaner now, little doctor. After starting the washing machine, Li Yin took Min Qi's hand and examined it closely. Your hands look like those of someone who learned piano, long and straight. Your mother must not have let you do housework when you were little. Min Qi gently hooked her finger around Li Yin's palm. When I was a child, living with my grandma in the village, I really didn't do much work. Li Yin wrapped his arms around Min Qi's waist. She was slightly shorter, so he just had to lean down to kiss her curled eyelashes. My little doctor, being loved well as you grow up. Min Qi avoided his kiss, seeming not very pleased with Li Yin's action of leaning down to kiss him. Don't call me that. After speaking, Min Qi went to the refrigerator, took out a large jar of milk, and gulped down half of it in one go. He stared at the height chart posted on the fridge and took another big swig. Li Yin laughed so hard that she bent over and said, don't drink so quickly, you'll grow taller. 6 years later, Min Qi indeed grew taller, even taller than Li Yin. The habit of drinking in haste hasn't changed, just like before. And those hands that were once beautiful like a pianist's are now covered in frostbite scars, mixed with old scars, and cannot be considered good-looking at all. Li Yin suddenly lost interest in chatting, but he still perked up and chatted with Beiji, still helping Fang Lan reach the fruit she couldn't get to, and still kept an eye on those hands out of the corner of his eye. Those hands suddenly moved, went below the table and could no longer be seen. Min Qi stood up and told Beiji that he was full. Beiji, surprised, pulled at his arm to get him to eat a bit more, but Min Qi shook his head and said to Li Yin and the others, I'll go wait for you downstairs first. When Li Yin and Fang Lan finished eating and came out, Min Qi was leaning against that old pickup truck, smoking a cigarette. Seeing them come out, Min Qi opened the car door and said, Are you all full? Fang Lan responded cheerfully, I'm full. Li Yin didn't say anything, just glanced at the cigarette in Min Qi's hand. Min Qi didn't smoke before and didn't like Li Yin smoking either. As a medical student, he once detailed the harm of cigarettes to the lungs, the risk of lung cancer they pose, and went on at great length. Now he smokes. And Min Qi was wearing a pair of black gloves, covering that ugly pair of hands tightly, sealed and airtight. In the warm sunlight, Fang Lan fell asleep leaning against the car window. On the shaded hillside lies a layer of snow. The scenery transitions from the vibrant, colorful forest to the rugged rocks without warning. Just like now, Min Qi resembles a towering snow mountain, cold enough to deter anyone from approaching. He is completely different from the person he used to be. The black sealant at the edge of the car window, like the frame of an old-fashioned film, reflects Min Ki's profile in the glass, with gloved hands steadily resting on the steering wheel. Like a silent, dull, outdated old movie. And the movie began 7 years ago. When Min Ki first entered school, the news of a beautiful young lady from the ethnic minority in the medical school spread like wings and flew throughout the entire university, known by everyone except Li Yin. At that time, Li Yin had 55 class hours a week, and aside from attending classes, he was in the laboratory, oblivious to the matters outside the window. Lin Qiao, the president of the Triangle Olive Club, loves socializing and mingles in chat groups across various universities, with a wide network and access to a wealth of first-hand information. Lin Qiao found out that Min Ki was famous not only for his appearance but also for his remarkable deeds during the freshman military training. It is said that at that time, their coach liked to find faults and would not hesitate to resort to corporal punishment. He verbally humiliated the boys who were thin and weak, and showed even more obvious disdain towards the girls. Some students with poor health were even punished by being sent to the infirmary. Everyone dared to be angry but did not dare to speak until that day when the coach found fault with Min Ki, which turned out to be like kicking an iron plate. It's uncertain whether the instructor truly didn't recognize Min Ki's gender or was intentionally provoking. "Oh, why is there still a little girl mixed in with the boys?" After saying that, he forcefully pulled off Min Ki's transparent resin earrings and disdainfully tossed them aside. "What's with all these fancy things?" The instructor's actions were extremely violent, and Min Ki's earlobe immediately tore and bled. Enduring the pain, Min Ki lifted her eyelashes, her gaze cold and sharp. The instructor was angered by his defiant expression. "What, are you not allowed to speak? How about you cry a few times and I'll approve you not having to train? While the other boys are training, you can stand by as a vase to cheer them up. How does that sound?" Min Ki raised his hand to wipe his earlobe, looking at the bloodstains on his fingertip. "I'm not like a man, and you're not like an instructor. How about we change our approach? You stand in line and I'll teach you how to be a person." Someone in the squad couldn't hold back their laughter, infuriating the instructor to the point where veins popped out on his forehead. The instructor had a dark expression. "What do you mean?" Min Ki was unhurried and even too lazy to lift her eyes to look at the furious instructor, her expression contemptuous. "What I mean is that some people are not even qualified to be bottle caps, let alone be vases. At least bottle caps can be recycled, right, instructor?" The surrounding students had completely quieted down, and the air seemed to have solidified. The instructor was furious and punished Min Ki to run 20 laps around the playground, without stopping along the way. Otherwise, the whole team would have to run with her. Min Ki left the team without looking back, not begging for mercy even once. 20 laps, 8 kilometers under the scorching sun of September. For nearly 40 minutes, he didn't stop at all. His hair and clothes were soaked with sweat, and the blood from his ears had soaked a large part of his collar, truly a miserable sight. This matter was brought to the attention of the school leadership by classmates who were already dissatisfied, and Min Ki was taken away while the instructor was called for a talk. The final outcome was that the school reprimanded Min Ki verbally and replaced their team with a new instructor. Lin Qiao described it vividly like a live reporter broadcasting in real time to Li Yin. Li Yin never expected that the boy she first met in the botanical garden would be so rebellious, yet so unrestrained and vibrant. After gossiping, Lin Qiao exclaimed, "Our Xiao Qi really has guts." Li Yin sighed, still young, a bit too impulsive. "I've heard he can easily run 20 laps and the marathon next door wants to poach him." Lin Qiao sneered. "What a joke. Our Xiao Qi scored full marks on the entrance exam. Such a good talent, how could we let him go?" Li Yin was surprised again, full marks. To join the Triangle Club, one must pass an exam, and that set of papers was produced by Li Yin. It tests basic knowledge of plants with a low difficulty level, and scoring at least 60 allows you to join the club. At the time, Li Yin manned the recruitment booth for 3 days, distributing hundreds of sets of papers, but only 3 people passed in the end. Li Yin immediately changed her words. That instructor is really going too far. Look at what they have done to the kids. A child who loves plants so much cannot be a bad person. The two were chatting when the main character of the topic suddenly pushed open the door to the activity room and walked in. The triangular activity room was originally an art studio, but it has been newly renovated. The activity room faces south, and in the summer, when the curtains are drawn, the sunlight can fill the room. The mottled shadows illuminate the botanical science posters hanging on the wall, and the iron chair next to the long desk is scorching hot from the sun. In the corner stands a green sofa, and every corner is stuffed with the potted plants grown by the members. Among the lush green plants, there is a row of iron bookshelves. Most of the books on it are related to plants, sent by Li Yin's family, with his childhood doodles and notes still on the pages. Li Yin once flipped through the borrowing registration book, and just the name Min Qi occupied an entire page. What a diligent and studious kid who loves nature. Seeing that they were all in the house, Min Qi was a bit stunned. Senior Lin, Senior Li, good afternoon. Lin Kaiokiao teased, Zio, when will you be able to call Li Yin by the correct surname? Min Qi calmly said, I'm sorry, my Mandarin isn't very good. While apologizing with his mouth, there was no apology on his face. Regarding the issue of being called by the wrong surname, Li Yin didn't care much. He stood up and patted Lin Kaiokiao on the shoulder. I'm leaving first. Lin Kaiokiao glanced at him. Li Yin was wearing a black t-shirt today, the rolled-up sleeves revealing his well-defined shoulder lines, paired with jeans of the same color and a well-groomed hairstyle, giving off a refreshing and confident vibe. She couldn't help but ask, you wouldn't be avoiding the meeting because you're busy dating girls, would you? Li Yin smiled without saying a word and did not answer directly. Just as she was about to leave, her arm was pulled by someone. It was Min Qi. Li Yin asked gently, what's wrong? Min Qi shook the book in her hand and said, there are things I don't understand. Li Yin is a bit troubled. Min Qi should have heard his conversation with Lin Kaiokiao. Knowing he has an appointment later, Min Qi still chose to keep him. Min Qi came prepared. Every question he raised was something Li Yin was interested in and had studied carefully. He originally planned to just go through the motions, but unexpectedly got interested and gradually lost track of time. After Lin Kaiokiao finished the meeting with the members, she turned around and found that the 2 people on the sofa were still talking. She clapped her hands to signal, aren't you done yet? Li Yin, don't you have an appointment soon? Li Yin, as if awakening from a dream, looked at the clock on the wall and raised her hand to rub Min Qi's head. To be honest, have you thought about transferring to the Ecology Institute? I think you have a lot of talent. Min Qi was not very fair-skinned. His skin was a light honey color, looking very healthy and quite attractive. His hair was tousled by Li Yin, and at that moment when he smiled gently, he was simply dazzling. It's hard to find a job with a degree in ecology. Faced with this unadorned answer, Li Yin was left speechless and choked up. Lin Kaiokiao laughed heartily and couldn't help but want to reach out and ruffle Min Qi's hair. Min Qi subtly dodged, and Li Yin noticed this, promptly grabbing Lin Kaiokiao's wrist. Senior, there are differences between men and women. He is only 17. Lin Kaiokiao widened her eyes. What are you talking about? I'm not that kind of person. Stop slandering me. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Kaiokiao's phone rang. She glared at Li Yin and turned to go outside to answer. Min Qi raised her hand to adjust her earring. The silver needle had long been warmed by the heated soft tissue, It's already this late, will it affect your date? This action drew Li Yin's attention to the side of his neck. I didn't notice it last time, but now I can see that there are still faint yellow bruises from Min Qi's earlobe to her neck. It is clear how severe the injuries were initially. The instructor was really ruthless. It's okay, he'll call me when he arrives, Li Yin said with concern. The bruise on your ear hasn't faded yet. Is it all right to wear earrings so soon? The turquoise paired with silver earrings looks heavy. Is there a rule in the clan that one must wear this? Min Qi realized that Li Yin might have heard about the incident that happened during military training, and her expression changed slightly. Li Yin frowned. That instructor really went too far. This could be considered intentional injury. Min Qi blinked and suddenly smiled, relaxing her whole body. Fortunately, it doesn't hurt anymore. After saying this, Min Qi leaned against the armrest of the sofa, supporting her chin with one hand, revealing her slender neck. He is wearing a deep green V-neck sweatshirt that looks very soft today, pulling down the collar with his fingers. Can you help me check? Is the bruise still very serious? Li Yin supported himself on the sofa, leaning over. From the ear bone to the neckline, the bruises range from deep to light. In such close proximity, he noticed that Min Qi actually had a tattoo on the back of her neck. The red pattern resembles the top of a large tree, with branches spreading out on both sides. He raised his eyes and happened to meet Min Qi's downcast gaze. Li Yin could clearly see Min Qi's pupils involuntarily dilating, resembling blue tourmaline, unable to hide even a trace. This is a physiological response of the pupils to signals of excitement, or in other words, a natural reflex caused by excessive dopamine secretion. Such thoughts quickly flowed through Li Yin's mind, only to be interrupted by Min Qi's next words. Min Qi said, "Is it beautiful?" "What?" Li Yin was like a computer whose power had been cut off. The machine had completely stopped operating. Driven by the strange atmosphere, he inexplicably became nervous. Min Qi squinted his eyes and said, "I mean." He let go of the hoodie, his fingertips brushing against the earring, the turquoise and metal producing a clear sound. "Is this earring pretty?" At that time, Min Qi was for Li Yin a club member, a freshman, and a junior from a small clan, but not someone who could be considered as a romantic partner. No matter how beautiful Min Qi is, he is still a man. All the romantic partners Li Yin has dated before were women. In the Triangular Olive Club's activity room, a brief yet prolonged gaze lasted for about 7 or 8 seconds, the swaying turquoise making one feel dizzy. In that moment, Li Yin keenly sensed something was off but was uncertain, unsure if it was just her own overthinking. Li Yin's academic workload was very heavy, and her visits to the Triangular Olive Club significantly decreased. After all, carrying the title of vice president, under Lin Xiao's repeated orders, he finally made his grand entrance to the activity room. Although the Triangle Club applied for activity funding from the school, the biggest financial backer of the entire club is Li Yin. The furniture, coffee machine, projector, desktop computer, and other items in the activity room were all provided by Li Yin. The vice president generously contributes money and also makes appropriate efforts, so Lin Xiao reluctantly agrees to his regular absences. Li Yin leaned back on the metal chair, idly twisting a pen in his hand. Lin Xiao had just finished discussing club matters when she turned to gossip. "There's a senior in the law school who's pursuing Min Qi." Thud, the ballpoint pen fell on the table, spinning violently before landing by the feet of the two people. Li Yin exclaimed, "A man chasing a man." Lin Xiao glared at him. "What's wrong? Is it so strange, you old-fashioned man?" Li Yin followed the senior's words and said, "Not strange, I just didn't expect it. It's a bit surprising." Lin Xiao crossed her arms and said, "Exactly, we're almost graduating from our junior year, and he dares to hit on our little Qi. That old man is really shameless. Even though Li Yin thought it was rather biased to call someone who was only a junior an old man, as mentioned by the senior. However, considering that Min Qi was in her youthful years and could easily be misled, it was inappropriate for both parties in terms of gender and age. Lin Qiao said that the person from the law school had learned quite a bit about plants for that reason and almost joined the club. Fortunately, she was well informed and managed to reject him just in time. Lin Qiao said with a face full of disdain, "Xiao Qi is still a child. What do these rotten men want to do?" "Who knows?" Li Yin stood up and walked to the coffee machine, made herself a cup of coffee, and casually picked a flower, demonstrating that people always pretend to be busy when they feel awkward. Li Yin was casually chatting with Lin Qiao when the door of the activity room was pushed open forcefully. Through the aroma rising from the cup, Li Yin leaned against the coffee counter and glanced over, only to see Min Qi gripping the doorknob, breathing heavily, her eyes precisely locking onto Li Yin. "Li Yin, you're here." He even had some doubts that Min Qi might have installed a surveillance camera in the activity room, as he always managed to appear just in time when others were discussing him. Li Yin held a cup, raising her eyebrows. "I just haven't been here for a while. Why aren't you even willing to call me senior?" Min Qi should have just finished his class still carrying a backpack. He held the strap with one hand, walked up to Li Yin and said, "I want to drink this too." Li Yingqun conveniently handed over the coffee in his hand. "Just right, I haven't finished this cup yet, you can take it." After he said that, he bypassed Min Qi and sat down at the edge of the sofa, his demeanor comfortable, as if he had no intention of avoiding Min Qi at all. Min Qi, left standing in place, slightly pursed his lips and wasn't very happy even after receiving the coffee. As soon as the coffee entered his mouth, Min Qi felt as if he had been frozen. He slowly put down the cup, his eyes filled with disbelief, probably wondering how there could be something so terrible to taste in the world. Li Yin picked up a magazine, placed it on his lap and opened it, noticing his expression. "It seems coffee doesn't suit you. Don't force it, just pour it out." Min Qi stubbornly retorted, "I think it tastes pretty good." After finishing his coffee in small sips, he walked to the sofa, sat down beside Li Yin and said, "Have you been very busy lately? I haven't seen you much." Li Yin turned a page of the magazine, her fair fingertips gliding over the cover page, making a soft rustling sound. He politely and courteously expressed that he does not want to socialize at the moment. The deer, who mistakenly wandered into the human world and was illuminated by car headlights, should have realized what fear is. However, Min Qi, this deer, was fearless and reckless like a newborn calf, ignorant yet unafraid, bold and direct. Seemingly unable to understand Li Yin's soft yet firm rejection, Min Qi brought up the excuse he had used before. "There are parts of the book I don't understand." Leaning back relaxedly on the sofa, Li Yin nodded towards Lin Qiao, who was sitting at the desk. "The president knows a lot too. You can ask her." Lin Qiao was organizing assignments on the computer. "Yes, Xiao, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me." Min Qi fell silent. Li Yin casually glanced at Min Qi and noticed that the hand holding the cup was turning white at the knuckles, as if unsure of what to do. The only way to avoid being pushed back was to grip tightly onto what was in hand. Li Yin sighed silently. "What scent is on you? It doesn't smell like perfume. Is it incense?" Some minority groups have the habit of using incense, while the scent on Min Qi leans more towards a woody aroma. Min Qi released the coffee cup, leaned away from the sofa back, and carefully leaned towards Li Yin. "I perform a ritual for the wood spirit every Saturday, and when I pray to the mountain god, I need to light incense." As he spoke, Min Qi seemed to realize something. "Don't you like it?" Li closed the book in her hands, making a dull sound. "If I say I don't like it, will you stop praying?" Ming Qi frowned with difficulty, his expression very grave. He seemed to be seriously contemplating whether Li Yin's preferences or beliefs were more important, while also feeling somewhat embarrassed. This should not be a question worth thinking about. Silence is the best answer and also the worst one. Before Ming Qi could speak, Li Yin casually brushed past the matter, seemingly not interested in hearing Ming Qi's response. "I was just joking. I respect your traditions." Lin Xiao, who had listened to the entire conversation from the other side of the desk, explained for Li Yin. "Xiao Qi, don't take it to heart. Li Yin is just someone who loves to talk back. He hasn't been beaten up yet, all thanks to his face." Li Yin laughed and said, "I'm not that terrible, am I?" Ming Qi, seeing them all laughing, also laughed along, but it was a very forced smile, not sincere at all. His body was tense, leaving Li Yin with a stiff profile. "I just remembered that I have something to do later, so I'll leave first." After finishing her words, Ming Qi picked up her bag, left the book on the coffee table and walked away without looking back. As soon as the door closed, Lin Xiao turned off her laptop and turned her body towards Li Yin, her expression showing reproach. "What's wrong with you?" Li Yin shrugged. "I really was just joking." Lin Xiao didn't believe him. Li Yin was very measured, and if he made others uncomfortable, there was no doubt it was intentional. But Lin Xiao couldn't figure out why Li Yin had to treat Ming Qi this way. "Weren't you quite fond of Xiao Qi before? Why are you being so mean to him now?" Li Yin rubbed her chin. "I like him, so I can't treat him well." Lin Xiao found it hard to comprehend. "What do you mean?" Li Yin touched the coffee cup on the coffee table, feeling its residual warmth. The freshly brewed hot coffee was difficult for Ming Qi to finish, and yet he had been holding the cup for a long time. Was he unable to feel the heat? Children may not understand things, but adults cannot. Li Yin tapped the edge of the cup with her fingertip, producing a crisp sound. No matter how beautiful, it won't do. That night, Li Yin met the beautiful child at the bar. The bar is located on the commercial street near the university, decorated with Southeast Asian style, and the entrance garden is filled with monstera and bird of paradise plants. Inside, green plants separate the distance between each table, and the television hanging at the bar is broadcasting a live game competition. The lighting is warm orange-yellow, and the music is light and soothing. It is not noisy here. It feels more like a place for students to relax and drink after class. Li Yin thought it was great when he came with Jiang Xiao last time. Jiang Xiao is his high school classmate, also studying at a university in Beixi, and often looks for him to drink together on weekends. The last time he had an appointment with him was also with Jiang Xiao, and he made Jiang Xiao wait for a while because he was explaining the content of the book to Ming Qi. The meeting tonight was also to make up for the last time he was late, inviting Jiang Xiao to drink, and he never expected to see that familiar person behind the green plants. Li Yin sat on the bar stool, her long legs casually resting on the ground for support. "What is he doing here?" Jiang Xiao curiously asked. "Who?" The ice cubes in the glass made a crisp clinking sound as Li Yin knocked the glass against the bar. Just like their first encounter in the botanical garden, Ming Qi's face emerged behind the plants, surpassing the beauty of rivers and mountains. A man was sitting across from Ming Qi, his gaze intense, cheeks flushed with excitement, speaking endlessly. It seemed that if the table weren't in the way, he would have lunged directly at Ming Qi. "Do the bars here not check IDs when letting people in?" Li Yin frowned tightly. Jiang Xiao looked confused. "What exactly are you talking about? Did you run into someone you know?" "A child I know." With that, Li Yin got up and left, his steps hurried, as if he was facing an urgent matter. In the dim corner of the bar, one light was broken, making it even darker. The air conditioning is very cold, making it uncomfortable. Compared to the excited man, Ming Qi was not in high spirits. He lowered his head and lightly bit the straw of his cocktail. My younger brother really needs a tutor. He also wants to apply to the law school at the university," said the man. Min-Ki spat out the straw, her lips stained with the glossy color of the liquor. "I understand now, the hourly fee." Before the words had even finished, a light tapping sound came from the table nearby. Min-Ki turned to look and was momentarily dazzled by a bright light. A silver watch reflected the bar's illumination, entering his line of vision. Later, Min-Ki told Li Yin that what he first noticed at that moment was Li Yin's fair wrist, encircled by a wristband, and the blue veins on her wrist reminded him of the sacred tree of the Tuyi tribe. It symbolizes the connection to the mountain god and was his favorite resting place from childhood. The starlight at night filters through the branches and falls into one's eyes, needing just a moment. That was the most important moment. At that time, Li Yin simply reached out to knock on the table. When both people at the table looked over, he said nonchalantly, "Bringing an underage child to a bar to drink, as a law student, don't you know it's illegal?" After saying that, he looked at Min-Ki, thinking he sounded very strict. "You too." The words had not been finished, and upon seeing Min-Ki's face clearly, the remaining lecturing in his mouth fell into his stomach like a heavy stone. Min-Ki's eyelids were red, presenting an unfocused daze when looking at people, as if he was already drunk. Li Yin sighed and grabbed Min-Ki's hand. "Get up, come back with me." The man opposite became anxious. "Who are you?" Li Yin squeezed Min-Ki's hand. "Tell him who I am." The broken lamp suddenly emitted a faint electric buzz, flickering persistently. In the alternating light and darkness, Li Yin's brows and eyes were so clear, like the silhouette of a distant galaxy, possessing an unfathomable gravity. "Li Yin." It felt like being drunk. Min-Ki whispered his name softly. Min-Ki's fingertips were very cold, while his palms were very warm, being held in Li Yin's hands, soft and powerless. "It's Li Yin." Min-Ki didn't dare to hold too tightly, only gently holding the hand that Li Yin had taken the initiative to extend. "My Alitola." A mechanical female voice rang out, "Welcome," and the convenience store automatic door opened and closed. Min-Ki sat on a plastic chair in the dining area of the convenience store, watching Li Yin chatting and laughing with the clerk at the counter. After a while, Li Yin returned, stood in front of him and said, "Open your mouth." Drunk Min-Ki was quite obedient, following commands like a robot waiting for input, obediently opening his mouth. The alcohol coursing through his bloodstream flushed Min-Ki's lips, Adam's apple, collarbone, and even a small section of his tongue red. I don't know how the lesser clan people take care of their teeth, but Min-Ki's teeth are very white, and his two canine teeth are sharp, glistening with a bit of saliva. Li Yin stuffed a large mint candy into his mouth, causing Min-Ki's cheeks to puff out slightly. The taste of the mint candy was very stimulating, and Min-Ki instinctively wanted to vomit, but he didn't dare to. With the hangover absorbed, "Don't let it out," Li Yin gave the order. After speaking, he turned around, but in his mind, Min-Ki's eyes floated up, somewhat resembling the luminous sea fireflies of Zishi Bay, a type of plankton that glows and turns the ocean blue in the night. With a little more stimulation, tears might just flow. Jiang Xiao saw him come in and tossed a can of beer into the basket. "Which kid do you know?" Li Yin picked out a set of children's toothbrushes with a giraffe handle and strawberry-flavored toothpaste. He threw it into the shopping basket. "It's from my club." Jiang Xiao glanced at the back of Min-Ki and said, "No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like a kid. Besides, why are you so concerned about someone else's affairs?" Li Yin couldn't explain Min-Ki's subtle feelings for him, so he could only find a suitable reason. That guy has pursued him before, and he's asking him out for drinks so late at night. It just seems suspicious. The dormitory curfew at the university is 12 o'clock. When he found Min-Ki in the bar, it was already 11:30. One can hardly imagine where a drunken minor would be taken. Jiang Xiao picked up his toiletries and said, maybe they are willing. Li Yin was too lazy to say more to him, snatched the things from his hands and put them back on the shelf. Isn't tomorrow the weekend? You should go home and sleep tonight. Jiang Xiao stared at him in disbelief. It's so late now. If my mom wakes up because of me, she could give me a slap. Li Yin, my house only has one room. It can't fit that many people. Jiang Xiao snorted. Fine. Since you were supposed to accompany me for drinks tonight anyway, I won't leave until 3. As you wish. Li Yin compared several types of disposable underwear and chose the most expensive one. Jiang Xiao, you haven't told me his name, where he's from, or what major he's studying. Li Yin warily scrutinized him. Are you investigating household registrations, asking so many questions? Jiang Xiao, actually what I want to ask most is, does he have an older sister? Min Qi's older sister should look very similar to him, with longer hair and bigger eyes. If Min Qi were a girl, she would have confessed her feelings to him. Li Yin shivered and quickly put an end to this unrealistic fantasy. Don't indulge in wishful thinking. Jiang Xiao was unconvinced. Why am I indulging in wishful thinking? Am I not handsome? Li Yin ignored the chattering Jiang Xiao and returned to the dining area with a shopping basket. Min Qi was still quietly sitting there, pushing the sugar ball with the tip of his tongue, occasionally gasping, watching as he was badly affected by the spiciness. It's hard to say that Li Yin's mint candy had no punitive intention. He grabbed a piece of paper and held it in front of Min Qi's lips. All right, spit it out. Min Qi pushed the candy in his mouth to the other side with his tongue, mumbling, I want to finish it. Li Yin glanced at him and said, Is there anything else you want to eat? Feel free to take whatever you like, it's on me. Min Qi shook his head slowly, as if the peppermint candy hadn't helped him sober up at all. He was quite drunk, so drunk that on the way to the apartment he had to hold Li Yin's hand. Otherwise, he would walk right into the busy street. Li Yin's apartment is located on a quiet street near the university, a 50-square-meter one-bedroom unit. The living room is not big, decorated mainly in light colors. The walls are adorned with photos he took during his travels, and the sofa, like the common area, is light green, with beige cushions and a thin wool blanket. Jiang Xiao swaggered in, plopped down on the sofa, and casually turned on the TV, looking quite familiar with Li Yin's home. Compared to Jiang Xiao, Min Qi standing at the door was obviously much more reserved. If Li Yin had the heart to ease Min Qi's embarrassment, he could have easily taken Min Qi to his balcony to show him the flowers and plants he had meticulously cared for, which Min Qi would likely find interesting. But he did not. He was determined not to reveal more details of his life in front of Min Qi. Bringing people home is already a considerable mistake. After Min Qi changed into slippers, Li Yin took out the toiletries he had just bought and handed over the clean clothes, saying, Go take a shower first. Min Qi looked at Jiang Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa and had already opened a bottle of beer. Li Yin raised an eyebrow. Haven't you had enough to drink? Min Qi shook his head, slowly took the things from Li Yin's hand. When Min Qi finished his shower and came out, Li Yin and Jiang Xiao were playing a game. Li Yin was holding the controller, his eyes glued to the TV screen, and he said without looking up, You should go to bed, I've already changed the sheets. In his peripheral vision, Min Qi stood still, and Li Yin finally lifted his eyelids to look at him. What's wrong? Min Qi clenched the clothes he had changed out of and suddenly raised his voice, saying, I will be an adult in 2 months. The character controlled by Jiang Xiao fell into the water and died. Li Yin pressed the joystick, letting the little person smoothly evade the swinging pendulum. All right, I'll let you drink 2 months from now, but go to sleep now. Min Qi stood still until the level was cleared, and only then did Li Yin hear the sound of the bedroom door closing. In this silent battle, he achieved a decisive victory. Jiang Xiao leaned in. Where did you find this kid? He looks like a lot of trouble. Li Yin detected the glee in Jiang Xiao's voice and wasn't sure how much this person guessed correctly. He dropped the joystick and took a sip of beer. Who says it's not? Jiang Xiao said he wanted to drink until 3 o'clock, but actually left at 1:30. Li finished tidying the living room simply, took a shower and lay down on the sofa, ready to sleep. Although Min Qi had never confessed to him, the way he called his name in the bar just now and the look he gave were truly heart-stopping. The alcohol made his body warm and his head ache, making it unclear whether it was because of the drink or the person. In the silent darkness, every sound was magnified. He heard the sound of the door lock being turned and the wooden floor creak slightly. The thief in the darkness seemed not to have anticipated the terrible quality of the floor, not daring to take the next step after a long while. Li Yin felt dazed and thought how timid Min Qi was, afraid to make a sound even when going to the bathroom. It was the same when he first arrived at his house, visibly tense and awkward. Could it be that he had been too mean to Min Qi before, causing the other party to be so cautious? The creaking sound of the wooden floor echoed again, getting closer to the sofa. He was mistaken. Min Qi was not timid but rather audacious to the extreme. Missing the best opportunity to wake up, Li Yin could only crack his eyes open a slit to look at the shadow of Min Qi in the darkness. The shadow took something off its neck and stuffed it into its pocket, then he bent down. Min Qi's eyes do not shine at night like the throat fireflies of Zixi Bei, but his lashes are long, like the monarch butterfly, with furry wings that glide across Li Yin's cheek. He is incredibly clumsy. On the first attempt, he even missed the spot and bumped into Li Yin's chin. But he didn't stop there. His warm, trembling lips moved from the skin of Li Yin's chin to the equally soft spot, pausing for a few seconds. Just kissing twice, Min Qi's breath became hurried. This barely counts as a kiss. Li Yin felt as if a small animal had brushed its soft belly against her face. He smelled a faint hint of mint strawberry. Mint candy and strawberry toothpaste, all of them were given by him. After becoming an adult, I don't want to drink alcohol. Min Qi suddenly spoke, startling Li Yin, who was pretending to be asleep. Soon he understood that Min Qi knew he wasn't asleep, or perhaps Min Qi hoped he wasn't asleep. After pretending to be a good kid all night, he launched his first attack on the adults in the darkness. Give me something else, Li Yin. The bus ran over the road, emitting a huge jet sound, and Li Yin suddenly opened his eyes, not knowing when he had fallen asleep. This sleep was not good. It felt like there was a muscle knot tightly twisting at his temples, and his throat felt like it had swallowed a mouthful of sand, dry and painful. The car stopped in a narrow alley, and the setting sun shone through the gray front window, making Li Yin's pants feel scorched. Fang Lan had not woken up yet. The driver's seat was already empty. Li Yin supported himself on the chair, looking around, but he did not see anyone. This didn't look like a hotel parking lot. Where had they been taken? Li Yin opened the car door, and the cold air rushed into her nostrils, refreshing her and making her much more alert. Behind the narrow alley is a road, and in front is a downward slope. Li Yin tucked his hands into his pockets, hiding his lips and nose in the raised collar as if fearing the cold. Walking down the slope, the setting sun bathed the gray-brown stone houses in a golden hue, and the world fell silent. At the bottom of the winding slope there is a small square. The heavy sound of the basketball bouncing set the world back in motion. He saw the person who should have been in the driver's seat now sitting under the big tree in the center of the small square. A few children kicked a worn-out soccer ball back and forth. Min Qi put the air pump aside and looked at the little girl standing in front of him, who had braids and didn't smile much and didn't show any expression. However, the little girl was not afraid of him and even wanted to reach out and grab his hair. Min Qi felt a bit helpless and took a mint candy out of his pocket, putting it into the little girl's hand. The soccer ball was really deflated. After kicking it a couple of times, it lost all its air. The children hugged the ball like little birds and once again crowded around Min Ki. Min Ki had large hands holding the kid's mini soccer ball like it was a small toy. However, the little toy had a major issue. Min Ki tried the same trick again, aiming the pump at the valve, when a fair hand reached out in front of him. The fingers were slender and long, the nails clean and full, with a glossy shine. They didn't seem to be specially maintained, yet it was evident in every way that this person was well off and living in luxury. "Give it to me," Li Yin said. Min Ki looked at the gray soccer ball and his dirty black gloves, saying, "The ball is too dirty." He did not raise his eyes, nor did he pass the ball, saying, "It's not suitable for you." The author has something to say. I made a small adjustment to the setting. Li Yin is 3 years older than Min Ki. In the past timeline, Li Yin was 20 and Min Ki was 17. In the current timeline, Li Yin is 27 and Min Ki is 24. Why does Li Yin always feel that Min Ki has changed a lot? Not only because of his appearance, physique, and change in temperament, but also because he has been in Beishi town for so long without ever seeing Min Ki smile. He doesn't smile at the children either, yet the children are not afraid of him. Even the stray cats aren't afraid. He gives candy to the little girl and biscuits to the stray cats. It's unclear where he hides all this food under just a tight black sweater. The flatbread was crumbled and fell to the ground, while a fluffy orange and white stray cat was not in a hurry to eat the bread, but instead busily curled its fluffy tail around Min Ki's legs, rubbing its head repeatedly against the man's pant leg, leaving its scent and mark. It's not completely different, there are still similarities. That is, Min Ki is as stubborn as before, and once he decides on something, no one can change it. He wouldn't give Li Yin the soccer ball, no matter how much she asked for it. Min Ki pulled out a piece of black tape from somewhere and, like a doctor, meticulously examined the soccer ball's injuries, carefully applying tape to every place he thought might leak air. A perfectly good soccer ball was covered in tape like a mosaic, pumped up with air, and dropped back into the pile of children, where they kicked it around, making a lively racket. The little girl was not afraid of strangers. She happily cuddled up to Li Yin's leg and held his fingers. Her palm was soft and moist, her skin a honey color typical of some ethnic groups. Her curly hair was light yellow, and she was very pretty. Li Yin bent down and asked softly, "What else do you want to eat?" The little girl couldn't speak Chinese, only blinking her bright eyes and speaking in the local dialect innocently. Li Yin raised her head and looked at the translator, whose gaze fell on the little girl's hand in his, and Li Yin asked, "What did she say?" Min Ki helped the girl make a decision. She says she is not hungry. If she can understand what I'm asking, then she should be able to answer herself. Li Yin directly exposed Min Ki's clumsy lie. Min Ki calmly supplemented, "She's not hungry. She just ate a cake as big as her head and finished off my candy." It seems the pancake for feeding the kitten was left over by the little girl. Min Ki said again, "She wants you to hug her." Some people naturally attract small animals like Min Ki. There are also those who naturally attract children, like Li Yin. Relatives' children always love to let him hold them, and even the crying and fussing little ones seem to magically quiet down in Li Yin's arms. Li Yin didn't hug the little girl but instead pulled out a piece of chocolate from his pocket and handed it over. He had heard that a bit of sweetness could alleviate altitude sickness, so he had prepared quite a bit. The little girl took the chocolate, turned around, and ran to an elderly woman who was holding a young child who couldn't sit up steadily yet. She divided the chocolate into 2 pieces and stuffed them into the child's mouth. The children in the small town are always so simple. A soccer ball and a piece of chocolate can bring them so much joy. The small square is both quiet and noisy, with playful children, sunbathing elderly people, and young people like him and Min Ki sitting in the ring of the banyan tree. The tree ring is made of rough stone, with an uneven surface that is not very comfortable to sit on. The inner circle is piled with several large stones, which have been cut to create a smooth side, engraved with the script of a minority group and painted with golden paint. The wind blows and the trees move, rustling gently. As part of the banyan tree's leaves have turned yellow and are blown into Li Yin's arms. Holding a withered yellow leaf, Li Yin asked the guide, "What is carved on the stone?" Min Ki folded the inflatable tube and dusted off the dust on his gloves. It's a 6-word mantra, originating from Sanskrit, considered a spell, and also a form of vocalization. Li Yin waited for half a day for information, like how to recite this 6-word mantra, but didn't get a response. "I guess you probably didn't pass the tour guide exam." Min Ki stood up, observing the children's soccer ball, which showed no signs of deflating in the short term, and then said, "I took the beginner exam but not the advanced one." As for why there was no exam, Li Yin didn't ask and Min Ki didn't say. They walked back together in tacit agreement. The setting sun painted half the sky red, and the surroundings gradually darkened. Min Ki walked in front, while Li Yin watched the shadow on the ground. The long and deep black shadow moved along with the figure, always a step away from Li Yin. The perspective of going down is different from climbing up. Returning from the small square to the car feels like walking from dusk into night, leaving a warm place, and the chill becomes distinctly pronounced. Li Yin knew why Min Ki didn't apply for the advanced guide certificate. It was because the minimum educational requirement for advanced guides is a bachelor's degree. Initially, Min Ki had taken a leave of absence, with the maximum duration of 2 years. After 2 years, Li Yin stayed at the same school for graduate studies, while Min Ki never returned. From a distance, there was a person standing by the pickup truck. Fang Lan had woken up early, standing by the car fiddling with her phone. When she saw them return, she said, "You scared me. I woke up and everyone was gone. Why didn't you answer the phone, senior?" Li Yin took out his phone, which had already run out of battery and shut down. Fang Lan had Min Ki's phone number, and both of them shifted their gaze to Min Ki, who took out his phone and glanced down. "Sorry, I wasn't paying attention just now." Fang Lan was not someone who liked to be calculative. She rummaged through her backpack and handed a power bank to Li Yin. "Senior brother, please don't go off the grid next time." Li Yin took the power bank. "Got it, I'll let you know wherever I go in the future." Min Ki got into the car, and when he closed the door, a layer of dust shook off the entire pickup truck. Just before the twilight faded, they set off on their journey back. The national highway in the evening looks completely different compared to noon. The herd of cattle in the high mountain pasture was being driven back to the cattle pen by the herder. Over 100 yaks trudged from the end of the grassland, gradually gathering from a thin, dense line into a vast, roaring stream. Min Ki stopped the car and turned off the engine, waiting for the herd to pass. Under the dim evening sun, the sprawling black mountains, the sound of bells coming closer from afar, the low calls of the yaks mixed with the rhythmic, earth-shaking hoofbeats, resembled the low murmurs of the earth. The scent of nature poured in through the car window, not unpleasant at all. It was a completely wild aroma, a landscape unseen in the city. The herd deliberately ignored the car stopped in the middle of the road, moving leisurely, one by one, as they passed through. The time here seems to be inconsistent with the pace of the city. Everything in the city changes rapidly, and each day is a new beginning. In the high mountains and grasslands, day after day, everything remains unchanged. Li Yin thought about how they had changed locations for sampling in the afternoon, and it was also such a vast expanse of grassland. With nothing to do, Min Ki lay on a sunlit meadow, covering her face with a magazine. The wind blew gently and the meadow seemed to breathe, accompanied by a vigorous life force undulating like waves. Dressed in black, Min Ki was gently surrounded by the greenery, sleeping peacefully. He and Fang Lan were so busy recording data, busy deciphering the laws of nature. Meanwhile, Min Ki quietly slept in nature as if he were born to be here. He was always meant to grow here. At 24, Min Ki smiled very little and rarely had any significant emotional fluctuations. Yet he didn't seem to be bogged down by despair. On the contrary, he was like a quiet pool of rainwater, easily placed wherever the heavens chose. If he fell into the mountains, he became a lake. If he landed in the desert, he nurtured greenery, always carefree and flourishing. A herd of cattle crossed the road, heading to another pasture, while the car restarted and drove slowly. The last glow of twilight disappeared behind the mountains. The headlights turned on, illuminating the dark road. Li Yin came back to her senses, took out her computer, and began to organize the data they had collected today. "What do you all want to eat tonight?" Min Ki's voice came from the front. "My friend opened a restaurant and the food is quite good. If you want to eat, I can call her now to reserve a table." The friend who opened the restaurant is likely the boss lady Li Yin has met before. It seems business is good, and they still need to reserve a table. A restaurant doing well can still accommodate Min Ki by clearing the premises. Fang Lan rubbed her stomach. "I still feel quite full. How about you, Shixing?" Li Yin kept her fingers on the keyboard, lowering her head to closely watch the data on the screen. "I'm not hungry either." After being rejected, Min Ki didn't persuade them any further but instead took them back to the hotel before leaving. At 10:30 in the evening, Lin Jiaxiao arrived at Beishi town. Lin Jiaxiao is that group member who had a severe allergic reaction after dyeing his hair just before departure. He sported a dazzling head of red hair, with eyelids still swollen, and his originally handsome face now looked pitiful yet amusing. Lin Jiaxiao took allergy medicine like it was a meal, never missing a dose, and thus successfully boarded the plane, arriving in Beishi town. As soon as he got to the hotel, he expressed his desire to share a room with Li Yin. He didn't dare to sleep alone, and his original roommate Liang would only arrive tomorrow. Li Yin agreed, as he didn't mind who he shared a room with. The rain had stopped, and the sound of the water in the river outside the hotel became gentle. The rushing stream was like a soothing white noise. After taking cold medicine, Li Yin slept well, with no dreams throughout the night. The next day, he vaguely heard Lin Jiaxiao using the bathroom, the sound of the other person stepping on wet slippers, making a pat-pat sound. He drowsily shrank his face into the blanket and fell into a deep sleep again. The only schedule for today was to go to town to buy food and supplies, so he didn't need to rush to get up. However, the comfortable sleep did not last long, as he was startled awake by the sound of conversation. "Who are you? Who are you again? Isn't this Li Yin's room?" "Yeah." Li Yin poked her head out from under the blanket and looked towards the door. Lin Jiaxiao wore a white bathrobe. The ends of his hair were wet and dripping. The young man was strong and healthy, unafraid of the cold, exposing his snow-white legs and broad chest. His neck to chest still bore the red marks from an allergy, which became even more prominent after being washed with hot water, glaringly red. Min Ki stood at the door holding a plastic bag. The steam from the food made the transparent plastic bag foggy. His voice was colder than the morning in Beishi town, colder than the air itself. The plastic bag made a faint rustling sound as Min Ki's fingers got tangled in the handle, tightly gripping it. "I'm sorry, I didn't know there were two people." Lin Jiaxiao had a carefree personality. "You must be the guide. Thank you so much for helping me buy breakfast. That was really hard work." After speaking, he reached out to take the plastic bag from Min Ki's hand. He tugged at it but couldn't grab it. Lin Jiao looked at Min Ki in confusion. The latter felt his gaze, his fingertips trembled, and he let go of the plastic bag in his hand. Lin Jiao took the breakfast. Before he could introduce himself to the guide, he saw the other person suddenly turn around and stride away. The head heavily fell back onto the pillow. Li Yin had propped himself up for half the day, and his neck felt very sore. He was organizing his thoughts, trying to figure out what had happened. Lin Xiao closed the door, sat on the bed cross-legged, and took out things one by one from the plastic bag. Buns, tofu pudding, savory crepes. How can one person finish all this? Let me help you share a bit, senior brother. Li Yin poked half of his face out and was just facing Lin Xiao's open thighs. He even saw Lin Xiao's underwear. Why are you taking a shower so early in the morning? Also, aren't you cold? Lin Xiao took a bite of the bun and chewed it happily. It's not bad, I just took a shower and it's not cold. Senior brother, do you want to go take a shower too? The bathroom is still warm. After finishing one bun, Lin Xiao felt a bit cold and hurriedly put on his pants. Fang Lan wasn't wrong, the guide is way too recognizable. Damn, he's really handsome. Li Yin was fully awake. He got up, wiped his face and looked at Lin Xiao, who was wandering around in a bathrobe, naturally noticing the marks on him. Your allergies are way too severe. Lin Xiao pouted, isn't it? It's unbearably itchy, I can't help but scratch. Li Yin, take some medicine. If that doesn't work, we can see a doctor, but there is only a health clinic here. It's fine, I brought a lot of medicine over, more than enough, Lin Xiao said carefree. Li Yin got up and entered the bathroom. Using the thin steam, he quickly washed up and, looking at his somewhat haggard face in the mirror, he rubbed his face vigorously with a towel until his cheeks showed a hint of color. He guessed that Min Qi had misunderstood something, but he had no intention to explain. After all, they were not in a relationship that required explanations now, and there was no need to interfere with each other's private lives. Just like he wouldn't ask Min Qi what her relationship with the boss lady is, whether they are married, or if she has had new lovers over the years. So even if Min Qi misunderstands his relationship with Lin Xiao, it doesn't really matter. Putting on his coat, Li Yin twisted open the door. I'm going downstairs to buy a pack of cigarettes. Due to a cold these past few days, Li Yin has been controlling the number of times he smokes. The last time he smoked was during that infusion session at the hospital. As soon as Li Yin reached the lobby, he stopped in his tracks because he saw the person he thought had already left. Today, Min Qi was wearing a clean and soft white shirt, his hair simply styled, revealing his beautiful eyebrows and eyes. Just one glance, and he seemed to have fleetingly seen the Min Qi from their university days again. Min Qi stood in front of his car, staring at the car window, unsure of what he was thinking. Then he raised his hand and forcefully yanked down the earring, with such strength that Li Yin winced in pain. Min Qi stared at his reflection in the car window, tightly gripping the earring in his hand, the veins on the back of his hand bulging, making Li Yin suspect that the earring had already been crushed by him. His shoulder line was tense like a taut bow, and even through his clothes, one could see the muscles underneath unnaturally tightening, as if just a gentle stimulus would make him lose control. Min Qi remained silent like a mountain for a long time, then sighed softly and slowly. He leaned his face close to the car window and put the earring back on. Li Yin withdrew his gaze, turned around and walked upstairs. When Lin Xiao pushed open the door, he was still busy eating, his mouth stuffed full of buns. You're back so soon, did you manage to buy it? Li Yin casually nodded and sat on the bed for a while in a daze before remembering to call Fang Lan over for breakfast. Little did he know that Fang Lan had also received a portion, as his room number was told to Min Qi by Fang Lan. Senior brother, hurry up and eat. If you don't eat soon, the buns will get cold. These buns are much better than the ones at the school gate. The meat is especially firm and the oil smells so good, unlike those sold outside. Lin Xiao took a big sip of the tofu pudding, his mouth full of grease. Li Yin glanced at the buns in the plastic bag, which were very irregular in shape and size. Looking again at the alarm clock on the bedside table, it was only 8:30 in the morning. Surely, no one would get up at 6 just to make steamed buns and deliver them from so far away. The guide's friend owns a restaurant, so he might have bought them there. He reached out to take the steamed buns and said, "You shouldn't always be without clothes. Be careful not to catch a chill." Lin Jixiao raised his arm and patted his biceps, saying, "It's fine, I'm young, full of energy." The young man ate 4 large steamed buns in one go, leaving one for Li Yin to eat. Li Yin doesn't have many dietary restrictions, except for not eating scallions, which happen to be very common in various cuisines, making it quite challenging for him every time he has to pick out scallions. This bun didn't have scallions, and he ate it quite satisfactorily. After having breakfast, the 3 of them held a small group meeting in the room, with Liang, who was far in the northern city, participating via video call throughout the session. Last night, Min Qi sent him a detailed list of supplies. It would be best to replenish what they lacked today. Once they reach the next destination, Kangling Valley, it won't be as easy to resupply as it was in Beishi Town. After listing the missing items, Li Yin sent a WeChat message to Min Qi. "What time are you free today? We plan to go to the market." I thought Min Qi would reply later, but the answer from the other side appeared in the pop-up in the next second. "Anytime," Min Qi replied. Li Yin thought for a moment. "Then let's head out in half an hour. Can we have lunch at the restaurant your friend runs today?" The buns were made to his liking, and the other dishes should be good too. Min Qi, okay. Although the reply was quick, the wording was quite concise. Li closed her phone. "Let's tidy up and get ready to set off." At exactly 10 o'clock, they waited downstairs for Min Qi's car. Lin Jixiao took the initiative to greet Min Qi. "You left in such a hurry this morning that I didn't get a chance to introduce myself. My name is Lin Jixiao, and I am a direct junior under senior brother Li, as well as one of the main members of this expedition to Mount Fada." For some reason, as he spoke more, the guide's expression worsened. His scrutinizing gaze seemed almost critical. After sizing him up from head to toe, he asked a baffling question. "How old are you this year?" Lin Jixiao rubbed her cheek. 22. After hearing this, the guide's expression changed slightly, and then he coldly threw out a comment. "Not bad, really young." Then, without looking back, he got into the car. Lin Jixiao, thank. Li Yin opened the passenger door and sat down. While fastening his seatbelt, he could feel someone watching him. As soon as he turned his head, Min Qi's gaze shifted away, as if looking at him one more time would scorch his eyes. The cabin was narrow, forcing people to sit close together. The corners of Min Qi's eyes were slightly red, as if rubbed too much, covered with a thin layer of blood color. His earlobes were visibly swollen. The earrings were still turquoise. Underneath was a red coral pendant, and the silver beads sparkled in the sunlight, dazzlingly bright. And inadvertently observing his entire self-mutilation process, Li thought that these earrings could be considered a kind of beautiful torture device. He not only doesn't think this thing looks good, he just feels pain. The market is not far from the hotel, about a 15-minute drive. The sunlight was bright in Beishi Town in the early morning, warmly cascading onto the stone-paved streets, with simple stalls and shops lining both sides of the long street, colorful sunshades swaying gently in the breeze. Highly specialized equipment cannot be purchased in Beishi Town. Their main purpose this time is to buy food and supplies that can be used on the mountain. Li Yin passed by an elderly woman's dry goods stall, where dried yak meat, butter cakes, and glutinous rice flour were neatly stacked, alongside various brands of drinks like Wahaha lined up. The vendors' calls echoed one after another, and one could vaguely hear the locals and tourists communicating in different languages, just like the grandmother's dry goods stall, resembling a big mishmash. Li Yin bought a pack of yak meat and turned around to find that the team members had all scattered, each wandering on their own. Fang Lan stood in front of a stall selling daily necessities, bargaining with the owner over a multifunctional knife. Lin Jixiao was quite conspicuous in the crowd, his red hair like a bulb, easily spotted squatting by an old man selling herbs, patiently rummaging through the bamboo basket for medicinal materials, occasionally bringing them to his nose to sniff. The only person standing behind him was Min Qi. Min Qi had one hand in his pocket, quietly following him. Li Yin stuffed the beef into her bag and moved over to a nearby jewelry stall. She noticed out of the corner of her eye that Min Qi quickly followed her. The jewelry stall mainly had flower-woven items, and Li Yin also saw some wooden pendants. The stall owner was a young girl with well-defined features, and her Mandarin was quite good. Li Yin picked up a wooden pendant that looked very much like the one on Min Qi. The girl explained, "This is made from the wood of the Tuyi tribe's sacred tree, called Guamo, which is the eye of the mountain god." Li Yin gently stroked the cool wooden ornament and smiled. "Then when doing bad things, do you have to take it off to prevent the mountain god from seeing?" The girl clearly didn't know how to continue the conversation and stammered, "The people of the Tuyi tribe must be kind and cannot do bad things. Otherwise, they will not receive the protection and blessings of the mountain god." Li Yin smiled, put down the pendant, seemingly disinterested, and turned to other stalls. The street market wasn't long, and they quickly bought almost everything, carrying large and small bags to Min Qi's car. The pickup truck's open cargo area is very convenient. Just by looking at Min Qi's truck, it's clear it has transported plenty of items, with the metal skin scratched in many places, more than enough to hold their things. Min Qi tied up all the things they bought with a rope, securing them to the hook at the bottom. Then, balancing on one hand, he jumped out of the car, moving smoothly and deftly. In comparison to him, Lin Jixiao was carrying a large bag in one hand and holding some herbs in the other. She walked slowly, paused frequently, and seemed fascinated by the herbs in her hand, even taking a bite out of them. Just as she reached the front of the car, Lin Jixiao tripped hard and nearly bumped her head on the tailgate of the pickup truck. Although the edge of the tailgate has been rounded off and the surface is smooth to prevent daily scratches and knocks, if someone were to hit it hard, there is a possibility of mild soft tissue bruising or severe nasal bone fractures. Min Qi quickly grabbed the back collar of the person, exerting no strength at all, and suddenly yanked back, almost choking Lin Jixiao. He covered his throat and coughed for a long time, and Min Qi said slowly, "Be careful. It's easy to have an accident up in the mountains like this." Lin Jixiao's face turned red from coughing, and he said with difficulty, "Thank you, guide." Min Qi looked again at the pair of canvas shoes on him and said, "The shoes are not suitable either." Lin Jixiao paused for a moment before saying, "I have a spare pair, don't worry, guide." After saying that, he truly felt that the guide was quite concerned about him, so he smiled cheerfully at him. Min Qi turned around, pulling the rope tied to a fixed object, as if to check its tightness, and in doing so seemed to shelve the topic. He had great strength, and even though Fang Lan was already in the car, the two pulls still shook the car body. At this moment, Li Yin stepped forward and pushed Lin Jiao, saying, "Be careful later, let's get in the car first." After everyone got in the car, Li Yin said, "Thank you just now." Min Qi loosened the rope, still facing away from Li Yin. "Mr. Li really cares about the team members." Li Yin was taken aback. "Mr. Li." From Li Yin to a Chura, and then to Mr. Li, it's really a different way of addressing him every day. The more polite they get, the more strange and sarcastic it becomes. Li Yin did not respond and turned around to get into the car, giving no reaction. The restaurant where I had lunch was exactly the same one where he had the meeting with Min Qi. Unlike last time, the place was very lively this time. Young men from the minor clans were weaving through the noisy diners carrying trays, while a few older women quickly cleared the empty tables with buckets and cloths, allowing the next group of guests to be seated. Their reserved spot was a room separated by a screen where they could hear the lively sounds of the restaurant, but also have some privacy. As they were led to their seats, Min Qi left and Lin Zhao curiously asked, "Isn't the guide eating with us?" Li Yin casually said, "He must have other matters to attend to. Let's order first." The landlady was still holding that tattered menu, and upon seeing Li Yin she smiled brightly at him. "You're here again. What would you like to eat?" Li Yin picked up the menu and said lightly, "Last time I was the only one. This time I'll bring more people to support." The boss lady smiled even sweeter. "Would you like some tea?" Li Yin also smiled and said, "Then thank you, boss lady." The boss lady quickly jotted down Fang Lan and their orders with a pen, the silver bracelet on her hand clinking rhythmically, producing a pleasant sound. "Just call me Arrow." Arrow had been working hard from a young age, and through the struggles of life, she developed a range of skills and keen insight. She noticed that the handsome man in front of her had a much more forced smile on his face when he heard her name, like a thin layer of ice floating on the water's surface. He studied her carefully and thoughtfully said, "So you are Arrow?" Aroki said strangely, "Have you heard Min Qi talk about me?" Li Yin shook his head. Lunch was busy, and Arrow had no time to chat further, so she noted the menu and left. At this moment, Min Qi, who had disappeared, returned with a bunch of drinks. "Silly juice, a local specialty drink here. It tastes quite good. You guys should give it a try." After saying that, Min Qi handed the drink to Li Yin first. "It's good for colds." Lin Zhao beside them reacted, "Senior brother, you have a cold, huh?" Li Yin took the drink. "I had a bit of a fever on the first day I arrived." "Didn't you notice that he's not feeling well?" Min Qi had just handed the juice to Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao was taken aback for a moment. He tugged at the drink in Min Qi's hand and said in confusion, "I don't know, my senior brother didn't tell me." Min Qi didn't let go as easily as he did in the morning, but instead narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Lin Zhao with significant meaning. Finally, he curled his lips and released his grip. "If he's not feeling well, it should be very obvious. You can clearly see it at a glance. How could you not notice?" This statement seemed to imply that Lin Zhao lacked perception and did not care about Li Yin either. Lin Zhao didn't even know how to respond, while Li Yin beside him put a meatball into Lin Zhao's bowl. "Let's eat first." Then he looked at Min Qi. "I am much better now, and besides, Zhao just arrived in Beishi town last night, so it's normal that he doesn't know I am sick." Fang Lan looked at this, then looked at that, and was just as puzzled as Lin Zhao. Lin Zhao popped the dumpling into his mouth. "Brother, you really should tell me if you're not feeling well. No wonder you went to sleep so early last night." As soon as the words were spoken, the dining table suddenly fell silent, and no one said anything. Li Yin served Lin Zhao a bowl of pig's trotter soup, breaking the sudden and strange silence. "Have some soup." Fang Lan handed the bowl to Li Yin. "Senior brother, I want some too." Until the lunch was over, Min Qi didn't open his mouth again. After the meal, Fang Lan, seeing that the restaurant was not far from the hotel, suggested, "Why don't we walk back? I feel too full and need to digest." Min Qi stuffed the car keys into his pocket. "Okay, I'll drive you back." The long street of Beishi town suddenly darkened in the afternoon, with dark clouds hanging low, like a heavy and dense snow, being pushed in by the wind. After the sunshine disappeared, the chill on the ground began to engulf from the ankles upward. On the way back to the hotel, I had to pass a river. The wind by the river wasn't particularly fierce, but it was very dense, blowing in gusts without stopping. Li Yin has not yet recovered from his cold. His constitution is weak, and the wind makes his head ache. The dishes at the restaurant taste good, and the prickly pear juice is sweet and sour, which is very appetizing, but Li Yin just couldn't eat much. His stomach is quite unforgiving. If he eats a little more, it starts to churn violently, always reluctant to let him eat more. Fang Lan and Lin Zhao are walking in front. They are in the same graduate class and have a good relationship. As Li walked, the wind blew at him, making him rub his head. He didn't know when Min Qi had disappeared or when he had returned, only that his head felt heavy with a new hat on it. After Min Qi pressed the hat onto his head, he stepped back a few paces. It seems he doesn't like you that much either. He didn't even notice when you were uncomfortable. Lin Zhao didn't know what to say, which made Fang Lan so angry that she jumped up and chased after him, hitting him several times. Lin Zhao grabbed Fang Lan's wrist and shouted for mercy, nearly kneeling down. Min Qi sneered and said, "You seem very close to the girls, not knowing your limits." The outline of the distant mountains was half hidden in the mist, just like Li Yin's current expression, carrying a vague smile that was both careless and elusive. "Min Qi," he spoke slowly, his tone as light as the wind passing through the treetops. "How is he, and what qualifications do you have to judge?" The people behind him completely fell silent, as if even the shadows on the ground had vanished, leaving only a gray, blurred outline. Just as I arrived at the hotel, huge raindrops began to pour down. Beishi town was shrouded in thick clouds and fog, and the sky was gray and hazy, making it impossible to see anything clearly. After Min Qi dropped him off here, he turned to leave, but Lin Zhao called out to him, "Guide, it's raining so heavily. Why not rest upstairs for a while before leaving? I have an umbrella in my suitcase. Should I get you one?" Lin Zhao was undoubtedly enthusiastic, unaware that in Min Qi's heart, he had long become a morally corrupt scumbag. For his enthusiastic invitation, Min Qi merely waved his hand. Fang Lan continued to persuade, "Yes, Min Guide, your car is still parked at the hotel. If you walk back now, you'll definitely get drenched in the rain. What if you catch a cold?" "I won't," Min Qi replied hurriedly, stepping boldly into the rain. Soon his figure shrank smaller and smaller in the dense mist of rain until it completely vanished. The small and thin river beside the hotel made a roaring sound like a waterfall. Min Qi put her hands in her pockets, calmly getting soaked in the rain. The world in the rain was both noisy and tranquil, with only one sound. The shirt was not waterproof, and soon Min Qi's shoulders were soaked by the rain, clinging to her skin. The damp and cold rain endlessly drilled into the body, as if to devour all human strength, like a sharp-toothed comb cruelly scraping the gaps between the bones. Humanity is always adept at enduring pain, turning it into something habitual. Min Qi also has a good adaptability to negative emotions like sadness, discomfort, and loneliness. Suddenly, the rain stopped, replaced by a muffled sound isolated by polyester fibers. A green umbrella shielded the dim world, becoming the only bright spot in sight. Min Qi felt someone touch her hair. It turned out someone had put a hat on her. "Don't look back." Li Yin's cold voice came from behind, his hand still resting on Min Qi's head. "I'm here to return your hat." The hand on his head was removed, and Min Qi felt a chill on his neck as Li Yin handed the umbrella from behind. The iron umbrella handle pressed against his nape. "You've grown so tall." Li Yin's soft complaint was indistinguishable in the rain. Then he pressed down on Min Qi's shoulder and gently pushed him forward, saying, "Let's go back." After Li Yin returned to the hotel, she took a refreshing bath. She only dared to come out of the bathroom after getting herself scalding red. To be safe, she also made herself a cold remedy drink. With such heavy rain, everyone could only stay in the hotel, with nowhere to go and nothing to do. Lin Zhao went to find Fang Lanchuang for a duo queue, and before leaving, asked Li Yin what she wanted to eat that night. At that time, Li Yin only extended a hand from the blanket and weakly shook her head. "You guys go eat, I want to sleep." The effect of the medication surged in, and Li Yin slept very deeply, dreaming of Min Qi from her university days. The dreamscape jumped around like a film tape, constantly switching to new scenes. The rain outside the window gently flows into the dream, yet it does not feel damp, like a kind of hazy mist enveloping the entire dreamscape. 18-year-old Min Qi sits in his dream, quietly gazing at him, her long, curled eyelashes gently blinking, beautiful beyond the appearance of a real person. "How did you end up here?" Li Yin asked in the dream, her voice not as cold as in reality, merely confused, looking at the young Min Qi with a daze. "This is an apartment, the place where Li Yin lived 7 years ago." A familiar soft feeling surged up, like a heavy dollop of cream, weighing down heavily on the chest. Min Qi lay on the light green sofa like a cat, with his cheek resting on his arm, forming a slight round curve, looking very cute as he silently gazed at Li Yin. Li Yin walked over and reached out to touch his fluffy head. With voluminous curls in his palm, it was as if Min Qi had truly transformed into a cat. However, he preferred for Min Qi to become a plant, mutually beneficial with him. If he were to leave, Min Qi would be unable to survive independently. Of course, he did not wish to be a microorganism living symbiotically with plants, like root nodule bacteria or fungi, those silent gears that end their lives underground, contributing to the chain of life. Even in dreams, Li Yin rigorously contemplated and corrected his thoughts. If possible, he wanted to become a sky island on the snowy mountains, that unique ecological niche carrying irreplaceable life and significance. In her dreams, Min Qi seemed to hear his innermost words, smiling sweetly and calling out to him, "Achul Yuo, my Achul Yuo." Li Yin was very unhappy and solemnly told him, "I don't like this name." He thought for a moment, swallowing words that had been tumbling in his stomach like butterflies for a long time, which made it hard for him to even eat properly, and gently revealed in his dream, "Don't you have A Luo? What if we change just one character, Min Qi?" Min Qi fell silent again, as if certain of Li Yin's soft heart. Those lips he had kissed and insulted curved into a beautiful arc. He leaned over, about to kiss Li Yin. A flame from an unknown source ignited the house, like a sharp warning, burning everything here to ashes. Li Yin anxiously grabbed Min Qi's hand. "Let's escape." Min Qi held his hand, pulling him into his embrace. Li Yin felt very hot. This embrace had immense strength. He struggled to lift his head. The 18-year-old Min Qi was gone, and the 24-year-old Min Qi looked down at him. "Li Yin." He forcefully reached into Li Yin's clothing, pushing aside the soft nightgown, revealing her pale, heaving abdomen. The flames quickly spread, the sweltering heat distorting the vision, and the entire house emitted a dangerous low hum, as if it was about to collapse. Min Qi's hand went over his weak and soft abdomen, pressing against his chest. In the dream, Min Qi laughed wickedly, with under his palm that wildly uncontrollable heart. "I know your secret now, Li Yin." "Li Yin! Li Yin!" Li Yin struggled to open his eyes. His limbs felt weak and powerless. The bright light stimulated his eyes, and a layer of moisture quickly appeared in them. He closed his eyes, and tears began to flow from the corners. The rough fingers brushed against the moisture, cradling his flushed face. Outside the dream, Min Qi frowned seriously and reached into his clothes. This behavior, which overlapped too much with the dream, made Li Yin struggle. What is happening? Soon, Li Yin realized that he was too weak to muster any strength, and naturally couldn't escape Min Qi's hand. Min Qi took out a mercury thermometer from his clothing and checked the temperature against the light. 38.5 degrees, moderate fever. He received an IV 2 days ago, so going to the clinic doesn't make much sense. Li realized that Min Qi was not talking to him. He struggled to move his eyeballs as he saw two people at the head of the bed, Fang Lan and Lin Zhao, looking at him with worried and anxious expressions. Lin Zhao scrunched up his face. "Shixing, you scared me to death. I was about to knock the door down, but you wouldn't open it. I didn't bring the room card. Luckily, Zhao Miao at the front desk had a spare." Fang Lan covered Lin Zhao's mouth. "Stop howling. Shixing just woke up and you're about to make him faint again." After saying that, Fang Lan disdainfully pushed Lin Zhao's face away and asked Min Qi, So what do we do now? Min Qi looked down at Li Yin's flushed face and said, let's cool down physically first. The mattress shook a bit as Min Qi got off the bed. He stood by the bedside table and opened the medical kit he brought. There's a pharmacy nearby, about 700 meters away. It's raining heavily now. You two should go together and look out for each other. Min Qi spoke steadily and firmly, issuing orders that could not be questioned. Li Yin watched helplessly as Fang Lan and Lin Jiao obediently left together. Min Qi entered the bathroom and soon returned. He filled a basin with warm water and poured alcohol into it in a certain ratio. The pungent smell of alcohol spread in the narrow space. The hotel room was not well lit, and Min Qi's shadow loomed over the bed. In the next moment, he raised his hand to lift the quilt covering Li Yin. The blazing fire in the dream mirror originates from the excessively heavy bedding in reality. Li was so hot that it felt like dying. At that moment, the quilt was lifted, and her skin came into contact with the cool air, and she finally felt alive again. Min Qi reached out to wrap his arm around Li Yin's waist, using one hand to support her hip, lifting the warm, soft body from the bed. Li Yin was wearing a thin and soft silk nightgown, and due to Min Qi's movement, a corner of the garment was lifted. In the dim light of the hotel, her slightly sweaty waist and abdomen glimmered faintly. He clearly felt Min Qi glance at that spot, then extend his hand to smooth out the lifted corner of her garment, covering it before her body could freeze. Min Qi's hand withdrew and opened the packaging of the medical gloves. There is a rigorous process for wearing sterile gloves by contact. Min Qi left school, even without finishing university, yet still clearly remembers the entire process. The latex snapped against the skin, making a faint sound. With the gloves on, Min Qi held the tongue depressor and said to Li Yin, I am going to check your throat. His tone was flat and straightforward, as if he were a doctor treating a patient without any other thoughts. Li Yin opened his mouth in coordination. Min Qi seemed to feel it was still not big enough, pressing his lower teeth with his thumb while the spatula was pushed in, pressing against the root of the tongue, delving deep into the oral cavity. Min Qi's examination actions were quick, yet even so, Li Yin was slightly gagged from the stimulation, with more moisture in his eyes. The spatula withdrew, bringing out a bit of saliva. Before Li Yin had the chance to feel ashamed, Min Qi used medical gauze to wipe away that bit of moisture. The rough gauze rubbed his lips red, bringing slight pain. Min Qi calmly said, I suggest you best talk to your. It seems difficult to define Lin Jixiao. Min Qi chose an appropriate word, member, sleeping separately. There should not be any overly intimate contact in the near future. Min Qi spoke word by word, to avoid cross-infection. Li Yin replied sullenly, and Min Qi took out new medical gauze and placed it in warm water mixed with alcohol. So now, Min Qi wrung the gauze dry, looking at Li Yin sitting at the head of the bed, his gaze traveling down from his tear-streaked cheeks, the high temperature that burned his cheekbones red and his pale neck. Undo your buttons. Under the dim yellow light, Li Yin, having difficulty concentrating due to the fever, hazily raised his face, seemingly unable to understand what Min Qi meant by undoing the buttons. The pajamas rose and fell with his breathing, the silk shimmering, as Li Yin pressed against the cold, damp quilt, his mind finally clearing a bit. No, Li's voice was very hoarse due to the high fever, and he felt pain all over his body. I can take medicine, cough, cough, cough. His throat hurt badly, and before he could finish his sentence, he started coughing continuously. The shadow of the face became deep and heavy, pressed down by Min Qi. The white shell button was unbuttoned, and Min Qi tried to avoid touching his skin, but his fingers were unusually clumsy, with a slight stiffness in their movement. The latex gloves felt very cold, and as his knuckles brushed against his chest, that slight touch made Li Yin raise his hand and grip Min Qi's wrist tightly. Min Qi lowered his eyes, looking at Li Yin's hand, with the fingertips reddening and the joints turning white. How pitiful. Li Yin, I say. Min Qi interrupted him. Why did you bring me an umbrella? This question was unexpectedly asked, and Li Yin was stunned. Because I came to deliver an umbrella and got caught in the rain on the way back. That's why I caught a fever, right? Min Qi spoke in a flat tone, without any emotional fluctuation, just stating the facts. Li Yin relaxed the strength in her fingertips a little, but did not completely let go. You are sick like this, and I have some responsibility too. I know you definitely don't want to delay the subsequent schedule, right? Min Qi sensed that the force restraining his wrist had completely loosened. Min Qi unbuttoned the remaining buttons, her body gradually tensing under her fingertips, as if even her breathing had stopped. Li Yin's skin was very pale, with well-exercised muscles covering her bones, appearing neither overly strong nor thin. The interplay of light and shadow cast ambiguous shadows on her skin, which trembled slightly as it was exposed to the air. After taking off her top, Min Qi finally stopped, straightened her back, and moved away from Li Yin. Li Yin had not yet caught his breath when the rough medical gauze, soaked in alcohol that stung his skin, was once again laid over his body. The sensitivity of his skin was raised to an incredible height, as if the edge of a knife was slicing through, bringing a sharp pain. Compared to the caution of unbuttoning, Min Qi, who was wiping his body, showed no reservations at all. Just a moment ago, only a section of his waist was exposed, and Min Qi smoothed out his clothes to cover him. Now his upper body was completely bare in the air, unmistakably exposed under Min Qi's gaze. The pajamas are draped over the side of the bed, with the cuffs slipping off the edge. The coarse gauze begins to wipe from the neck. Warm water drops detach from the gauze, falling onto high-temperature skin, sliding down along the texture, not yet reaching the end, evaporating into a trace of water. Li Yin was blushing all over, from her concave collarbone to her relaxed shoulders and heaving chest. The area wiped with alcohol after the pain is a comfortable coolness, and Li Yin's eyelashes, wet with tears, trembled gently. From the neck down, lightly passing under the armpits, until he wiped down to the waist and abdomen, he looked up at Li Yin and said, "Pants." Li Yin struggled to return to her senses from the comfortable low temperature, reaching out to snatch the gauze from Min Qi's hand, but he pressed his fingertip on Min Qi's hand, and the warmth through the latex made her momentarily stunned. The medical gloves were heated to a high temperature by Min Qi's body heat. Clearly, he was the one with a fever. He tugged at the gauze but couldn't pull it off. "Let me do it myself." Min Qi didn't let go. The water droplets on the gauze fell onto the sheet, leaving round gray stains. "Will you take it off yourself, or should I help you?" Min Qi was clearly calm and collected, not crossing any boundaries, yet still made Li Yin instinctively feel danger. It was as if the small room turned into a forest where he was pinned by the cold eyes of a carnivorous animal, his fragile neck vulnerable to a violent bite at any moment. The sound of water emerged as Min Qi soaked the gauze in the basin, rubbing and washing it, then lifting it to wring out, the droplets making a dripping sound, seemingly unwilling to pressure Li Yin, but the pressure was everywhere. Li Yin struggled to think with his mind burnt to confusion. Min Qi was a medical student, more professional than him, and knew how to handle his high fever. Besides, what was there that he and Min Qi hadn't seen between them? The high fever in his upper body, along with the evaporation of alcohol, gradually cooled down, feeling quite comfortable. It was just taking off his pants, yet he could carelessly undress in front of Lin Jiao. But why couldn't he do the same in front of Min Qi? What's there to hide or be shy about in front of a doctor? Li Yin knelt up from the bed, gripping the edge of his pants with his fingertips as he pulled them down. The soft satin quickly dropped to his knees. He pulled one leg out, but the other ankle was still caught in the pants. Just as he was about to shake off the fabric on his foot, that thin and soft silk was pressed down by Min Qi's knee, trapping his ankle along with it. Min Qi knelt on one knee on the bed, looking down at Li Yin. "If you feel uncomfortable, please bear with it." This declaration is indeed strange and rather inexplicable. Are doctors in the hospital also so rigid and methodical, informing patients step by step? Before he could think deeply, Min Qi grasped his knee and opened the door. Li blinked in shock, her mind, clouded by a high fever, suddenly cleared. "You." The other party pressed the gauze against his groin and wiped back and forth. He was wearing a white outfit, the gauze dampening the light fabric. Neck, armpits, groin. Min Qi seemed to be recalling the content from the teaching material, explaining to Li Yin, "Physical cooling requires focusing on wiping these areas." The gauze had rubbed the skin red, and Li Yin's knees trembled slightly under Min Qi's palm. He couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the bed, his hair spreading out on the pillow, the bangs covering some of his brows and eyes. He closed his eyes, turned his head away, the muscles connecting his neck to his collarbone slightly protruding, the veins clearly visible. It was very itchy, somewhat painful, and there was an unusual sensation amid the repeated rubbing. The gauze went down along the groin, brushing over the thigh, knee, and ankle. Min Qi lifted his heel and wrapped the gauze around his toes, wiping carefully. The soles of his feet could clearly perceive every inch of texture on the gauze, including the high temperature in Min Qi's palm, which was intensely burning. Feeling Li Yin struggling restlessly, Min Qi tightened his grip on that section of the ankle. "Hang in there." Min Qi got up to change into a new piece of gauze. When she sat back on the bed again, she found Li Yin quietly putting on her top, haphazardly fastening a few buttons. This lightweight fabric seemed to be a kind of armor in a sense, capable of resisting all external stimuli. Li Yin hugged the pillow with one arm, burying her chin into it, still with her eyes closed. As Min Qi went about her actions, Li Yin's fingers curled around the pillow and her cheek sank deeper into the soft cushion, completely obscuring her face. After everything was finished, Min Qi carried the basin of water into the bathroom to empty it, took off her gloves, and threw them into the trash can beside the bed. There were quite a few pieces of gauze inside, with medical gloves piled on top, emitting a pungent scent of alcohol. There were many deep and shallow wet marks on the bed sheet. Li Yin's hair was messy. He pulled up his pants with difficulty and unbuttoned the buttons one by one. His hands were a little shaky and clumsy, and he couldn't button them for a long time. And Min Qi only watched, not bothering to help, nor showing the decisiveness he had when stripping away Li Yin's clothes just now. The room was quiet, and the morbid blush on Li Yin's face had faded considerably, revealing a pallor. He even fastened the top button, as if that alone gave him a sense of security. The pajamas are low-cut, still exposing a small patch of chest, making Li Yin's efforts in vain. Min Qi glanced at his phone and said, "In 20 minutes, let's measure the oral temperature." After adjusting her pajamas, Li Yin slowly raised her head and said, "Why haven't those two come back yet?" Min Qi got up and said, "I'll go give them a call." He then left the room, and the hotel once again became empty, as if the temperature had dropped significantly. Li Yin rummaged through her suitcase and pulled out a coat, put it on, and stepped into the disposable slippers provided by the hotel before opening the door. The wind in the corridor was strong, the temperature suddenly dropped, and the wind carried a whiff of cigarette smoke. Min Qi, who said he was going to make a call, stood not far away, holding a cigarette. The light from his phone flickered over his facial contours, making his drooping eyes appear very indifferent. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Min Qi looked up, frowned, and strode towards him. "Don't catch a cold, hurry inside." Li Yin noticed that Min Qi was still wearing that shirt. With the weather this cold, who should really be careful not to catch a cold? He wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, a tickling sensation attacked his throat, making him cough nonstop. Min Qi stopped in his tracks as if realizing something, directly snuffed out the cigarette with his bare hands and stuffed it into his pocket. Li Yin watched wide-eyed, even unable to stop him. He was pushed into the room by Min Qi, who shut the door behind him. "I just called them. They will arrive in 10 minutes. Perhaps because Li Yin's gaze at his hand was too explicit, Min Qi awkwardly dropped his hand, trying to hide it behind his back. "What happened to your hand?" Li Yin asked. Min Qi, seemed not to understand what Li Yin was asking. "Don't you think it's hot to pinch a cigarette barehanded?" Li Yin asked calmly, as if casually chatting with Min Qi. Min Qi smiled and said, "We have to protect the environment on the snow mountain. We can't just throw garbage around. I usually carry the cigarette butts I smoke with me. I've gotten used to it." Li Yin raised his eyes and looked directly at Min Qi. "You know that's not what I'm asking." Just now, when Min Qi was unbuttoning, her finger joints were very stiff and not flexible. Up close, looking at Min Qi's hand, it was shocking. The color of her right thumb, index finger and middle finger was uneven, and the joints were slightly deformed. Facing his gaze, Min Qi awkwardly averted her eyes until the door was pushed open, and Fang Lan and Lin Zhao walked in, ending their conversation abruptly. Li Yin took some fever-reducing medicine and lay in bed, waiting for the medication to take effect. Lin Zhao tiptoed to wash up, afraid of disturbing Li Yin's sleep. Just after coming out of the shower, I saw Li Yin sitting up, looking at something on her phone. Lin Zhao breathed a sigh of relief and moved a bit more energetically. "Senior brother, you're still not asleep." Li Yin put away her phone. "Is it easy for a profession like snow mountain guide to get injured?" Lin Zhao responded in confusion, not understanding why Li Yin suddenly brought up this topic, but still cooperatively said, "Of course. I climbed Mount Yaha before, and my guide's thumbnail was completely frozen off and his little finger even shrank. He can't use it at all. Besides frostbite, there are issues with the lumbar spine and knee joints. All of them can have problems. A friend of that guide was drinking the night before and strangely died from heart failure the next day. And there are also accidents where people fall while climbing dangerous areas. This kind of high mountain guide earns money by risking their lives." And Li Yin's complexion grew worse and worse. "It seems like my throat hurts even more, as if there are blades sliding down." There are no age limits to learning. He always thought that if Minky regretted it, she could pick up her studies at any time and start over. However, in fact, Minky's hands may never be able to be a doctor again. Liang Jai got out of the car and saw Lin Zhao's head from a distance, looking like a red light. Fortunately, the driver didn't see it, otherwise he would have definitely hit the brakes. Lin Zhao jogged to his side. "Shixing isn't awake yet. I thought Xiao Feng and I could take you to eat, so don't bother him anymore. He didn't sleep well last night, tossing and turning, and he even sighed in the middle of the night and woke me up." Liang Jai glanced at his watch. It was 10 in the morning. He had arrived from Jincheng by car at 6 in the morning and had a good sleep on the way. "Is Shixing still running a fever?" Lin Zhao: "No, after the guide Min gave him physical cooling yesterday, he hasn't had a fever since. By the way, how's your mom?" Liang Jian's mother was hit by a tricycle, and he has been staying in the hospital during this time. Her right arm is fractured, but thankfully there is no internal bleeding. She has been insisting on being discharged, and I'm worried, so I had her stay a few more days." Liang Jian rubbed his temples and said, "I really feel guilty toward my senior brother because I delayed my departure until now." Lin Zhao said sulkily, "Don't say that. If you all say this, then I am simply deserving of death. I dyed my hair just before the departure, while others have long been dyed. I only arrived the night before yesterday, not much better than you." Liang Jian: "With my senior brother being sick like this, should we postpone going up the mountain?" Lin Zhao shook her head. "They say the plan is the same as usual. I will take you to eat dinner, and we will set off at 1 in the afternoon." They went to Arrow's restaurant again. Arrow, seeing that Li Yin had not come, specially took out a thermos and said it was congee for Li Yin. Arrow emphasized, "I personally boiled it on the stove, all my effort is here. Make sure your senior brother drinks it all, don't waste someone else's kindness." Fang Lan exchanged a glance with Lin Jixiao, who smiled and said, "Thank you, boss lady." Once a Luo turned to get busy, Lin Jixiao exclaimed, "Our senior brother's physique really attracts attention. The boss lady is obviously smitten." Fang Lan, however, had a different opinion. "No way, the boss's wife is definitely a couple with the guide. They've known each other since childhood." Liang arrived late and had not yet met Min Qi. "Is the guide also from a less prominent clan?" Fang Lan, "Yes, from the Tuyu clan." Lin Jixiao, "Ah, you also mentioned childhood sweethearts. If there really was something, they would have definitely developed into a couple by now." Liang said leisurely, "Not necessarily." As the two of them looked over, Liang explained, "Recently, my senior is preparing a documentary, and the content is just about the Tuyu tribe, so I simply helped her look at some materials. Marriage is a big deal in the Tuyu tribe, and most people choose to marry within the tribe." Liang Jai adjusted his glasses. Different cultures is one aspect. Unless outsiders are willing to give up their outside life to stay in the mountains and worship alongside the Tuyi people. On the other hand, it is common in the Tuyi culture to combine two families, and before a child is born, a marriage arrangement can be made with another family. Lin Jixiao exclaimed, "Isn't this just an arranged marriage? What era is this? Are we still doing this?" Liang Jai speculated, "So the boss lady is very likely the guide's fiancé." Lin Jixiao said, "Not necessarily, that's just your speculation." Liang Jai shook his head. "Didn't you notice that the boss lady has a pair of silver bracelets on her arm? In the Tujia ethnic group, girls wear a pair of silver bracelets on their wrists after they get engaged. Also, her belt has a pattern that symbolizes the protection of the mountain god. That's a design that can only be used during the engagement ceremony." Fang Lan was taken aback and said, "Did you just look at some materials? You might as well have written a thesis on it." Liang replied modestly, "Not at all, I only have a superficial understanding." This time, they didn't sit in the inner room, but rather at the entrance to the main hall leading to the back hall. Guests were coming in and out, and the sound of the beaded curtains was clattering. Again there was a crisp sound of beads and someone walked in. Lin Jiao glanced over and said in surprise, "Senior brother, how did you come here? We were still planning to bring you a meal back." Liang Jai looked up and saw Li Yin wearing a white turtleneck sweater, which framed her face and made her complexion very pale, with a red nose and eye sockets. Li Yin walked to Liang Jai's side and patted his shoulder, saying, "You've been on the bus for so long. If you're feeling tired, you can rest for a while and set off later." Liang Jai quickly said, "I'm not tired at all. How are you feeling, senior brother?" Li Yin sat down next to Liang Jai, her nose sounding very stuffy. "My cold should be getting better soon." Fang Lan served a bowl of nutritious porridge that the boss's wife had painstakingly prepared, and pushed it in front of Li Yin. The steaming pork rib and vegetable porridge had the rib stewed to the point of falling off the bone and was very easy to digest. Li Yin lowered her head and took a sip. The warm liquid flowed down her esophagus, warming up her internal organs. No matter what, food is always right. Fang Lan probed, "Senior brother, when did you arrive?" Li Yin said without looking up, "When you were debating whether I or Min Qi is more suitable for the boss lady." Lin Jixiao said with a face full of gossip, "So, senior brother, what do you think?" "They seem to match well." Li swallowed a mouthful of porridge and said slowly. Lin Jai Zio felt a bit disappointed, but Fang Lan was quite happy. "I also think they match well. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful." Liang Jiao met Min Qi in the afternoon, and finally understood what Fang Lan meant by handsome man and beautiful woman. The two exchanged a brief greeting and set off for their next destination, Yada Ancient Village. Yada Ancient Village is one of the entrances to the Feta Snow Mountain trekking route, very close to their first sampling point, the Kangling Valley. The village is located in a remote area, and the roads are extremely difficult to navigate. There are still a few kilometers of mountain road to the village entrance, and a pickup truck cannot get in. They switched to a motorcycle midway, and after driving for more than 10 minutes, finally arrived at the village entrance. It was approaching dusk, and from a distance, one could see the mountain peaks covered with snow all year round. Up close, the mountains were bathed in a golden-green hue by the setting sun, with an ancient village nestled among them. The houses in the village are low and old, mostly built with wood and stone. The sloping roofs are covered with tiles, and black chimneys are emitting wisps of smoke. An old cow stands leisurely by the roadside, grazing, while its tail swishes to drive away the mosquitoes. There are few streetlights on the road, with only the remnants of the sun's glow illuminating the old path paved with stone bricks. The entire village is very quiet, and one can faintly hear the sound of a dog barking a few times. While walking, Min Ki introduced to them, there are very few accommodations here and the conditions are average. Most of the villagers are elderly and cannot speak Mandarin. If there is anything you need to communicate, you can contact me. There is a small shop at the end of the village, but the selection is not very complete. If you're interested, you can go take a look. The suitcase wheels stirred up clouds of dust on the ground, startling the geese that were wandering on the path, causing them to flap their wings and fly in all directions. The accommodation is not far from the village entrance. Soon, a dusty group of people saw a sign by the roadside that was rather perfunctory, simply named A Guest House. Turning right at the sign of A Guest House led to a small alley, and at the end of the alley was a building covered in autumn vines. The gray-white brick wall is entwined with wisteria, cascading down in clusters of purple flowers. Two deep red wooden doors are wide open, and further inside is an old building that is very similar to the one outside. It is evident that this place has been carefully tended to, with a stone flower bed beside it, and the ground covered in blue bricks showing the cracks of time, with several potted plants scattered in the corners of the garden. Although the house is old, it is not dilapidated, with a row of apricot-colored lanterns hanging from the eaves, and the simple and understated wooden structure is backed by the Feta Snow Mountain, creating a feeling of standing alone at the foot of the mountain, far from the hustle and bustle. Min Ki continued to introduce, in recent years, the number of tourists has increased, and several homestays have opened up in the village. This one has pretty good conditions. Passing through the courtyard, we arrived at the foyer, where a young man was hunched behind the computer at the front desk. Clearly, Min Ki was not bringing guests here for the first time. Min Ki knew the young man, and after chatting for a while, she came over to collect their IDs and handed them to the young man. However, when distributing the room cards, Min Ki was slow to act. Li raised her eyelids and glanced at him. "What's wrong?" A total of 3 rooms were booked. Min Ki looked around and directly skipped over Fang Lan, who was female, finally looking at Liang Jai. "Will I share a room with you?" Liang hadn't spoken yet, but Lin Jixiao said, "No, Xiao Liang has been sleeping with me all along." Min Ki was taken aback, instinctively looking at Li Yin, then at Lin Jixiao, her brows furrowing even tighter. Li Yin felt a bit numb, probably the only one present who knew what Min Ki was thinking. He reached out and took a room card from Min Ki, handing it to Lin Jixiao. "Take your roommate upstairs." Lin Jixiao hugged Liang Jai's shoulder. "Little Liang, you don't know, these past few days I couldn't sleep well without hearing you practice German before bed. Without you, who else will coax me to sleep?" Liang Jai, "Really? I've been sleeping quite well, I don't need to hear your tooth grinding." "Little Liang, you're too much. I don't grind my teeth, I'll sleep in the same bed with you tonight." The two chatted as they went upstairs, their voices gradually fading away. Fang Lan's room is on the first floor. She took the room card and went in. After a day of traveling by car, she needs to rest well. Only Li Yin and Min Qi were left standing in place, looking at the only room card in their hands. Min Qi was the first to move. He walked over and lifted Li Yin's backpack with one hand. "Let's go, it seems we're the only ones left." Li Yin dragged her suitcase following Min Qi. The room is larger than the one in Beishi town, and the lighting is very bright. As soon as the lights were turned on, the entire room's decor came into view. From the decorative leaves of the chandelier to the rock painting on the walls, and the flower-embroidered carpet, without exception, all are in the style of the Tuyi tribe. The Tuyi tribe believes in the tree of God and often uses plant totems as decorations. After closing the door, Min Qi held back but ultimately couldn't resist and asked in the privacy of their own room, "Why isn't he sleeping with you, but with someone else?" Li Yin pushed the suitcase against the wall and took off her jacket. "They are roommates. Others don't know about your relationship." Min Qi seemed somewhat skeptical, staring intently at Li Yin, trying to find a hint of a flaw. Li Yin calmly hung up her coat with a hanger and then plugged her phone into the charger. "What do you want to ask?" "They don't know about this, is it strange?" Li Yin sat on the bed, with heavy purple curtains behind her, as if they absorbed all the light, making this corner even darker. "Back when we were together, no one knew either, right?" Li Yin tilted her head slightly, seemingly just remembering the key point, and couldn't help but laugh softly. "Because you are afraid of letting others know." In her junior year, Li Yin discovered a new species of the genus Lygodium for the first time. The new species presented typical pinnate leaves, with finely serrated edges, slightly silvery central leaf veins, and a transition from light green to dark green in the leaf body. Li Yin replicated the new species she discovered using 3D printing, and inserted it into a bouquet of roses as decoration. Li Yin fought for naming rights with her mentor, and named it Dryopteris chilokai Li. The new species name Chilyu is a combination of Achilyu and Minki, a secret known only to them. The name of the new species was recorded in the IPNI, International Plant Names Index, and Li Yin specifically printed that page and put it neatly into an envelope. This was his first time discovering a new species, and he transformed this discovery into a bouquet to present to Min Qi, engraving their relationship in names. This was a special romance unique to plant enthusiasts, and it was also a love letter from him. At that time, Min Qi had already left the dormitory and moved into his apartment. The two had been living together for some time. Li Yin had thought about coming to pick up Min Qi after class, but Min Qi always said he was busy or told him to wait in the activity room of the triangular lobby, where they could meet. As for their relationship, Min Qi did not tell others, and Li Yin only mentioned it to a few close friends. Originally, he planned to inform Lin Kaiokio, and Min Qi was surprised. Why tell her? Li Yin was taken aback by the question. The senior has a good relationship with me, and we always meet in the activity room. She will find out. Min Qi said straightforwardly, she won't find out. At that time, they were sitting on the green sofa of the triangular lounge, and Li Yin reached out to hold Min Qi's hand. What's wrong with you? Min Qi lowered his eyes, thick eyelashes casting a shadow. The more people know, the greater the risk. Li Yin pinched Min Qi's fingertips, trying to casually brush off the matter. I don't mind. Min Qi suddenly raised his eyes. His gaze held a sharper, more complex emotion, but soon, all those emotions sank down again. He sighed a little helplessly and said, You can't always be like this. Sometimes I wonder, are you really 3 years older than me? Li Yin relaxed and stretched her arms, pulling Min Qi into her embrace. You're so young. Why worry about so much? The sky won't fall, and besides, if it does, I'm tall. I can hold it up for you. At that time, Min Qi did not respond. so Li Yin did not continue to delve into the topic. Until he appeared at the entrance of Min Qi's teaching building, holding that bouquet of flowers. When Min Qi saw him, there was no surprise or excitement on her face, nor did she smile and run towards him as she had in the past. After falling in love, Min Qi was always very well behaved. Every time she saw him, she would actively run towards him. From the summer sunlight dancing at his hair tips to the autumn rainwater soaking his hair, those pure eyes were full of him. Sometimes, Li Yin feels that although Min Qi does not intend to make it public, how can his feelings be hidden? But on that day, when Min Qi saw the bouquet in his arms, the smile on his face froze, his steps hesitated and stopped, and his gaze unconsciously turned to the surroundings. Li Yin is not a dull person. Standing under the teaching building with a bouquet of roses, he had already attracted countless eyes. Before doing this, he was filled with joy, wanting to let Min Qi know this good news that he had concealed for so long, until it was fully confirmed. Min Qi's expression made him realize that he had gotten too carried away, and such behavior was not appropriate. At least from Min Qi's perspective, this matter was too much. So Li Yin turned the flowers behind her back, smiled at Min Qi to reassure him, and retreated step by step, turning to leave. On the way home, his thoughts were chaotic. He thought a lot but could never sort it out. He could understand that Min Qi did not want his sexual orientation to be made public, but he just didn't know how long this relationship had to be hidden. Li Yin was not impulsive. Min Qi had pursued him for more than half a year before he finally agreed to be with him. Before getting together, he had considered everything that needed to be considered. However, he did not expect that Min Qi, who was chasing him, had not thought about their future at all. It's not surprising. Min Qi was only 17 when he pursued him, and now he's just 18, recently coming of age. Because of his feelings, he initiated the pursuit, but after getting into a relationship, he had to consider reality and felt scared and apprehensive. Li Yin could understand that. Li Yin sat downstairs smoking for half an hour before waiting for Min Qi. He hurriedly got up, extinguished the remaining cigarette, and casually threw it in the trash can. After stuffing a mint into his mouth, he walked towards the other person and said, "You're back." Min Qi held the strap of his backpack with one hand, his expression very complex. "What are you thinking? How can you wait for me at the teaching building holding flowers?" Li Yin naturally said, "Sorry, it was my mistake." He admitted his mistake too quickly, leaving Min Qi speechless for a moment, his face pale. Li Yin smiled and handed over the flowers, saying, "This is for you." Min Qi did not accept it right away but instead looked at the vibrant roses, seemingly curious, and asked Li Yin, "Are you treating me like a girl?" Li Yin held a bouquet in one hand and was about to pull out the envelope from his pocket with the other when he paused at the words, "Why would you think that? You've only dated girls before, and you say you're a straight man. The reason you rejected me time and again was that you like women, not men." Min Qi lowered his head, making it hard for Li Yin to see the expression on his face. Li Yin understood, but that didn't mean he wasn't emotional. He stuffed the envelope back into his pocket and pulled his hand out. "So, do you think I agreed to be with you because I can't tell the difference between men and women?" Min Qi lifted his face, looking somewhat anxious. When he clearly saw Li Yin's ambiguous smile and the emotions in his eyes, he couldn't help but look away. "You're always complimenting me on being beautiful, and you like my long hair." Li Yin's smile was wider, but her eyes were filled with fire. "I admit, bringing flowers to the teaching building today was thoughtless, but Xiao Qi, you can't use such words to provoke me, right? If I were a girl, you could openly give me flowers downstairs, you could tell everyone that we're dating, your reputation wouldn't be affected, there wouldn't be any rumors, and it wouldn't affect your choice of your preferred supervisor when preparing for graduate school." Min Qi twisted the strap of her backpack in her hand, squeezing it into a wrinkled ball. He grew more certain as he spoke, as if he had already envisioned Li Yin's bright future. You could also take her home to your parents and say this is your college romantic partner, and that you could get married. Stop it, Li Yin said, pressing her forehead. Min Qi pressed her lips together, the strap of her backpack completely twisted into a dried vegetable shape. Don't send me flowers anymore, I don't like them. We'll talk about it when we get home. Li Yin turned and walked towards the elevator. Once inside, she realized Min Qi hadn't followed her and couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. Li Yin pressed the floor button and the elevator slowly ascended. She stared at the jumping red numbers, her temples throbbing. Could it be that Li Yin hadn't considered what Min Qi said? Of course, she had considered it, and she had also prepared herself mentally to bear the consequences of her choice. Beneath the surface logic, Min Qi is indeed worried about his reputation, academic freedom, and the relationship with his parents. The underlying logic is that Min Qi fears being talked about, his studies being affected, and subconsciously resists open relationships, lacking enough sense of security. Therefore, he questions Li Yin for treating himself as a girl. Li Yin's giving of flowers isn't a romantic gesture, but rather a form of crossing the line. Back at the apartment, Li Yin placed the flowers in a vase, looking at the 3D printed flower, which, after getting wet, presented a texture reminiscent of a biological plant. Li Yin stood up and walked downstairs. This time, he chose not to take the elevator but to descend step by step, with his emotions sinking along with his descent. He found Min Qi in the children's park, the boy with a backpack sitting on the swing. His canvas shoes were a bit dirty, stuck in the sandpit, his body gently swaying on the swing, the tips of his hair dancing in the sunset. It's strange, at this moment, Li Yin felt a sense of relief, and at this moment he felt completely done for. All his bad emotions vanished without a trace. Li Yin saw a plastic box on Min Qi's knee, inside which was a cake piled high with fruits. The dusk of that day betrayed Li Yin's whereabouts, leading Min Qi to discover the shadow of a lover that came and went on the ground. Min Qi's eyelids were a bit red and her eyes were slightly moist, making it hard to tell if she had been crying. If Li Yin asked, she would definitely say it was due to rubbing them. The two of them stared at each other in silence, while the swing creaked, like a discordant rhythm that broke the tranquility of the sunset. Then Min Qi stepped onto the sand pit and stabilized the swaying swing. He held the plastic box on his knees with both hands and smiled at Li Yin with effort. His eyelashes were curved, revealing cute little tiger teeth, and in a tone he knew Li Yin could not resist, he said, "My student improved 67 places in the grade exam, and this cake was given to me by the parents." Min Qi stood up from the swing, holding the cake box, and slowly walked to Li Yin. "I want to take it back and eat it with you." He is 18 now and seems to have grown a bit taller, matching Li Yin's gaze gradually. This is a place where Min Qi would occasionally hold his hand when they are outside. The empty swing continued to sway, and the gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft sound. Min Qi stood backlit, and the light softly blurred his silhouette. Li Yin didn't say anything, but his boy leaned over and kissed him on the lips. Very light, very shallow, like a kiss on the belly of a furry little animal. "Even though I've kissed many times, it seems I never learn." Min Qi said softly, "Cream and fruit, I'll give you the sweetest parts, don't be angry, Achul Luo." Cream and fruit are indeed very sweet. The flowers in the vase slowly wither, and the 3D printed Toroko is lifelike. Before the rose petals fall and wither, Min Qi, who repeatedly claims not to like flowers, carefully makes it into a dried flower frame. The frame is also handmade by Min Qi, using deep green, and the branches and leaves are arranged into beautiful shapes surrounding the central rose. Min Qi said he didn't like flowers and shouldn't be given any in the future, yet he treasured and collected them carefully. In the end, Li did not take out that letter, and some opportunities were missed, making it difficult to pick them up again. Therefore, Min Ki did not know that the roses were not the main gift. It was those few unremarkable blooms of Dao oak that he truly wanted to give. At first it was a missed opportunity to inform him, and later it was because Li Yin was just too busy. The junior year is the peak period for specialized courses and experiments, and Li Yin had already decided to stay at school for graduate studies, also having a preferred supervisor. In addition to preparing review materials, he planned to strive for a recommendation exemption qualification as much as possible. At that time, he would leave early and return late, and Min Ki often asked him to bring lunch to the laboratory. The classmates in the laboratory speculated that he was in a relationship, but Li Yin always smiled and remained silent, never responding directly. One day, Li Yin rarely left the laboratory early, so he sent Min Ki a message, planning to find him in the teaching building. After the last crossing the line incident of sending flowers, Li Yin became a bit more cautious. Strangely, Min Ki, who usually replies quickly, has not responded today. When Li Yin arrived at the medical school, he soon saw two people tugging at each other under the banyan tree from a distance. It's not quite accurate to say it was a tug, because one of them quickly pulled their hand out and adjusted their sleeves. Li recognized at a glance that the person was Min Ki and the other person. He had a good memory and clearly remembered that this was the law school senior who had invited Min Ki to the bar. The two people under the banyan tree soon ended their conversation, which was unilaterally concluded by Min Ki. When Min Ki turned to leave, that person hurried a few steps to catch up and said something, but he did not pay attention. Halfway there, Min Ki, with a sullen expression, looked up and saw Li Yin. A look of tension appeared between his brows. He jogged forward and asked, "Why are you here?" Li Yin looked past his shoulder at the man still sitting under the banyan tree and asked, "What's wrong? Did you run into some trouble?" Min Ki pretended to be relaxed and said, "The senior recently participated in a mock trial related to medicine and wanted me to give him some feedback. I'm only a sophomore. How would I know about these things? I told him to find someone with more experience, but he insisted that I join him. I got a bit annoyed, so I just ignored him." Li Yin didn't ask any further and left with Min Ki. About a week later, Li Yin visited the Triangle Olive and casually asked Lin Xiao about that senior from the law school. When this senior was mentioned, Lin Xiao had a lot to say. That senior from the law school couldn't win over Xiao Qi before, right? He turned around and started dating our senior from the Ecology department very publicly, not caring at all about the rumors. But it didn't last long before they broke up, and it was said to be quite messy. "Who was his ex-boyfriend?" Li Yin asked. "Maybe I know him." Lin Xiao flipped through the chat records and confirmed the name, Jiang Zioan from the senior year. Li Yin had heard this name before. It was from last semester when he was not yet together with Min Ki. This senior was removed from the research group due to project issues, which affected his exemption assessment and graduate school entrance exams. Other students in the lab speculated that there might have been a problem with data analysis, and the supervisor was worried that the review would not pass, which led to his withdrawal. There were rumors saying that the senior was strictly dealt with because of a report he received, while others said there was a significant oversight that led to the current outcome. For a time, there were various opinions. However, as time passed, the matter became a non-issue. Lin Xiao spread her hands and said, "You say they are all in their senior year. How do they still have the time to indulge in campus romance? Don't they have internships?" Li Yin smiled and said, "Yeah, we're so busy that we could die. How could we have the time to date?" That evening, with no time for romance, Li Yin enjoyed a beef hot pot that her lover had thoughtfully prepared. Through the rolling steam, Li Yin casually talked about her laboratory, while Min Ki paused with the chopsticks holding the meat, looking at her anxiously. "What happened? Is something wrong?" Li Yin strangely said, "It's nothing. My senior brothers and sisters take good care of me, and my mentor is also very nice. Thinking of this, Li Yin put down his chopsticks and planned to educate his little lover. Generally, good teachers in universities are quite cautious about public opinion and do not show obvious discrimination. Whether towards women, minorities, or other marginalized groups, they tend to be more careful with their words and actions, paying attention to political correctness. My admired mentor is very rigorous in this regard, so you really don't need to worry at all. Li Yin recalled what he heard today and couldn't help but laugh. Moreover, in my laboratory, there were 2 senior sisters who got married while studying abroad as exchange students. Min Qi widened his eyes and said in surprise, "It can be like this." Li Yin picked up her chopsticks again, took a piece of meat from the pot and put it in Min Qi's bowl. "Even if they all know I'm gay, they won't treat me differently." "That's good," Min Qi sighed in relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his chest. Min Qi slowly ate the piece of meat that Li Yin had picked for him, then asked, "In which country can they get married? Is it really possible to get married?" Li Yin propped his chin up, smiling as he looked at Min Qi. "What's this? You've only been dating for a short while and you're already thinking about marriage." Min Qi took a sip of cola and said softly, "No, I'm just curious." The jokes made at the dining table in the past should not be taken seriously. He and Min Qi are not like that pair of senior sisters in the lab. Not only did they not register abroad, but they also completely parted ways. At least in Li Yin's view, he and Min Qi should better not have any contact for the rest of their lives. Seeing Min Qi's face turn pale from his remark, "I can't let others know," Li Yin also felt it was pointless. It was as if he was still brooding over it, bringing up some old, irrelevant matters. He stood up, took the room card from the table, and left the room to find the front desk clerk, paying for a room out of his own pocket. For the sake of the team, allowing Min Qi to act as the guide was already a concession. Li Yin did not want to feel uncomfortable just to save a few bucks. He left and returned, seeing Min Qi still standing in place. He simply circumvented him, put on his coat, tucked away his phone, and wheeled his suitcase towards the door. His arm was pulled halfway and Min Qi, with a strong grip, suppressed his voice and asked, "Where are you going?" Li Yin smiled politely and gradually released the strength from her arm, saying, "I don't like having outsiders in my room when I sleep. I'll leave this room for you." He placed the room card on the counter and left, dragging his suitcase behind him. The newly opened room was not far, just across the street. Under Min Qi's gaze, he swiped the card to enter, closed the door, and turned on the lights in one smooth motion. There is a group chat for this wild outing, and at this moment, Fang Lan mentioned in the chat, "Is anyone planning to go to the convenience store?" Lin Zhizio won. "Li Yin, let's go together." He wanted to buy cigarettes. Last time he intended to buy them but ended up encountering Min Qi's self-harm scene and didn't buy them in the end. "Liang Jai, where are we having dinner?" Min Qi replied, "At 7:30 we will have dinner in the backyard of the inn." With 40 minutes to go until 7:30, Li Yin and his group, under the faint sunset light, navigated through the winding paths of the village and struggled to find the small shop. Compared to a small shop, this felt more like a grocery store. In the simple goods area, there were stacks of rice, flour, cooking oil, and vegetables like corn and potatoes grown by the villagers themselves. Li Yin wanted the cigarettes but couldn't tell what brand they were. They were also very cheap. He wasn't picky and paid with cash before putting them in his pocket. Lin Zhizio borrowed money from him to buy several buckets of instant noodles. "I heard that using snow to boil water makes the noodles taste special." Fang Lan bought a bottle of Wahaha and opened it with a straw to drink directly. What taste could there be? Ecology, salmonella. Lin Zhizio rolled his eye. "Don't talk nonsense." The beam nearby interjected, "Fang Lan is not wrong. Some minority groups choose sky burial, which involves wrapping the body in cloth and placing it on a windy hillside or cliff. The Tui tribe we just talked about is even more special. They have a ritual where after a relative passes away, they must be buried at the foot of the snowy mountain. So even if there is snow accumulating in the mountains, it could still be contaminated. Lin Zhao's face turned pale. All right, stop talking already. Li Yin leisurely walked in front of them, not joining in the conversation. By the time they returned to the inn, the sky was completely dark, with only the lights in the inn courtyard illuminating this area. An old wooden rectangular table was placed in the center of the courtyard, covered with a plastic mat. A row of red plastic chairs was lined up, and several incense coils were lit under the table. They had a few days of Xiao ethnic cuisine in Beishi town. The inn prepared crystal-clear rice, freshly green vegetables, and fragrant farmhouse dishes like stir-fried bamboo shoots with cured meat today. As soon as they entered the courtyard, the aroma stirred their stomachs with a rumble. Min Qi came out of the kitchen after washing the dishes, skillfully distributing the bowls and utensils before diving back into the kitchen. He did not seem like a guide, but rather like the owner of the inn. After they all took their seats, Min Qi came out with the young man from the front desk. The young man was the owner of the inn. He smiled warmly and cheerfully, speaking in halting Mandarin. "Enjoy your meal and drinks." Fang Lan took a bite of the rice and kept giving thumbs up. Her exaggerated reaction made the boss laugh, and he brought out his signature plum wine, saying it was homemade and asked them to give it a try. Seeing this, Min Qi got up again, and before long, he had a bag of disposable plastic cups in hand. While everyone was busy toasting the boss, Min Qi quietly placed a small bouquet of flowers next to Li Yin. Through the plastic cup with amber-colored liquid, Li Yin glanced down. It was a variety commonly seen on the road, and she didn't know when it was picked, but it looked like it had just left the soil, still vibrant and fresh. He withdrew his gaze and tilted his head to drink the wine in the cup all at once. After dinner, the night was deep, the moon hung high, and the distant sound of a dog barking could be faintly heard. Fang Lan had drunk a bit too much, and Lin Jixiao and Liang Jai helped her back, while Li Yin also left. Min Qi ate quickly, leaving midway until the boss called him out to help clear the table. He collected the plastic cups one by one along the seats, and then saw the little bouquet on the table that no one noticed. It lay there lonely, forgotten in that spot. The dark clouds over Beishi town seemed to have been blown to Yadaguju village. In the morning, the clouds pressed down on the mountain like cotton, and faintly visible was the silvery daylight. Breakfast was still served in the courtyard, consisting of steamed buns and plain rice porridge, with very light soup. Min Qi leaned against the open, deep red wooden door with a blank expression. Today, he wore a red jacket, held a cigarette between his fingers, and gazed at the horizon. He was tall, with vines hanging down from the eaves, and a few purple flowers draped over the black brim of his hat. Fang Lan sat next to Li Yin, biting into a steamed bun. The guide looks so cool today, he feels even more handsome. Li Yin stirred the porridge in his bowl. "Are you still drunk?" Fang Lan swallowed the bun, choking and beating his chest. Breakfast seems to have become less tasty. Li Yin leisurely brought the white porridge to his mouth. "Really, I think it's no different." Fang Lan, "Brother, are you still not sober? Have you lost your sense of taste?" Lin Jiao said with no interest, "I want to eat the meat buns from the Aloha shop." At this moment, Min Qi, who had been the gatekeeper for a long time, turned around and walked to the table. "I suggest we set off now." Liang had just taken a seat and hadn't picked up the steamed bun yet, looking dumbfounded. "Didn't we decide to leave at 8? Li Yin put down the soup spoon and said calmly, "It's only 7 now." Min Qi looked at the sky and said, "This weather feels off. Let's leave early and come back early." Li Yin glanced at the sky. It was no different from previous days, just lacking sunshine. He didn't question it much. "Do you have a plastic bag? Let's pack the steamed buns and eggs to eat on the way." They all returned to their rooms, shouldering various necessary instruments and equipment. Min Qi helped lighten their load. He was strong and familiar with the mountain path, so he took the heavier equipment that wouldn't break easily. At the beginning of the village there was still a small stone path, which was later replaced by yellow earth. Gradually, withered grass submerged the path, until it led into the dense forest. Fallen leaves thickly carpet the soil, like stepping on a layer of soft carpet, swallowing the sounds of footsteps. Li looked around. The tall fir trees blocked out the sun and the light was sparse. The forest was exceptionally quiet, occasionally broken by the sound of birds flapping their wings, and the mixture of moss and fallen leaves created a damp atmosphere. At first Fang Lan and the others were still chatting, but later they fell silent. Firstly, physical strength was dwindling, and secondly, while walking in the dense forest, it always felt like the surrounding scenery hadn't changed, as if they were going in circles. Min Qi walked ahead with ease, as if there were invisible paths in the forest that only he could see. It was unclear how long they had been walking, but the surroundings grew brighter. The first sensation they felt was a light breeze. As the surrounding trees decreased, the sound of the wind grew stronger. By the time they emerged from the dense forest, the wind was coming from all directions, and the distant snow-capped mountains shimmered like silver, with clouds and mist cascading down from the peaks. Before them lay a vast alpine meadow, the vibrant greenery swaying as if it were waves on the sea, with a small stream winding through the valley, its surface covered with thin layers of ice. Everyone was invigorated, and Min Qi didn't even need to say that they had arrived at their destination. The others quickly unloaded their packs and took out their instruments, starting today's work with a remarkable tacit understanding. Min Qi's gaze was as focused as ever on Li Yin, who was clearly the core figure of the team. He walked straight in one direction, and the others followed suit. "Zhai Zhao, come with me to gather samples. Junior sister, you're responsible for recording data, including coordinates and environmental parameters. Keep the instruments stable and don't miss any details." Li Yin put on gloves for collecting samples. "Zhao Liang, you're in charge of the equipment. Be careful not to have the measuring instruments blown over when it's windy. We expect to go down the mountain at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Junior sister, prepare the data from the morning in advance. If there are any anomalies or omissions, contact me promptly." After speaking, Li stepped lightly towards a patch of bushes, exuding a sense of joy from his back, completely oblivious to the fact that he was at work at that moment. Min Qi had visited this meadow many times. For him, compared to the scenery, it was Li's smile, sparked by interest at that moment, that was even more appealing. Lin Zhai Zhao has always been close to Li Yin, as if losing the other person would make it impossible to walk independently. Min Qi popped a mint candy into his mouth and bit it hard until the spicy, stimulating taste exploded in his mouth. The two of them were whispering to each other for a while. Li Yin pointed to the ground and said something, and Lin Jixio turned to everyone and said, "Senior brother is really exaggerating." He could tell at a glance that the almost vanished mark on the ground was left by some animal passing through. It's simply absurd. Liang has been out in the wild with Li Yin before and has long witnessed his abilities. I've always thought senior brother has a talent for criminal investigation. He's like a moving encyclopedia of plants. Li Yin raised her head, her expression calm. "It's actually very simple. The edges of the grass are fresh, not completely wilted, which indicates it happened recently. There are claw marks on the ground with a small distance between them. It's very likely a snow hare." Fang Lan got excited and casually pointed to a small flower. "Then what is this, senior brother?" Li Yin, it's of the gentian genus with flowers leaning towards blue-purple, found in high-altitude wetlands. Be careful not to step on it. Stepping on one counts as a sin. "What about this one?" "The high mountain potentilla, a cold-resistant shrub of the rose family. If you walk a bit further, you might see its yellow flowers. Lin Xiao was still entangled with the marks on the ground, almost pressing his face to the ground. How did you see it exactly? Fang Lan still wanted to point it out. First, let's get the important work done. If we don't finish the work today, Fang Lan will accompany me to talk about the history of plant evolution, and Lin Xiao will come to my room to watch a documentary on dismemberment and murder. Li Yin raised his head, still smiling, his gaze sweeping over the two. We'll stay up together until dawn. Lin Xiao silently picked up the rangefinder and said seriously, "Thank you, senior brother, but I promised Xiao Liang to stargaze, so I can't accompany you." Fang Lan was holding a notebook. Report the length and thickness of the leaf. Min Qi leaned against the tree. He had yet to see Li Yin under the wild collection work. Li Yin looked so relaxed and at ease. This was his domain, also his paradise. Li Yin's method of collecting plant samples is reminiscent of a surgeon's precision, sharpness, and cleanliness in their incisions, with the entire plant nearly undamaged and the details of the roots clearly visible. Xiao, bring over the GPS tracker and mark the coordinates of this plant so that Xiao Liang can come and test the soil moisture. Fang Lan, who was assisting with the collection, brought over a sample and said, "Senior, the leaves of this gentian are turning yellow. Is it due to malnutrition or a problem with the soil?" Li Yin carefully observed the leaves and then pinched the soil. The leaf edges are chlorotic, indicating the soil is too acidic. Check the undersides of the leaves for tiny white spots. If present, it's caused by pests or diseases. Make a note of this and we'll do an elemental analysis on the specimen when we return. Fang Lan gave a small exclamation and leaned close to Li Yin's ear, whispering, "Shiksheng, did you have a fight with the guide last night? He has been staring at you, nearly boring a hole through you." Li Yin replied with a question, "Have you noted it down?" Fang Lan quickly opened her notebook. "I'll note it down right away." Li Yin focused on his own tasks while methodically directing the team. The plants in this area were dispersed and the growing conditions were complex, so Li Yin had to keep a good handle on the progress, ensuring each team member performed their duties well to complete the day's goals. He was also thinking about what Min Qi said in the morning, feeling that the weather wasn't good. By noon, everyone was feeling a bit tired. "Li Yin, let's eat first, we'll continue after we finish." Lin Xiao took out a portable electric cup from her bag. "I'm going to the creek to get some water, planning to make instant noodles. Does anyone want some?" Fang Lan raised her hand. "I want to go with you." The stream is a distance from the collection point. Li Yin nodded and said, "It's good for you to have a companion, just be careful." After the two left, Liang said, "I feel a bit like going to the bathroom. Does anyone want to join me?" Li Yin had been busy all morning and hadn't even had a sip of water. She really had no such need. Min Qi, who had been idly sitting nearby for a long time, also shook his head. As soon as Liang Ji left, Li Yin took an energy bar from her bag. Just as she tore open the packaging, the item in her hand was snatched away. Li Yin turned her head and coldly said, "Give it back to me." Min Qi unzipped his parka and took out a foil-wrapped cylinder from the inner pocket. He opened the wrapper to reveal a rice ball. "Here, eat this. It's still warm." Li Yin was unfazed. "I said give it back to me." Min Qi stuffed a warm rice ball into Li Yin's hand, quickly eating the pitiful little protein bar in a few bites, frowning and saying, "It's not good." Li Yin held the rice ball in his hand, amused and angry. He scrutinized Min Qi. "What exactly do you want to do?" The brim of the hat covered the upper half of Min Qi's face. He didn't wear earrings today, nor did he wear guanmu. "I haven't finished what I wanted to say yesterday," Min Qi said. "Other people don't know about your relationship. It's not your intention, but Lin Xiao's intention, right? Don't do it because of me." Min Qi paused before continuing this topic. At least don't accept him treating you this way because of our past." Li Yin sarcastically laughed and said, "You didn't even dare to come out back then, and now you think Lin Jiaxiao did something wrong." Min Qi stepped closer to Li Yin. "He doesn't like you." Min Qi stared straight at Li Yin, his gaze gradually becoming obsessive. "He has never looked at you like I do." Li Yin wrapped the aluminum foil neatly and threw it back into Min Qi's arms. The grease from the rice ball left a dark red stain on his red parka, like Min Qi's heart was bleeding. Since he had chosen Min Qi as the team guide, he intended to handle things in a businesslike manner, treating him coldly, completely ignoring all of this person's unreasonable antics. Yet Min Qi truly had the ability to anger him again and again. "I said you have no right to comment on him." "I really have no right, but you deserve better. He doesn't deserve you." Min Qi grabbed Li Yin's wrist and said, "Besides, the reason I didn't go public back then was because..." Suddenly Min Qi stopped. Li Yin sneered, seemingly wanting to see what tricks Min Qi could still play. "Because of what?" Min Qi's eyes, however, passed over Li Yin and looked in the direction of the clouds, pupils slightly contracted. "That's not right." He closed his eyes, tilted his head back, and took a light sniff several times, as if trying to catch the scent of the wind. Then he quickly opened his eyes, released Li Yin's hand, walked under a tree, raised his hand to pinch a branch, holding it in his palm, feeling the faint tremor on the branch. His heart sank suddenly. "How long has it been since you last heard a bird sing?" Li Yin was stunned for a moment. "What did you say?" Before long he also reacted. When arriving at the valley, the sound of birdsong could still be heard from time to time. At this moment, apart from the sound of the wind and the stream, there was no other sound in the entire valley. A sense of unsettling silence pervaded the air. The clouds have unknowingly descended extremely low, presenting an ominous iron-gray color, and the sunlight is weak and blurred, as if completely swallowed by something. The snow at the mountain peak rolls down like smoke, pouring downward. The sound of the wind grows louder, mixed with a strange low humming, seemingly coming from deep within the valley. A tiny snowflake silently drifts between the two, landing with an extremely light, faint sound. Rustle! Min Qi's expression changed drastically. "A blizzard is coming, hurry up and retreat." Li Yin's expression was serious, as she quickly gathered the instruments and climbing bags left behind by the others. "Lin Jiaxiao and the others are still over there, I'll go call them," Min Qi said hurriedly as she zipped up her backpack. Li Yin quickly put on her windbreaker and said coldly, "Split up, we must gather within 5 minutes." Accompanied by the melting of the first snowflake. 2, 3, and more tiny snowflakes began to appear. It was the first time Li Yin encountered such a situation. She looked up at the distance, where the strong wind swept up fine snow, rushing towards the valley from the mountain peak, the weather changing rapidly and the light in the world quickly dimming. In the vast valley, Min Qi, dressed in red, looked like an extremely bright flame, moving quickly across the horizon. The two people fetching water at the stream also sensed something was wrong. As they turned around, they saw the guide shouting to them from a distance, "Snowstorm, evacuate quickly." Fang Lan looked up at the sky and said, "How can the weather change so suddenly?" The two quickly ran back, and Lin Jiaxiao didn't even have time to screw the lid on the water bottle, spilling water as they ran. The wind and snow grew more intense in the valley, like a huge pale chaos starting from the mountain peak, gradually consuming the entire valley. The fine snowflakes spun and danced in the wind, piercing the face like tiny blades. After Li Yin packed the last climbing bag, he heard Liang's terrified voice, "What happened?" He turned around, his gaze locked on the clouds not far away. The speed of the snow curtain devouring was faster than he imagined, pouring down from the ridge, already drowning the forest at the end of his line of sight. Li Yin calmly said, "Liang Jai, don't panic, come over and carry the equipment on your back." Min Qi had just started to retreat when he took over the mountain climbing bag from Li Yin and strapped it onto himself. Li Yin grabbed his arm. We need to quickly confirm the route. The wind and snow are catching up. Min Qi had just run fiercely. His cheeks were flushed red from the biting cold wind, and there was a slight frost on his eyebrows. Don't worry, I will take you all back. Not a single one will be left behind. As Deng Fanglan and Lin Jixiao ran back breathlessly, Min Qi looked at the entire team. Listen to me, the snow will get heavier, and soon the road will be invisible. Everyone must step in my footprints. Any slight deviation can be dangerous. After speaking, Min Qi turned around and retreated in the direction they came from. Li Yin walked at the back of the line, ensuring that everyone was within her line of sight. Facing the biting cold, as they entered the dense forest, the howling wind instantly became much milder. However, no one relaxed because the dense forest at this moment was like a dark maze, with the wind and snow unwillingly swirling back and forth in the treetops, producing strange howls. Lin Jixiao wasn't dressed warmly enough and was shivering. Why does it feel like the snow has already piled up to my shoes after just a little while? Li Yin observed the surroundings. The light was dim, and the wind and snow covered all landmarks, making this place look completely different from when they arrived. He looked at Min Qi, who was walking at the front, unsure of how Min Qi was able to navigate. Based on his experience, if they got lost here, even if they quickly set up a shelter, they would still risk hypothermia. The reality is far more dangerous than it appears. As time passes, the snow on the ground becomes thicker, completely swallowing the ankles. The tree trunks on the windward side are piled high with frost and snow, and the exposed skin is frozen to the point of near numbness. Everyone felt uncomfortable, but no one complained. The team moved forward slowly yet steadily. Not knowing how long it had passed, Min Qi used his hiking stick to push aside the snow, revealing broken shrubs underneath. He suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. It's the trace left by herdsmen. The direction is correct. Over there, the fir trees are dense and the terrain is more stable. Let's go around. Min Qi walked at the front, carefully making a trail of footprints. Lin Jixiao followed behind, struggling to keep up, slipping several times underfoot. The snow on the slope is not solid. Be careful, Min Qi said without turning his head. The team gradually entered a relatively open area, but the wind and snow severely limited visibility, making it hard to see anything beyond 10 meters. Min Qi raised his hand to signal the team to stop advancing. He gently tapped the snow beneath him with his trekking pole and murmured, "Something's not right. The snow is too flat. There might be a snow pit or ice lake below. Everyone stop, don't move." At that moment, a gust of wind blew by, shaking the accumulated snow from the trees. Lin Jixiao was struck and his body swayed, causing him to topple to the side, half of his body sinking into the snow. Just after falling to the ground, Lin Jixiao felt himself starting to sink. "Help, below, it feels like there's nothing down there." Min Qi quickly crouched down, grabbing Lin Jixiao's arm and saying to the people behind, "Step back along the footprints, don't come any closer." Not far from Lin Jixiao's body was a hidden deep pit from which the wind howled and surged forth. The cold light reflecting off the ice surface was faintly visible. Min Qi gritted his teeth and said, "If you step in one more time, this pit will completely collapse." Fang Lan and Liang were both panicked. Li Yin took a few steps closer, asking them all to stand behind him. He stopped at a safe distance and quickly surveyed the area around the snow pit. "We can't pull him out directly. The snow layer can't support it. I'll probe for a point of support from the other side. Can you still hold on?" Min Qi nodded. He used one hand to bear Lin Jixiao's weight, veins bulging on his neck, his arm shaking with effort. "Go around from the left, use branches to reinforce the support point, and also..." He glanced up at Li Yin, his gaze deep and heavy. "Be careful." Strangely, Li Yin seemed to guess Min Qi's unspoken intention. If he encountered any mishap, he had no doubt that Min Qi would immediately let go, disregarding Lin Zhao's life, and come to rescue him at the first opportunity. Li Yin circled to the other side of the snow pit, using a climbing stick to measure the bearing point, quickly breaking off a few branches to insert into the loosened snow surface, forming a temporary support point. Min Qi, don't pull too fast, it won't hold. I'm about to slide down. Lin Zhao's voice trembled, his face pale. He tried to grab the snow beside him but made the already precarious edge loosen even faster. Don't move. Give me your hand, don't mind the snow. Min Qi's tone was unyielding, his voice surprisingly calm. Sweat appeared on his forehead, and the grip he had on Lin Zhao was still strong, causing Lin Zhao to involuntarily stop. Li Yin observed very carefully. Min Qi, if you pull down any further, the entire layer of snow will collapse. You hold his center of gravity while I grab his backpack and pull him out. The two collaborated and divided their tasks. One held the hand while the other held onto the backpack. After several pulls and tugs, Lin Zhao was finally pulled out of the snow pit, completely soaked, and collapsed in the snow blankly. I thought I was going to die today. Min Qi shook his sore arms and glanced down, looking exceptionally grave. You didn't change your shoes. Lin Zhao's complexion was pale, and he futilely opened his mouth. I'm sorry. I thought there wouldn't be any issues with today's schedule. Lin Zhao was still wearing those canvas shoes, and his feet had long lost feeling from the cold. If it hadn't been for the sudden snowstorm, it wouldn't have mattered how he was dressed, but the accident happened. Li Yin listened clearly to their conversation. He reached out to help Lin Zhao get up and said to Min Qi, the snow is still falling. Let's go back and talk. Min Qi gave Li Yin a complex look before quickly averting his gaze. The accident left the team very silent. The wind and snow howled on, and Lin Zhao intermittently expressed his gratitude a few times but received no response from Min Qi. Fang Lan stuffed a warm hand warmer into Lin Zhao's hand. This was torn off from Shixing's clothing. Take it to warm your hands. Lin Zhao hung his head in dejection, feeling both tired and sad. He clenched the small piece of hand warmer tightly and nodded. Fortunately, after a short while they saw the village down the hillside. In the wind and snow, a row of warm lights swayed like a symbol of safety. It wasn't until they arrived at the entrance of Yada Ancient Village that everyone felt a sense of exhaustion after a calamity. Since entering the village, Min Qi had quickened his pace, and just as Li Yin arrived at the guest house door, Min Qi had already vanished without a trace. He looked exhausted and gently urged his team members to quickly return to their rooms, take a nice hot shower, and avoid catching a cold. In fact, Li Yin himself was the one who was still unwell. Just now, braving the wind and snow, he had forced himself to endure the discomfort, fearing a relapse of fever. After returning to the room, Li Yin took a nearly 20-minute hot shower before feeling like she had found her hands and feet again. Her frostbitten hands and feet itched unbearably. Li Yin dug out the frostbite ointment she had prepared from her suitcase and thickly applied a layer. Then she asked in the group, I have frostbite ointment. Does anyone need it? Fang Lan, senior brother, I brought some. Liang Jai, I have it here too. I've already used it on Zhao. His foot is swollen like two hooves. Let's see if he dares to wear canvas shoes next time. Fang Lan, from now on Zhao Lin will behave honestly. After a long silence, Lin Zhao came online. I am already honest, brother Min, I'm sorry. Li Yin looked at the messages from others in the group. Everyone knew the friction that had just occurred in the team and tried to mediate. However, Min Qi never spoke up from beginning to end. Li Yin thought for a moment, picked up the box of frostbite ointment, put on her slippers and went to knock on Min Qi's door. After knocking on the door, she waited for a while, and then footsteps finally came from inside. The door opened, and a familiar scent of incense wafted over. The smell of burning pine mixed with a medicinal scent surged into Li Yin's nostrils. Min Qi was bare-chested, with light coming from behind him, his muscles perfectly wrapped around his skeleton, and his loose sweatpants tightened around his waist, revealing the faint blue veins in his lower abdomen. He is tall with a strong presence, as if he has filled the space of the door frame. The wooden ornament on his chest swayed, like an eye watching over him, directly facing Li Yin. "What's the matter?" Min Qi's voice became low and cold. He stood at the door without any intention of stepping aside. Li Yin tightly grasped the frostbite ointment in her hand and slightly turned her face. "Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, Zhai Zio." "Is that all you came to say?" Min Qi interrupted impatiently. Li Yin was taken aback. He looked at Min Qi and saw a pair of blue eyes colder than frost and snow. Min Qi lowered her eyelashes, and that shade of blue was as deep as the sea, silent and still, unable to reflect even a shadow. "It seems you really like him." Min Qi closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was looking at Li Yin and suddenly smiled. "Forget it." Li Yin could probably guess what "never mind" meant. Today's incident is merely a trigger. If you delve deeper, it might be due to a bouquet of flowers, a misunderstanding, and a few words. Li Yin's expression was still showing no emotional changes. Instead, Min Qi in front of him seemed anxious and restless, like an angry male lion suppressing its temper. He said "never mind," but his eyes were fixed on Li Yin, wondering what reaction he was hoping for. Min Qi's shadow enveloped Li Yin's upper body, the light escaping at his neck, forming a beam of light that fell on Li Yin's right eye, making the brown mole at the corner of his eye stand out vividly. Li Yin's pupils are extremely dark, often wearing a smile on her face, looking gentle and handsome, but when her expression is blank, she appears very aloof and indifferent. At this moment, those pitch-black eyes, like water, skimmed across Min Qi's face and landed on his hand, which was resting on the door frame. Min Qi's frostbite has recurred, and the joints of his fingers are swollen and unsightly. He instinctively wanted to hide his hand behind him, but he stopped halfway, his hand stiffly falling to his side. "Do you want some frostbite ointment?" Li Yin finally spoke, seemingly unaware that Min Qi was angry, and handed over the ointment she held. He clearly saw Min Qi's eyes slightly open, his brow furrowed, as if he found him extremely detestable. Li Yin shook the ointment in his hand and noticed Min Qi's eyes moving up and down. His voice was soft and slow. "Don't you want it?" Min Qi remained silent. Li Yin understood. He stuffed the ointment back into his pocket and turned to leave. Min Qi chuckled. "Anyway, you think I'm easy to please." Li Yin stopped in her tracks, and Min Qi self-deprecatingly said, "If saving your lover's life can earn me a bit of kindness from you, how could I refuse?" Li Yin's hand, which was tucked in her pocket, suddenly tightened, squeezing the ointment into a different shape. "Come in," Min Qi said, stepping aside, indifferent to whether Li Yin would enter or not. In the small room, deep purple curtains are tightly closed, and the smoky air from the incense perfectly matches the Tui style. Today is Saturday, the day of the Tui clan's worship of trees. The incense, which has been burning for over half its length, has left a thin layer of ash on the desk, and the chair is askew, indicating that Min Qi was just sitting here. The bathroom door is wide open, and the hazy humidity settles at the bottom. The warmth brushes against the skin. The temperature inside the room is higher than outside, but still quite cold, not enough to make Min Qi undress like this. Min Qi sat once again on that chair, slightly bowing his waist, the beautiful muscle line stretching out. Then the sound of tearing plastic film was heard. He covered it with his hand, and a scruffy patch of ointment fell onto that exquisite back, a stunning sight. Li Yin knew where the taste of the medicine came from, and he stepped forward a few paces. "Are you hurt?" Min Qi replied gloomily, "Pulled a muscle." Li Yin asked again, "Did you pull it while rescuing Zhai Zio?" Bearing the weight of an adult man with one arm was still too much. Min Qi must have pulled a muscle back then. Min Qi remained silent, continuing to tear open the waste patch on his hand. Li Yin leaned closer to the table and picked up the box of waste patches to examine closely. What brand is this? Is it useful? It's okay. Min Qi spoke even less, as if he were reluctantly dealing with Li Yin. He probably didn't expect Li Yin to really follow him in, nor did he anticipate Li Yin reaching out to touch him. When the cool tip of a finger fell on his bare back, Li Yin clearly saw the muscles beneath his palm instantly contract and tense up, ready to explode at the slightest touch. Li Yin tore open the crooked waste patch, smoothed it out again, and stuck it on properly. The plaster had poor adhesion, and the edges curled up. Li Yin patiently smoothed it like a page of paper, pressing repeatedly. Is just applying the plaster enough? Do you need to apply some medicinal oil? Huh? Min Qi's voice was a bit hoarse and somewhat airy, as if he was absent-minded, responding instinctively. Li Yin glanced at the table, picked up a glass bottle containing black liquid, which felt like medicinal oil, and sure enough, when he opened it, a pungent smell wafted out. He tore off the misaligned wasted plaster, poured the oil into his palm, and rubbed it warm, dropping it from Min Qi's shoulder and neck. Does it hurt here? It hurts. Min Qi's voice softened, the muscles turned hard, as if they lived in Li Yin's palm, pushing down along the palm, the texture twitching subtly, silent yet straightforward, like a certain bodily response. From the shoulder neck to the biceps, the palm pressed against the skin. The medicinal oil was squeezed out with a wet sound, the touch slick, and the resilience of the muscles underneath could be clearly felt. Li Yin pushed down further. His thumb inadvertently brushed against Min Qi's back, but he heard the other person's breath suddenly grow heavier. His fingertips paused, gripping Min Qi's arm, evenly spreading the medicine above with moderate force. He then withdrew his hand, took a tissue to wipe the essential oil from his palm, and picked up a new patch, tearing open the plastic film. Can it be placed in the same position as before? Min Qi uneasily shifted in his chair, extending his left leg straight, then nervously bending it again, his back arching even deeper. Okay. Li Yin applied the ointment perfectly, with no wrinkles at all, and the edges were firmly secured to the skin. He was uncertain about the effects of combining the two medications. After all, stronger efficacy is better than weaker. Li Yin carefully washed his hands in the bathroom, and when he came out, Min Qi had already put on his jacket and was crouched down, organizing the desk. The incense had burned out, and Min Qi cleaned up the ash, repeatedly wiping that spot with a paper towel, looking very busy. Li Yin stood at the door, thought for a moment, and said, "I'll head back first. Remember to apply the frostbite ointment." Min Qi nodded, said nothing, and didn't look up at Li Yin, rubbing that piece of glass in his hands until it was almost reflecting light. Li Yin turned the doorknob and left the room. The door closed behind him, and he stood in the corridor, startled by the draft. Min Qi's room was indeed warm, and without heating, how could it be this hot? He returned to the bedroom, took out his phone again, and saw that there were new messages in the group chat. "Min Qi, it's okay, you must have been scared today as well. Make sure to rest well, apply the medicine on time, and don't get frostbite." His tone was gentle, and he responded appropriately, as if the person who had ignored Lin Jixiao's thanks numerous times before was not him at all. The atmosphere in the group chat became much more lively. Lin Jixiao, who was already talkative, instantly came back to life, with message notifications ringing nonstop. Li Yin turned off the screen, took out the computer, and began organizing the data collected for the day. The snow outside is getting bigger and thicker, making it impossible to see through, even fogging up the glass window. Before long, there was a knock on the door. It was the boss's voice. It was too cold, so he had made hot mulled wine and asked Li Yin to come out and drink. Li Yin opened the door, and the hallway was quite lively. Fang Lan and the others had already come downstairs. The boss moved the long wooden table from the courtyard into the hallway, and surprisingly there was a fireplace behind the front desk, currently filled with charcoal. The flames were licking the wood, making popping sounds. The corridor is filled with swirling white snow, while the red wine and fruit in the glass pot bubble in the high temperature, releasing sweet fragrant steam. Today there is heavy snow, and the meal provided by the boss is potato yak beef, paired with ample rice. Each person is given a bowl larger than their face, filled to the brim with rice and topped with abundant potato beef. The beef is tender and juicy, the potatoes are delicate and soft, and the juices envelop each grain of rice, making it perfect for replenishing energy after an exhausting outing. Lin Xiao was on the verge of tears. "Oh my, I feel like I am alive again." Fang Lan sincerely said, "Boss, have you ever considered opening a restaurant? Have you thought about setting up a stall at our school gate?" The boss waved his hand with a smile. "I'm not a chef." After saying that, he took out a glass and poured everyone a cup of hot red wine. "Drink this to warm yourself." The wind was howling outside, but it was very peaceful inside. Min Qi was the last to arrive. When he came in from outside, snow was piled on his hat. He patted the frost and snow off his clothes and said a few words to the boss in the local dialect. The boss's expression changed immediately, and he looked outside with some anxiety. Li Yin, being observant, asked, "What's wrong?" The boss replied, "I've been here for over 10 years and I've never seen such heavy snow. I don't know what tomorrow will be like. The trees in the village have all been bent down. I'm worried there will be water and power outages in the village." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the people at the table turned pale by half. Fang Lan didn't expect that after finally returning to the inn, she had not returned to the safest place. "Are we going to be trapped here?" The boss smiled and comforted her. "Don't worry, there is plenty of food and we have a generator here, so there won't be a power outage." After dinner, the boss and Min Qi went out again. Outside, the wind and snow were so heavy that it was unclear what they were going out to do. Lin Xiao found drinking boring and wanted to play games, specifically to play Truth or Dare. Li Yin didn't join in at first. He continued to organize today's materials on his laptop. However, today's collection was not completed and there wasn't that much to organize. When he finished, the game at the drinking table was still ongoing. Seeing him put away his laptop, Lin Xiao hurriedly asked, "Senior brother, are you done?" Li Yin casually nodded and looked out the door. "Are they back yet?" Liang said, "Not yet. Do you want a drink, senior brother?" Li Yin nodded and said, "1 cup, please." In such cold weather, it's nice to have a bit of alcohol. The mulled wine blended with the sweet aroma of fruits is very pleasant, and after drinking it, I feel much warmer. Li Yin's face showed a faint blush as he sipped the wine slowly, feeling as if the lively table had quieted down a lot. When he looked up, he found everyone was watching him. Li Yin licked the wine from her lips and asked, "What's wrong?" Fang Lan seemed to come back to her senses and loosened her collar, saying, "No, isn't the temperature of this fireplace a bit too high?" Lin Xiao laughed playfully. "Senior brother, what's the point of just drinking? Let's play Truth or Dare." Alcohol makes the body feel warm and the mind starts to drift. Li Yin clinked her glass on the table and said, "Sure." The Truth or Dare questions on the app jump very quickly and need someone to press a button to stop. Li Yin tapped the screen and the question that stopped was, "How many relationships have you had?" Li Yin smiled and replied lightly, 3.5. The door behind her was pushed open and the wind and snow surged into the house. The fire in the fireplace flickered and the light in the entire room seemed to sway for a moment. Someone had come back. Lin Xiao asked in confusion, "What does half a time mean?" The sound of the door closing came from behind. Li Yin did not turn around, still lazily supporting her chin. "Half a time is because I intruded into someone else's relationship." The hall was quiet for at least 10 seconds, making the sound of the firewood seem so loud. like exploding sparks, and everyone was in an uproar. Fang Lan's eyes widened, sparkling with excitement. "Senior brother, the interference you mentioned, is it the kind of interference I'm thinking of?" Lin Jixiao was dumbfounded. "Is this for real?" Liang Jai was also interested. "I really haven't heard of this. What's going on? Who is that girl? Do we know her?" The person who had just entered the room stood frozen in place, as if caught in the wind and snow outside, unable to move forward or backward. Li Yin waved her hand and smiled. "It's someone else's complicated feelings that have dragged me into this." Fang Lan understood. "She has a boyfriend, yet she still comes to provoke you." Li Yin raised her glass and did not answer, but sometimes silence is also an answer. Liang felt a lot of emotions. How is it that even someone like senior brother has to suffer in love? Lin Jixiao curiously asked, "So, did you break up with her after you found out she had a boyfriend?" The chair next to him made a dragging sound as the person entered the room and took a seat beside Li Yin, bringing a chilling, snowy aura. Liang handed a ceramic cup to the other person and filled it with red wine to the brim. Li Yin started a conversation but did not continue. His story became mysterious. When everyone asked him several times, he still refused to elaborate, leaving it unresolved. Fang Lan took a sip of red wine and the next target fell on the person beside Li Yin. "Do you want to play, guide? We're playing truth or dare, and the losers drink." "How do you play?" Min Qi took off his hat. The brim was hit by snow, and after entering the house it quickly melted, leaving a wet spot, and the gloves were the same. He took them off. Min Qi's hands, suffering from a recurrence of chilblains, were smeared with a layer of cream. Li Yin had the same scent on her hands, and only she could smell it. Min Qi was sitting very close to him, and as he raised his hand, his sleeve brushed against the tips of his fingers resting on the table, which were extremely cold. "Just press this button," Liang Jai handed over the phone. Min Qi casually clicked. The page frequently switched, yet the problem that came out was no different from the previous one. "Have you been in a few relationships?" Min Qi answered succinctly, "Once and a half." With Li Yin leading the way, Min Qi's halftime was just as easy to guess. Without waiting for everyone to make a fuss, Min Qi volunteered. Half a time also means being a third party. After speaking, he paused, raised the porcelain cup to his lips and hurriedly drank half a cup of red wine, as if he were extremely thirsty. Currently, there is no success. Min Qi's attitude was too calm, openly declaring that he was trying to steal someone else's partner. The hallway fell silent, then erupted into an even louder uproar than before. "Lin Jiao, with your conditions, how can you not succeed? Your rival must be very handsome." Min Qi smiled ambiguously, looking meaningfully at Lin Jiao. "He's just average looking. But the person I like really likes him, so there's nothing I can do." Min Qi raised his glass again and downed the remaining red wine in one go. "Fang Lan, guide, you drink after admitting defeat, not while answering questions." Liang Jai filled Min Qi's glass to the brim again. "Don't worry about it, our guide is feeling down. He needs to drown his sorrows in wine." Min Qi didn't drink with them for long before being called out by the boss. Everyone at the table is passionately discussing who the person is that can make Min Qi willingly become a mistress. Lin Jixiao slammed the table forcefully. "Who else could it be? It must be a Luo. I never expected that a Luo does have a fiancé, but this person is not our guide." Fang Lan envisioned a grand drama. Aren't arranged marriages all about the engagement? A Luo and her fiancé might not have a foundation of feelings, and the guide might actually be the person she truly likes, but since she has a marriage contract, she can't be with the guide. Liang shook his head and said, "The Tuyi clan does indeed arrange marriages, but if the child truly doesn't want it, the parents can also take the initiative to annul the engagement. A Luo must like his fiancé. It's our guide who has fallen in love with a girl who belongs to someone else's heart." Everyone was having a heated discussion. while Li Yin silently sipped red wine until Fang Lan asked him, "Senior brother, what do you think?" Li Yin was a little drunk, his eyes moist as if he were absorbing all the lights. "I don't know, I'm not a Luo." This answer was quite nonsensical, but when thought about it, it was very interesting. Fang Lan smiled and said, "No matter how much we say, it's all just speculation. We're not the parties involved. The information the guide provided is too limited, and if we guess hard, we might be completely wrong. The truth is often something people don't expect." Truth or Dare continues, and there are always more exciting games to attract the attention of young people. Fang Lan was forced to call her ex-boyfriend, while Liang Jai and Lin Jai Zio were watching the show. Li Yin subconsciously grabbed a pair of gloves that had fallen off the table, the damp and cold fabric embedded in her warm palm. The cold affected his condition and similarly impacted his sanity. He staggered to his feet and walked to the window. The windows of the inn are two old-fashioned carved frames, holding the glass that has been worn by the wind and frost. Inside the room it is warm, and a thin mist has formed on the glass. Li Yin reaches out to wipe a small area clear, allowing her to see the situation outside. The innkeeper is standing on a pickup truck, lowering cardboard boxes, while Min Ki is responsible for carrying them towards the back kitchen. It turns out that he has been coming in and out all this time to move goods. The snow was getting heavier, so dense that the visibility was blurred. He watched as Min Ki came out of the kitchen, and the boss piled 2 heavy bags of rice onto his shoulder. Min Ki's hands, frozen and red, firmly held the bags. There was a lively commotion behind him, with someone calling Li Yin's name. Without turning his head, Li Yin said, "I'm just going out for a moment." Lin Jai Zio said, "Why go out? It's so cold outside." "Yeah, why go outside in this cold?" Li Yin replied, but his hand pushed the door open, welcoming the wind and snow. The biting cold enveloped everything, penetrating the bones like needles. When Li Yin stepped into the snow, he felt it nearly burying his calves. He could only bend his legs, trudging step by step through the thick snow, struggling to move to the side of the car. The boss looked at him in surprise, his mouth opening and closing as he shouted something, but Li Yin couldn't hear clearly. His ears ached too much. The wind and snow seemed to freeze into ice, stabbing painfully into his ears, causing excruciating pain. Li Yin stuffed the gloves into her pocket, reached out, and carried down the burlap sack from the car, which was filled with plump potatoes still covered in mud. It turned out that the goods being transported in the wind and snow late at night were food supplies. The snowstorm, which had not been seen for 10 years, was no exaggeration, causing Min Ki and the boss to be flustered and hurriedly transport the supplies back to the inn overnight. Holding a bag of potatoes, Li Yin arrived at the corridor and ran into Min Ki halfway. Min Ki's eyelashes were covered in clusters of snow, like silvery feathers, and in the blink of an eye, another snowfall began. He saw Li Yin and was extremely surprised. For a moment, the wind and snow around his brows and eyes paused, only to blow even more fiercely. With a dark expression, he walked towards Li Yin, simultaneously taking off the red scarf around his neck and draping it over Li Yin's head, tying a knot under her chin. Li Yin was holding a bag of potatoes and couldn't spare a hand to fend off Min Ki's antics, while also having to listen to Min Ki scolding him. "What are you doing out here in such cold weather?" Min Ki reached out to try to take the bag of potatoes from Li Yin's hands, and Li Yin's light blue down jacket had already been dirtied by mud. He reached out and tried to pull but couldn't. Li Yin said, "I have gloves in my pocket, put them on." Li Yin spoke in a commanding tone, "Hurry up and move, otherwise the snow will keep falling, and soon we won't be able to drive out." Outside the corridor, when Liang and Lin Jiao each walked over carrying a bag of rice, they saw the senior brother with a red scarf tied around his head, while the guide was bending down to dust off the dirt from the senior brother's clothes. The two stood under the corridor in silence. Yet there was an inexplicable atmosphere that strangers couldn't intrude upon. After the senior brother left, Min Ki stood in place looking for a while before turning around and realizing they were there. The current situation was really not suitable for conversation. The three of them merely greeted each other and passed by. In the kitchen, Li Yin was surveying this very large space. It must have been designed with the intention of accommodating travelers year-round, while also accounting for emergency supplies for extreme weather. A light bulb was hanging from the ceiling, shining with all its might, illuminating the central traditional stove. Several rows of cured meat and sausages are hanging from the beam, emanating the natural aroma of the food. Li placed the bag of potatoes next to the storage shelf in the corner, where several supplies and dozens of boxes of drinking water had already been stacked. The cardboard box was soaked with snowmelt, leaving marks on the rough stone slab, indicating that it had just been brought in recently. The kitchen decor is very simple, cold like an ice cellar. The window is covered with plastic sheets and simple wooden boards to block the cold wind, with a faint light visible in the yard. Hearing footsteps behind her, Li Yin did not turn around. "Isn't it cold to cook here?" "Wow, this is just too cold." It was Lin Jai Zio's voice. Li Yin was taken aback and turned around. "What are you all doing here?" "Liang Jai, brother, your cold hasn't recovered yet. How about you go back and rest? Zioalin and I can help here." Lin Jixiao unloaded the rice bag and clapped his hands. "Exactly, brother, why didn't you call us when you came out to help? If it weren't for Fang Lan discovering it, we would still be foolishly drinking over there." "Li Yin, I'm fine, let's move together." The five big men, along with a little girl Fang Lan, worked for nearly half an hour to move all the supplies into the kitchen. The kitchen was filled with woven bags and cardboard boxes, transforming the originally simple and empty space into one of abundance. The boss closed the kitchen door and locked it with a very sturdy lock. Li Yin believed that the lock was very necessary. Although with such heavy snow, even if a thief managed to come out, they would freeze to death. However, they had worked so hard to move things. They had to protect the materials that were especially precious in the heavy snow. That night, under the dual influence of alcohol and labor, Li Yin slept deeply. The next day, he was awakened by the sound of snow being shoveled. Outside the sealed windows, the shovel pierced the solid snow, producing a crisp sound. After simply washing up, Li put on her thickest clothes and pulled aside the deep purple curtains. The outline of the snow-capped mountains was clearly visible in the morning light, the cold and solemn peaks bathed in golden sunlight. Everything in the yard was covered in thick snow, and the outlines of the potted plants could be vaguely seen in the corners. Min Ki is shoveling snow in the yard, where the snow in the corner has piled up into a small mountain, and several sparrows are jumping on the tips of the snow. The birds have returned, which means the snowstorm has passed. A sudden snowstorm has made Yadagu village look completely different. Min Ki is focused on shoveling snow. His movements are skilled, clearing a path from the corridor to the main gate, quickly opening up a road. Li Yin had long discovered that Min Ki was naturally intelligent and did things beautifully. He could handle any task very well. Min Ki carried a shovel and walked from the main entrance to the corridor. Then he locked eyes with Li Yin through the window. Everywhere was snow, absorbing all the light. Min Ki stood alone in the immense brightness, and with each breath, his breath turned into mist, becoming clouds that would disappear. Li Yin felt like she hadn't fully woken up yet, still in a dream. Min Ki quietly made eye contact with him and suddenly smiled at him. The world seemed to become very quiet. Min Ki's eyelashes cast a beautiful shadow, her tiger teeth sparkling in the morning mist, turning a shade of pink. Li stared at the snow for too long, resulting in side effects, and her vision gradually turned pink. Min Ki inserted a shovel into the tall snow pile in the corner and walked towards the window, tapping lightly on the glass twice. He inserted something into the snow outside the window and turned to leave. Li Yin glanced at the window sill and found it was a small flower again. Although the flower escaped the heavy snow and was hidden by someone in the bedroom, protected for a night, it has now been left in the snow again, just to please others. Li Yin pulled the curtains, dug out protective sunglasses from the suitcase, and tucked them into the collar of her clothes. He walked to the foyer, and the other team members had been awake for a long time and were having breakfast. Today's breakfast is much more lavish than yesterday's, with a thick congee made of vegetables and beef, fragrant without any scallions. Li Yin sat down and had just served herself a bowl of congee when she heard a knock at the door in the courtyard. The boss got up from the front desk and entered the courtyard. It seemed that many people had arrived and the courtyard was very noisy. Since they were speaking in a dialect, Li Yin could not hear clearly what they were saying. A little while later, the boss walked in with a worried look on his face. The inn next door has no water or electricity because of the heavy snow. The boss came over to ask me if we could take in his guests. There are a few who, like you, are also students. Li Yin exchanged glances with her group members and then said, "Boss, you can decide." The boss awkwardly said, "There are quite a few of them, and I have limited beds here, so you might need to squeeze a bit and give up a few rooms. Do you mind?" "It's okay," Li Yin said. Fang Lan also said, "I don't mind either. If it really doesn't work out, I'll share a room with my senior." After the boss received a positive response, he left, and when he returned again, he brought in a group of people. There were a total of 7 people, all of whom looked frostbitten, and they all hurried to the fireplace to warm up. One of them took off both their hat and mask. Fang Lan glanced at that person and was taken aback. She leaned close to Li Yin's ear, just about to speak, when she noticed that Li Yin was also staring intently in that direction. "Senior brother, you feel the same way, right?" Fang Lan said softly. The person had fair skin, long eyelashes, and slightly curled hair on their forehead. The lines of his profile were very beautiful, showing excellent bone structure. They had seen this kind of profile many times over the past few days and were already very familiar with it. "This person looks a lot like the guide. Their profile is just identical," Fang Lan said. As more people filled the foyer, the indoor atmosphere became steaming hot. The boss carried an old-fashioned kettle, pushed the door open, and lifted the cotton curtain that hadn't been opened yesterday, squeezing in from outside. At first, Li Yin hadn't noticed the cotton curtain. He just felt that the foyer was much warmer than yesterday, hot enough that he took off his coat. The boss distributed plastic cups and filled them with warm butter tea, and Li Yin stepped forward to help distribute it to the group of people. The warm butter tea was handed over, and the person turned to thank Li Yin. The young man had gentle features, with a relatively short chin, and from the front view he resembled Min Ki less, with only a few similarities in the contours of their eyes and brows. The other party took the butter tea but held his gaze on Li Yin's face for a moment, as if he was not looking at a stranger. At this moment, someone beside the boy shouted his name. "Xiao Wen, I just tried to contact the professor, but the internet here is really too poor. The email just won't send." The name Xiao Wen sounds somewhat familiar. It seems I've heard it somewhere because of Li Yin. The boy said, "Let's look at it later. Come, have some butter tea." After saying that, he handed the cup in his hand to his companion, then stood up and looked at Li Yin. "I recognize you. You are Li Yin from the Ecology Institute at the University of Science and Technology." The other person actually recognized him, leaving Li Yin momentarily stunned. "Who are you?" The boy smiled brightly. He was a bit shorter than Li Yin, about the same height as Min Ki during university. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Jiang Ziowen, a graduate of the 85th class from the School of Ecology at the University of Science and Technology. I'm a year senior to you." Jiang Zioen said happily, I didn't expect to run into you here. I read the paper you published during your undergraduate years. The new species distribution prediction model you proposed is of great significance for the protection of endangered species. It's really impressive. No wonder you won an award. At this moment, the boy's companion said, New species prediction. Are you talking about that junior who published a paper in his third year and conveniently took home the Best Student Paper Award at the annual conference? After speaking, the companion's astonished gaze fell on Li Yin, giving him a thumbs up. Li Yin was originally distributing the butter tea in his hands, but he instinctively paused when he heard the words, quickly searching his brain for where he had heard the name Jiang Zioen before. A few seconds later, he looked at Jiang Zioen in front of him and said, Did you follow Teacher Zhou's project? Jiang Zioen's face turned even more awkward. It seems you have heard of me. Li Yin connected the clues one by one. He indeed had heard the name Jiang Zioen before. He was the ex-boyfriend of that law school senior who had made a mistake in Teacher Zhou's project group back then and was kicked out of the project group. That senior from the law school pursued Min Qi but failed, and then turned to date a guy who looks so similar to Min Qi's profile, and even has a similar height. A surge of unnamed anger ignited in Li Yin's heart, but he quickly suppressed it and smiled, saying, I have heard a little about it. A hint of discomfort flashed across Jiang Zioen's face. They chatted briefly, and Li Yin learned that there were only 3 people in Jiang Zioen's group, all graduate students from Huada. Although Jiang Zioen was 1 year ahead of Li Yin during undergraduate studies, he worked for 2 years before retaking the entrance exam, making him now 2 years junior to Li Yin. Do you want to go outside to smoke? Jiang Zioen suddenly invited Li Yin to go out while chatting halfway. Given how cold it is, Li Yin guessed that the other party should have something to say, just using it as an excuse. Li Yin said to wait a moment, then turned back to the sofa, put on a jacket, and came to the yard with Jiang Zioen. Min Qi, who had just been shoveling snow in the yard, was nowhere to be found, but the snow in the courtyard had been mostly cleared. However, many people came, leaving footprints all over the yard. Jiang Zioen handed a cigarette to Li Yin and pulled out a lighter, bringing it to his lips. Li Yin saw his natural movements, lowered his head to light the cigarette in the flame, and then pinched it between his fingers, tilting his head back to exhale white smoke. He looked very languid, his pale neck exposed to the air, his Adam's apple lightly moving, and under the reflection of the snow, his eyebrows and eyes stood out in stark contrast. Jiang Zioen was stunned for a moment before putting away the lighter. I did make a mistake in Professor Zhou's project back then, but it has nothing to do with the rumored academic misconduct. I didn't do such a thing. Li Yin understood that Jiang Zioen thought he was mentioning Teacher Zhou because he had heard some bad rumors, and therefore intentionally brought it up in front of his classmates. Jiang Zioen took the opportunity of smoking to come out and explain to him. I just heard others mention this matter, don't worry, I won't speak carelessly, Li Yin replied tactfully. Rumors are always overly exaggerated, so it's better for me, the person involved, to clarify. Jiang Zioen sighed. At that time, I did not promptly supplement the original sampling information, and this was indeed my oversight. But you know, this would not have a substantial impact on the results, so Teacher Zhou privately talked to me about it, and this matter just passed. Leaning against the wall, Jiang Zioen, feeling cold, tucked his hands into the pockets of his coat and said sadly, At that time, I had just broken up with my ex. He wanted to get back together, but I didn't agree. He then reported this matter to the project committee, and you know the outcome. I was persuaded to withdraw. Otherwise, I should have stayed at the university for a doctorate and not wasted 2 years. I'm still just a graduate student. Li Yin listened in silence and asked, Was your ex Zhao Ming? Zhao Ming, indeed, was the law student who had unsuccessfully pursued Min Qi. Yes, it's Zhao Ming, it seems you know him. Jiang Zioan looked at Li Yin and hesitated for a long time before saying, "Actually, there was something I should have told you at the beginning, but I was too preoccupied at that time, and we weren't familiar, so I really didn't know how to bring it up. I inadvertently found out that Zhao Ming has been collecting information about you and even took candid photos of you," Jiang Zioan said apologetically. "He explained to me that it was because his sister likes you, and that's why he was investigating you." Li Yin pinched her cigarette, her eyebrows slightly raised. "Sister, not a brother." At the beginning, when coaxing Min Qi to be a tutor, he said it was his younger brother who wanted to apply to the School of Law at Kedah. Jiang Zioan, who knows, he is full of lies, a paranoid madman. At that time I thought he was about to graduate, so he probably wouldn't be able to continue bothering you. "He really didn't bother me," Li Yin said with a dark face, because Zhao Ming's intended target for obsession was not him. The cold sunlight fell on the quiet village path, casting a hazy silver glow. The shade of trees and fields was covered with endless snow, thick as if it had snowed for several days. Min Qi was holding a bag, observing the sky with a somewhat serious expression, contemplating the possibility of this heavy snow turning into a snow disaster. The plastic bag in the crook of his arm made rustling sounds, containing the pumpkins sent by the villagers. He had helped the villagers repair the barn that was crushed by the heavy snow, working for a whole morning, and received his reward. Min Qi's gaze fell on the inn not far away, and a smile involuntarily appeared at the corners of his lips. From the front yard to the back kitchen, one needs to pass through a long corridor. After noon, the sky darkened, and the cold sunlight's afterglow could not penetrate this dim corridor. As a result, when Li Yin emerged from the back kitchen, her movements were silent and natural, almost blending into the shadows, yet her eyes were particularly bright in the dim light. Li Yin's gaze towards Min Qi was thin and sharp, carrying a sense of oppression, almost like an examination. Min Qi hesitantly stopped. The frost beneath his feet was crushed, making a barely noticeable sound. Li Yin crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe of the kitchen. "Where have you been?" "I helped the villagers fix a house." Min Qi stood in place, not moving closer. Li Yin looked at Min Qi, who, as always, showed no expression and did not make eye contact with him. "When I went out in the morning, I was still clean, but now that I'm back, not only are my knees dirty, but my sleeves are covered in dirt, and there's even a bit of dust on my chin." "What are you holding in your hand?" Li Yin asked again. Min Qi looked at him in confusion, as if just now realizing that Li Yin was not here with good intentions. He took the bag from his arm and held it in his arms. "It's the pumpkin the villagers gave me." Thinking about it, Min Qi said again, "Pumpkin pie, didn't you like it?" Li Yin's voice was not loud. "I don't like it now." Min Qi looked at the pumpkin in his arms and said nothing. Li Yin stood up straight, approaching Min Qi, but unexpectedly the other party kept retreating, avoiding him as if he were a fierce flood beast. "Stop!" Li Yin's voice was like snow falling under the moonlight, carrying a slight chill. "What are you hiding from?" Min Qi's brow was tightly knit. "I haven't changed my clothes yet." After a busy morning in the cattle shed, the smell on his body was undoubtedly unpleasant. However, Li Yin did not stop his footsteps. "After we finish chatting, you can change your clothes or take a shower as you wish." Min Qi actively met Li Yin's gaze. "What do you want to talk about?" With Jiang Zioan as a comparison, Li Yin realized more clearly that Min Qi had indeed grown much taller. Up close, he needed to slightly raise his eyes to look at this person. Min Qi placed the pumpkin next to him this time. He wasn't worried about Li Yin being too close, as, if it wasn't close enough, he leaned slightly, examining Li Yin's face at close range. "Achelo, are you angry?" Li Yin coldly said, "I said don't call me that." Min Qi ignored it. "You smiled at me this morning." "Li Yin, I haven't improved in any other skills, but my ability to make up stories has certainly gotten better." Min Qi, I wasn't making stuff up. When I gave you flowers, you smiled. Li Yin remained silent. Don't send me flowers anymore. Min Qi frowned tightly, seeming to think Li Yin was being unreasonable, even turning her face away. No. Li Yin was astonished. What? Are you afraid your lover will find out I'm pursuing you? Min Qi shoved the pumpkin into Li Yin's arms, the heavy weight nearly causing Li Yin to drop it. Min Qi raised her hand, her cold fingertip gently brushing against the skin below Li Yin's ear. Then you should treat me a little better, or I will definitely let him know. Li Yin, holding the heavy pumpkin, had yet to speak when, in the next moment, something completely unexpected happened. His earlobe throbbed with pain. He was bitten hard by Min Qi. The bite was severe. Li Yin even suspected he might be bleeding. He covered his ear and took a step back, looking at Min Qi in astonishment. Min Qi laughed recklessly, finally revealing a bit of the vitality that someone his age should have, even carrying a hint of provocation. Do you think he will know when he sees this? The ear first felt painful, then it started to burn fiercely. Min Qi bit hard, and when Li Yin raised his hand to touch it, it was swollen. Looking at Min Qi's smiling face, Li Yin took a deep breath to calm himself down. I have something to ask you. Min Qi looked at his earlobe, seeming quite satisfied with his work, and kept studying them. You ask. Did Zhao Ming ever pursue you back then? Li Yin asked while also observing Min Qi's expression. At the mention of that name, Min Qi's previously relaxed gaze turned focused and alert. Did he contact you? Min Qi's brows were tightly knit. After all these years, why would he look for you? Li Yin replied casually. What I'm asking is whether he pursued you back then. How can you be sure that the person he was looking for is me? Min Qi took the pumpkin from Li Yin's arms and walked towards the kitchen. Li Yin stepped back a few paces, leaned against the door frame, raised one long leg, pushed against the stone wall, and blocked Min Qi with his foot. He crossed his arms in front of his body, showing little emotion on his face, but his eyes held a cold, sharp light like snow, and he glanced at Min Qi from bottom to top. Aren't you going to answer me? Min Qi paused, his gaze falling on the leg blocking him, long, beautiful, with a powerful outline. He looked away. So many years have passed, and you suddenly bring up this person. Li Yin didn't want to beat around the bush anymore and went straight to the point. Someone told me that Zhao Ming not only stalked me but also secretly photographed me. Did he ever use me to threaten you? It really is simple to link the cause and effect. Zhao Ming pursued Min Qi but failed, chose to date Jiang Ziowen, and after breaking up, Zhao Ming retaliated by reporting Jiang Ziowen, resulting in her being kicked out of the project team. While Zhao Ming was covertly taking pictures of him, he and Min Qi had not yet started dating. Perhaps in Zhao Ming's eyes, he had already become a threat. It must be said that Zhao Ming's intuition was indeed not bad, because their relationship was quite ambiguous at that time. He was basically certain that Zhao Ming had threatened Min Qi with him. As for how Zhao Ming threatened him, it was probably by using Jiang Ziowen as an example, indicating that he has the ability to influence others' futures and prospects completely. Min Qi reached out to brush away the snow piled on the railing and sat down. Who told you that? Li Yin, you have been avoiding a direct answer. What are you afraid of? Afraid that I will discover what you did to Zhao Ming. Min Qi raised her face, looking somewhat bewildered and very innocent as she said, Tu Luo, what are you talking about? I don't understand. 4 hours ago. Li Yin finished a cigarette, went inside and got a cup of hot tea, and handed it to Jiang Ziowen, whose cheeks were red from the cold. Jiang Ziowen held the milk tea and thanked her with a smile, then recalled something. Later, Zhao Ming went to the bar to drink, and in the back alley he had his leg broken by someone. They didn't find the culprit, but he's offended so many people, it's hard to say who did it. Truly, evildoers have their retribution. Yeah, who did it? Li Yin put the cigarette butt into the metal cigarette case, closed it, making a crisp sound. And now, Li Yin was in a standoff with Min Qi in the corridor. Back then, Min Qi was so young. Before going to university, the farthest place she had been was just the market in the county town. Would such a well-behaved child do something like that? Min Qi was wearing a hat with a furry brim, the beige fur pressing down on his forehead, his young face looking both pure and clean. Forget it. Li Yin didn't intend to delve deeper and wasn't interested in who broke Zhao Ming's leg. What he really cared about was, why have you never told me about Zhao Ming threatening you? Min Qi's nose tip turned red, and as he opened his mouth, a cloud of white mist came out. Because I think I can handle it well, telling you would only trouble you. Li Yin said word by word, trouble me. He leaned on the railing, looking up at Li Yin. At first I told him I didn't like men, and he didn't believe me. Later, he seemed to find out that I liked you and kept trying to test me with vague remarks, like a fly, making me feel disgusted. Min Qi kicked the snow in the corridor. I haven't caught up with you yet, so I can't talk to you. What if you get scared? Li Yin was not drawn into his logic. So what about after we are together? He is still entangled with you. Why didn't you tell me? Min Qi's tone was low. After we are together, as long as we don't let others know, nothing will happen. But Achura, aren't you angry? Because I don't want to make it public. If you find that being with me will bring you so much trouble, and if Zhao Ming targets you like he targeted his ex-boyfriend, causing your studies to be affected, won't you regret it then? Min Qi clenched the armrest beneath him, the veins on the back of his hand visible. I don't want you to regret. The smooth and clean sky has turned gray again, I don't know when. The snow falls gently, swirling and drifting with the wind, landing in the corridor, silent and tranquil. No matter what Zhao Ming threatens you with, you should tell me, and well, face it together. What can you do alone? Break his leg or kill him with a knife? Li Yin said. Min Qi isn't saying anything again. When he's quiet, he always appears so detestable. Li Yin let out a long sigh, feeling quite weary as she said, anyway, the decisions you make never require my input. Besides, this was already 6 years ago. What else is there to say? It's coldest on snowy days when there's wind. Li Yin zipped her jacket all the way up and walked past Min Qi back to the inn. There were no footsteps chasing from behind, nor the voice he despised saying, Achu Luo. When it shouldn't be stubborn, Min Qi is always incredibly stubborn. Back in the room, Li Yin began to pack her luggage. They agreed to give up 2 rooms, and Li Yin let go of her own while Fang Lan shared a room with another girl. Fold the clothes neatly, zip up the suitcase, and Li Yin got up to draw back the heavy curtains. The daylight had completely darkened, the snow was getting heavier, and the world was forced to mute, leaving only the faint sound of snow. The heavy snow covered the cleared path in the yard and submerged the bouquet that had been left in front of the window. Dinner time was lively, with a dozen people split into 2 tables. The weather is too cold and everyone eagerly awaits, hoping to gain warmth from food. The boss and Min Qi brought in a large bucket. Today it is curry beef rice, accompanied by pumpkin cakes. The steaming cakes emit a sweet aroma in the warm yellow light. Before long, the bowl that held the cakes was empty, leaving only a layer of glistening oil at the bottom. When Li Yin wanted to grab a pancake, she only saw the bare bottom of the bowl and was momentarily speechless. Fang Lan sat beside him, coughing the entire time they were eating. Li Yin asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Do you have a cold?" Fang Lan shook his head and said, "It doesn't feel like that, it's just a dry cough. It should be because it's too dry here, and my pharyngitis has flared up." "Li Yin, if you catch a cold, come find me, I have medicine." Fang Lan, "Got it, senior brother, which room are you sleeping in tonight?" Li Yin, "Not sure yet, I might be in the same room as Liang Jai and the others." Fang Lan exclaimed, "You 3 big men are squeezing into 2 beds." Lin Jixao picked up the carrot she disliked and threw it into Liang Jai's bowl. Let's push the two beds together, and you sleep in the middle, senior brother. At that moment, Min Qi, who came over to help with the curry beef, said coldly, "Is it not tasty?" Lin Jixao replied awkwardly, "Of course not, I just haven't eaten carrots since I was a child." In this situation, being picky about food was not something to boast about, and Lin Jixao's voice became quieter and quieter in response. Min Qi looked seriously at Liang Jai and Lin Jai Zio. "You helped him eat carrots. What is your relationship?" Lin Jai Zio felt this question was strange and a bit confused. Liang Jai answered for him. "I have known Zio Lin since kindergarten. We are longtime friends." Liang Jai stuffed the carrot into his mouth. "He really doesn't eat this." Min Qi glanced at Li Yin vaguely, then turned to ask others if they wanted to add curry. After asking around, he finally sat down to eat. At this moment, Jiang Zioan walked over, holding a bundle of cola and cigarettes, placing them beside Li Yin. "Li Yin, thank you for letting us use the room. When we get back to Baikeng, I will definitely treat you to a meal." Min Qi had just picked up his chopsticks and hadn't had a chance to eat yet when he turned his head and looked Jiang Zioan up and down. "Who are you again?" Jiang Zioan looked at Min Qi and felt a glimmer of clarity in front of her. After a long while she said, "I'm from the inn next door. The water and electricity there have been cut off, so I can only come here to find a place to stay. My name is Jiang Zioan. Nice to meet you." Facing Jiang Zioan's outstretched hand, Min Qi shook it perfunctorily, then lowered his head to eat. Li Yin said, "You're too polite, just give me a Coke, no need for cigarettes." Jiang Zioan said, "I see you don't have many cigarettes left in your box, don't you like this brand?" Min Qi picked up the Coke in front of Li Yin, opened the cap, and the sound of bubbling was very loud. He tilted his head and drank most of the Coke before saying, "It was Tuxi who took you in. Aren't you grateful to Tuxi?" "Tuxi is the name of the boss." Jiang Zioan shrank his neck and stammered, I should thank you." Li Yin smiled at him reassuringly, proactively easing his embarrassment. "Have you moved all your luggage?" Jiang Zioan said, "Not yet. I was planning to get it in the afternoon, but it kept snowing, and there are still some bags I haven't brought over." Li Yin got up. "Just in time, I've finished eating. Let me help you move everything." Jiang Zioan's inn wasn't far, but the slippery road made it difficult to walk. Fortunately, they didn't have much luggage, so it would just take one trip to move everything. They just needed to be careful not to drop the instruments and equipment. 10 minutes of walking delayed them by half an hour. When they arrived at the inn, Li Yin was covered in snow from head to toe. The lobby had quieted down, and only the owner, Tuxi, sat behind the front desk. Li Yin's suitcase, which he had placed on the counter, was nowhere to be found. When Tuxi saw him, he grinned and revealed a mouthful of white teeth. "Min Qi took your luggage. He said you slept with him." Li Yin patted the snow on her body and said, "Who decided this?" Tuzai was still smiling foolishly and said, "It's Min Qi." Li Yin had no choice but to return to the house where she had escaped for a night and knocked on the door again. Footsteps came from inside and Min Qi opened the door, calmly scrutinizing Li Yin for a while before saying, "You're back so soon. Why didn't you go to his room to drink cola? Don't you like that brand?" As soon as the door was opened, besides the sarcastic remarks from Min Qi, Li Yin also felt a wave of warmth rushing towards her. This kind of warmth was a temptation for someone who had just endured the wind and snow. "Didn't you take the cola?" Li Yin casually replied, "What about my luggage?" Min Qi stepped aside, allowing Li Yin to enter the room. Li Yin quickly noticed the additional equipment in the room, a small space heater quietly standing on the desk, with the glowing orange wires constantly supplying heat. The wall tapestry, originally used for decoration, was also taken down by Min Qi and fixed at the window as a second layer for protection, serving to keep out the cold. One must say that Min Qi is indeed professional. managing to create a suitable environment under limited conditions. Li Yin's luggage was placed against the wall, and as he walked over, he couldn't help but glance at the bed. The bed was arranged warmly and comfortably, with a cup of milk on the bedside giving off steaming heat. Everything seems to be meticulously designed, a trap to ensnare Li Yin. The door behind him was shut, and Li Yin became alert, only to see Min Qi blocking the gap at the bottom of the door with his luggage, a black hiking backpack. Li Yin pulled out the handle of the suitcase. "What are you doing?" Min Qi straightened up. "Did I not tell you? You're sleeping with me tonight." Li Yin calmly said, "I did not agree." Min Qi walked to the bathroom, ignoring him. "Hurry up and take a shower. I've already used the bathroom and warmed it up for you. We have to do it before the steam dissipates." Li Yin didn't move or respond, and the steam in the bathroom was dissipating, an invisible stalemate intensifying. Min Qi kept pressing the bathroom light switch, once, twice, 3 times, dark, bright, dark. In the end, his face sank into the shadow, swallowed by dense darkness. "Achura," Min Qi said softly, "I just want you to sleep well and wake up comfortable. I want you to eat well at every meal and not go hungry. I want to take you anywhere you want to go without getting hurt." Snap! The light turned on. Min Qi's eyelashes drooped, the dim shadow. "I didn't mean to make you unhappy." Li Yin's fingertips trembled slightly, then tightened, remaining silent as always. Min Qi waited for a moment, slowly turned around and picked up the backpack to place it against the wall. "Finish the milk before we leave. I added honey, it's very sweet." After finishing, Min Qi walked towards the little son. "Take this with you too. Remember to set the timer. Don't leave it on all night. It could easily catch fire." Min Qi turned off the appliances, unplugged them, and was ready to help take them upstairs. However, behind her came the sound of a suitcase being laid down and the chain being unlocked. Li Yin rummaged through her suitcase to find her pajamas and bath towel, bypassed Min Qi, and walked into the bathroom. While taking off her clothes in the bathroom, Li Yin saw the earrings that had been placed on the wash basin, resting on a piece of paper. Under the warm light, the turquoise displayed a hue close to olive green. But what truly caught Li Yin's attention was the irregular translucent round stone on the earring, which had a hint of orange-pink inside. Li Yin picked up the earring and looked at it for a while before putting it back down. She turned on the hot water switch. The buzzing sound was loud, like the pipes letting out a sigh, and streams of hot water cascaded down, washing over her cold skin and dispelling the chill. Li Yin recalled a club activity at Triangle Olive before she started dating Min Qi. The activity was scheduled at Songxi Ridge, a 3-hour drive from North City, which is a not fully developed nature reserve known for its tranquil forests and babbling streams. The entrance to Songxi Ridge is a gravel path, bordered by poplar and white elms. As you walk deeper in, the view opens up to a huge lake ahead. Birds skimmed over the water's surface and the reeds swayed in the wind. The members of Triangle Olive set up tents by the lake and cheerfully started a barbecue. They planned to camp here overnight and were in no hurry to explore the entire Songxi Ridge. When Li Yin found that Min Qi was missing, he decided to explore on his own, while also looking for the disobedient member. Following the lake deeper in, he crossed a grassy slope. It had rained just the night before, and the ground was soaked with water, vivid and lively green. A stream meandered down the grassy slope. Li Yin walked slowly to the stream's edge and suddenly felt something was off out of the corner of his eye. He turned to look and indeed found Min Qi up in a tree. The dense branches and leaves served as a natural concealment tool. Min Qi was leaning against a thick horizontal branch, curled up and sleeping soundly. The mottled shadows filtered through the branches and leaves onto him, dyeing his white shirt a golden hue. One of his legs was bent, while the other hung relaxed in the air. Li Yin stood not far from the tree, just a few steps away. Yet the scene in front of her felt like an entirely different world, silent and beautiful. Min Qi was probably the only person he knew who would fall asleep in a tree. His cheeks were flushed from the sunlight, and when he realized he had been staring at this scene for too long, he only felt a bit dizzy, with his heart racing fast. He didn't wake up Min Qi, not knowing what was on his mind, probably not wanting to disturb a beautiful dream. Returning to the stream, Li Yin was lost in thought. The plants that used to quickly catch his eye now failed to hold his attention. He crouched down and dipped his hand into the cold stream, the spring water pouring into his burning palm. The colorful stones at the bottom of the water sparkled like jewels under the reflection of the stream and sunlight. A sound of rustling branches came from behind, and Li Yin turned around to find Min Qi awake. Sitting in the tree, Min Qi slowly blinked, gradually waking up, and his legs hanging in the air swayed slightly. "Senior, what are you doing here?" Li Yin was picking out her favorite stones at the bottom of the stream. "Just wandering around. Why didn't you join everyone in setting up the tent?" The branches and leaves were shaking even more vigorously, and then he heard the sound of something landing. When he turned around, Min Qi had already landed lightly on the ground. It was unclear how he was so agile and unafraid of a height close to a floor above. Could it be that children raised in the mountains and forests have superior athletic talent? "Because I'm bored," Min Qi said, raising both hands high, stretching lazily, and replied leisurely. Li Yin looked at a handful of stones in her palm, picking and choosing, leaving behind a transparent stone the size of a glass bead, which was infused with a light orange color. Min Qi seemed to always be wearing various kinds of accessories, and every time she walked, she always made a showy sound. He squatted down beside Li Yin. "This stone is so beautiful, can you give it to me, senior?" Li Yin carefully examined the stone under the sunlight, one eye partially closed. "Why are you giving this to me?" Min Qi was momentarily stunned by the question, then laughed. "Because I really like it, can I trade you something for it?" Saying this, Min Qi took off the ring from her hand. "How about this?" Li Yin glanced at it. "Not enough." Min Qi took off the bracelet. "How about this?" Li Yin said slowly, "It's still not enough." Min Qi didn't think it was a bit excessive for Li Yin to want the stone he picked up in exchange for all his possessions. What else does the senior want? Li Yin took Min Qi's ring and bracelet, putting the stone into his palm. "Let's keep it for now, and I'll tell you when I think of something." Min Qi held the stone and winked at Li Yin with a smile. "Senior gave me the sunset." In that moment, everything was silent, with clouds and redness filling the sky. A ring and a bracelet completely captivated Li Yin, yet it was still not enough. But at that time, Min Qi was more dazzling than the golden sunset. The sound of water stopped, and in the humid bathroom, Li Yin was wiping the water droplets off his cheeks, his gaze falling back on that earring. Is it the stone he picked up on Songxi Ridge? Uncertain. Perhaps it just looks similar. Beautiful stones are always quite alike. Li Yin put on her pajamas and walked out of the bathroom. A large lump had already formed on the bed. Min Qi's figure was much larger than before, which was clear again. It felt like the bed was occupied more than half, and it would be better to squeeze in between Liang Jai and Lin Zhai Zio. Min Qi on the bed heard the moist footsteps approaching slowly. The mattress sagged, and Li Yin sat on the other side of the bed. A faint scent lingered in the air, the fragrance of shower gel remaining on her skin. Min Qi turned over and happened to see Li Yin sitting sideways on the bed. After bathing, Li Yin's skin was whiter, with his earlobes, neck, and finger joints all showing a hint of red. He was absent-mindedly wiping his wet hair with a towel. Then he raised his hand to pick up the glass on the bedside and drank the milk. His Adam's apple moved up and down, and the swallowing sound was very refined. In the quiet night, it was quite clear. After finishing the milk, he unconsciously licked away the milk stains from the corners of his lips. Li Yin put down the cup, stood up, and the light and shadow passed through his silk pajamas, faintly revealing the outline of his body. He went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face, hung up the towel, and when he came out of the bathroom, he saw Min Qi, who had just been in bed, sitting up and holding his nose. Li Yin frowned. "What's wrong with you?" "It's a bit much." After saying this, Min Qi stood up, walked past Li Yin into the bathroom, and casually closed the door. Li Yin knocked on the door. "Isn't the heater set too high? Should I turn it down a bit?" Through the door, Min Qi's voice sounded muffled. "No need, it's like this after staying in the plateau for a long time." Min Qi came out of the bathroom and saw Li Yin already lying down, covered tightly with the quilt, only her hair exposed. "Aren't you suffocated with the quilt like that?" Min Qi asked. Li Yin poked her pair of pitch-black eyes out from the quilt. "It's fine." Min Qi asked worriedly, "Do you feel cold?" Li Yin shook her head. "Not cold, it's even a bit hot." Min Qi, "Then why are you wrapped up so tightly?" Li Yin tugged the blanket down again, exposing her entire face. Li Yin had well-defined features, perfect bone structure, and the only mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of charm to her expression. "He is always cold and distant towards Min Qi." At that moment, with his upright yet indifferent face, he said calmly, "I'm afraid you'll get angry." Li Yin closed her eyes, her breathing steady, neither tense nor anxious, nor alert and guarded, as if the person about to lie down was not her ex-boyfriend, but just a somewhat unfamiliar college classmate. Although her eyes were closed, Li Yin did not fall asleep immediately. After 2 days of continuous heavy snow, seeing no hope of going up the mountain, the progress of the wild collection project is difficult, costs are rising, and low temperatures may easily damage the equipment. Worse still, after the snow covers the vegetation, the target plants and ecological samples may be buried or destroyed. Observational variable abnormalities, declining sample quality, representative bias, and other worries haunt my mind. Compared to that, sharing a bed with Min Qi has become trivial. Snap, the lights went out and the room fell into darkness. Min Qi lay down, the two men over 6 feet tall inevitably crowded together, their shoulders and arms touching. His body temperature was very high, warmth spreading from the contact points on his skin, growing increasingly warm. There was a pleasant wooden scent in the blanket, a trace left by the incense used in the worship of Jayamuli, which had gradually permeated Min Qi's skin over the years. He thought he would be sleepless, but when he woke up the next day, he didn't even know when he fell asleep. Li Yin looked down. The blanket had already slid off for most of the way, yet he felt no chill at all. He didn't know how Min Qi managed to sleep, to be able to sleep in his arms. The man's forehead rested against his neck, his warm and prolonged breath against him, rhythmically hitting his chest. Li Yin tried to turn over to create some distance, but his thigh accidentally brushed against it, which jumped slightly, waking up even earlier than its owner, full of vitality, and pressing firmly against Li Yin's leg with considerable heat through the sleep pants. The morning light was dim. Li Yin stole a glance at the inside of the quilt. Before falling asleep, Min Qi was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt, but at this moment her upper body was bare, and a hazy light cast shadows over her beautiful, youthful body. Below the gray sweatpants, the contours were clearly defined, magnified in proportion to her figure, yet disregarding the harmonious laws of nature, becoming an existence that ordinary people find hard to bear. Li Yin tried to curl her legs up, distancing herself from the terrifying things, but instead, her legs moved away while her abdomen was pushed forward, causing her stomach to indent inward. Min Qi's eyelashes trembled, as if she was about to wake up, and her breathing, which struck her chest, became chaotic and rapid. Her brow was tightly knit, and her thin lips were slightly pursed, resembling a pure and innocent victim, still dreaming while leaving people captivated. Li Yin closed his eyes. He's a man, so he couldn't remain indifferent. It was just that the person involved was really inappropriate. Gritting his teeth, he rolled over and sat up, startling the other person awake. Min Qi drowsily opened his eyes, turned over and pressed his arm against his forehead. What's wrong? Li Yin adjusted the nightgown around his abdomen, trying to shake off the strange feeling. Where are your clothes? Min Qi's voice was muffled and sticky. It's hot, take it off. Li Yin entered the bathroom without looking back, turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on her burning cheeks. The heat stored in her body overnight was thoroughly robbed by the cold water vapor, and those instinctive reactions gradually subsided. After finishing her wash in the bathroom, Li Yin came out to find Min Qi leaning against the headboard drinking water, gulping it down quickly and urgently. He raised his hand to wipe the droplets of water dripping down to his chin, lifted his eyelids, and met Li Yin's gaze. The room was very dark, like the sky at dawn and dusk, subtle and blurred, with intertwined gazes converging midair, and no one avoided them. Min Qi supported herself with one hand on the bed, her right leg bent in a relaxed posture, which made her boldness and prominence even more striking, as her blood surged. Li Yin withdrew her gaze and found Min Qi's wrinkled shirt at the foot of the bed. Aren't you cold? Not cold. Min Qi's voice was very lazy, just overheated. Li Yin, is this issue unable to be passed? Just as Min Qi entered the bathroom, Li Yin lifted the heavy wall tapestry and drew back the curtains. Outside the window, the vast expanse was pure white, like an endless wilderness, desolate and silent. Utterly bad news. Li Yin changed into her outdoor clothes, left the room, and the corridor seemed to be frozen. The whole inn felt gray and cold. The curtain was lifted, revealing Tuxi, who was wearing a green military coat. He was puffing out cold air and carrying a pot of just boiled tea. Li, classmate, you're awake. How did you sleep with Min Qi? He didn't disturb you, did he? Li was suspicious that Tuxi had skipped quite a few Chinese classes back then, which is why his ability to organize language now is so poor. Pretty good, Li replied. How's the situation outside? Tuxi wore a worried expression. The snow is too heavy, I don't know either. We need to wait for Min Qi to wake up and let him go out to take a look. Li Yin scheduled a group meeting in the chat last night, set in Liang Jai and Lin Zhai Zio's room. The meeting lasted only 30 minutes and ended early, as Fang Lan was not feeling well. Her face was pale, and she kept coughing intermittently. After Li Yin had her take cold medicine, she advised her to rest well. Given the weather, they shouldn't think about going anywhere else. Leaving Liangji's room, Li Yin climbed to the third floor to prepare to observe the village's road conditions from a high vantage point. In the brief moment when the wind and snow paused, the entire village was covered in deep snow, rendering it utterly silent. The time is already 10:15 in the morning. In the past, during this time period, the village would have been bustling with noise. Now, even the sounds of chickens are absent. The mountain wind howled as a figure appeared at the entrance of the inn's alley. The person rode on a brown Highland horse, lowering their head, the hood concealing their face. They wore a wide winter robe in the style of the Taya tribe, fastened tightly with a thick leather belt. The black robe billowed in the cold wind, and the mountain patterns embroidered with golden thread shimmered in the light. This scene was truly surreal, not belonging to the modern world that Li Yin was familiar with, reminiscent of a more distant existence, symbols of the Taya tribe from the passage of time through wind and snow. Seeing that the other party had stopped their horse at the inn's entrance, Li Yin descended the stairs and entered the courtyard. The sky and earth are vast and bright, cold and desolate. The snowy ground sparkles with delicate points of light. The air is cold and humid, and breathing causes a slight sting in the nose and cheeks. Tuxi stands in the middle of the red wooden door, turning his body to talk to the person outside. Li Yin slowly walked over the snow. From half a courtyard away, he clearly saw the rider's eyes. The face under the hood, covered by a windproof mask made of thin leather, had recognizable blue eyes. Among the people Li Yin knew, only Min Qi had such eyes. The wind and snow swept by, and they exchanged glances across this snow-covered world. Li Yin lifted his halted steps again, trudging through mountains and rivers. He slowly made his way to the courtyard gate. The road was not completely solid snow. Some parts had formed ice and were very slippery. Finally stabilizing his body, Li Yin supported himself against the door and asked, "Where did the horse come from?" Tusi proudly introduced, "My old partner has won many awards and is very beautiful." Min Qi bent down, gently stroking the horse's mane. "Indeed, it is very well behaved." No wonder Tusi said earlier to let Min Qi go out and take a look. Li Yin thought Tusi believed that Min Qi, as a guide on the snow mountain, had legs that were more durable than ordinary people, but it turns out he had a horse to help Min Qi travel. Min Qi grabbed the reins and nimbly dismounted. The snow has blocked the mountain road. The only stone bridge at the village entrance has been buried, and the situation over by the signal tower is not looking good either. Wearing a mask, his voice was not very clear. Li Yin looked at Min Qi slowly, even carefully examining Min Qi's high boots that reached her calves, seemingly very interested in the attire of the Tui people. Min Qi felt it and took off the mask. "What's wrong?" Li Yin took a deep breath. "It seems there's a serious problem with the signal tower. The phone can barely receive any signal. Does the village have a landline?" Tu Zai replied, "There's one over there at the convenience store. I'll have Min Qi take you there on horseback later." Min Qi turned to Tu Zai and said, "I've brought the treasure back." Li Yin raised her eyebrows slightly, looking at the back of Min Qi. If she wasn't mistaken earlier, Min Qi came back alone. "Who is the treasure and where is it?" Tu Zai said excitedly, "The treasure has arrived." After finishing, Tuxi immediately turned around and hurried towards the backyard. As soon as Tuxi left, Min Qi lifted his hood and stepped towards Li Yin. "What were you looking at just now?" Li Yin felt that his exposed hand was really cold, so he withdrew it and shoved it into his pocket. "I've never seen clothes from the Tui clan. I'm curious." "Is it pretty?" Min Qi said softly, taking another step closer to Li Yin, gently tapping the tip of Li Yin's shoe with his leather boot. "A Chilyu thinks, is it better looking at 18 or now?" Li Yin looked at Min Qi in disbelief. "Are you comparing yourself to yourself?" Min Qi slightly nodded, her earring swaying gently by her cheek, the transparent orange-pink stone very eye-catching. "Is that not allowed?" Li Yin countered with a question, "Who is the treasure?" This question seems to have nothing funny about it. Min Qi brushed the snow off his shoulders and chuckled softly, neither answering nor continuing to ask Li Yin which phase of him she actually liked. Min Qi stepped back a few paces, re-gripped the reins and aimed to lead the horse into the yard. At first the horse was unwilling, looking quite temperamental after being spoiled by Tu Zai, requiring Min Qi to coax it gently. When Min Qi spoke about Tu Yiyu, his tone would be softer and lower, like whispers between lovers. He took a piece of candy out from his coat. The weather was too cold and the candy wrapper was frozen stiff. He took off his gloves, unwrapped the candy, and held it up to the horse's mouth. The horse ate the candy and was finally satisfied, its tongue reluctantly curling around Min Qi's fingertip, snorting hot breath, lowering its status to raise its hooves and step into the front yard. Li Yin watched from the side, took out a tissue from his pocket and handed it over. "Wipe your hands." After a simple wipe, Min Qi introduced. "His name is Luo Bai, just turned 5. Usually Tu Zai keeps him at the high mountain pasture where the grassland is vast and more free." "Is Luo Bai male or female?" Li Yin casually asked. Min Qi, "It's a male." "Li Yin, it's time to find it a girlfriend." Min Qi rubbed the corner of Luo Bai's ear and looked at its moist eyes. "This depends on whether Tu Zai has any plans." "Li Yin, do you like it very much?" Min Qi nodded. "I like it." "Then why don't you raise one yourself?" Li Yin asked. The two arrived at the backyard on a horse, and Li Yin discovered that there was actually a small stable in the inn. The stable was built very solidly. Although the roof was covered with snow, the hay inside was neatly stacked, looking very warm. Min Ki gently stroked the horse's neck and tied the reins to a wooden post. Many times, just liking something is not enough to get what you want, no matter how much you wish to have it. Snow occasionally slid off the roof. The sound of it landing was very soft, swallowed by the thick, soft snow, which also muffled Li Yin's voice. Is that so? Min Ki pulled a carrot from the small pouch at his waist and handed it to the horse's mouth. His freshly cleaned hands were once again made wet by its licking. He brought a bucket of warm water and carefully poured it into the trough. As Luo Bai bent down to drink, he began to check if the blanket on its back was snugly covered, meticulously as if treating his beloved pony, even though this horse did not belong to him. At that moment, a rapid ringing of bells sounded from behind, accompanied by Tusi's panicked cries. Li Yin turned around and was stunned when he saw the scene before him. A sheep ran out of the kitchen, wrapped in a brightly colored and intricately patterned shawl, with a red string around its neck, and silver bells swinging violently on the string. What surprised Li Yin was that the sheep was also holding a chicken in its mouth. When did sheep become carnivorous? Min Ki reacted quickly. He rushed forward, caught the sheep by its two horns in the center of the yard, and used his foot to knock it down, pressing the sheep into the snow, causing the chicken to fly out as well. The rushing Tuxi called out even more miserably, "Baby!" Li Yin. So the baby is a sheep. This sheep named Baby is completely snow white, with fur as soft and fluffy as clouds, extremely long eyelashes and golden eyes. It is considered very beautiful and clean according to human aesthetics. The little lamb is like a pet, wearing a bright little outfit. Tuxi pounced and pushed Min Ki's hand hard. Min Ki didn't let go. His cold gaze swept over the poorly shaped chicken on the ground. It can't be eaten anymore. Tuxi said with a guilty look on his face, "If we wash it, it can still be eaten." Min Ki exerted force and the precious item cried out painfully. Tu Zai quickly turned to Li Yin and said, "Li classmate, come help me." Li Yin hurriedly stepped forward, looking at the chicken that had been bitten to shreds, and said reluctantly, "It can indeed be eaten after washing." Min Ki remained still, gripping the goat's hand, which had turned red from the cold snow on the ground. The goat cried out too pitifully, and with Tu Zai pleading beside her, Li Yin couldn't help but say sternly, "Min Ki, let go." Min Ki looked at Li Yin and slowly let go of his hand. The baby suddenly flipped over and quickly rushed out of the backyard. Min Ki also got up, bent down to pick up the chicken, brushed off the snow on its body, and went straight to the kitchen. Tu Zai sighed, neither chasing the sheep nor daring to go to the kitchen, and could only rub his face and say to Li Yin, "It's all my fault for not keeping an eye on the baby." Li Yin comforted him, saying, "It's okay." Tu Zai said with a worried face, "It does have connections. In such heavy snow, no one's willing to sell chicken." Min Ki chopped firewood for the village head for a long time and even helped his grandson with homework just to exchange for a chicken. In such extreme weather, it's indeed difficult to bring back a chicken. No wonder Min Ki's eyes had a hint of grievance when he looked at him just now. Tu Zai continued, "Amin said your health isn't good. Chicken soup is very nourishing." Li Yin patted the snow on his knees. "I've almost recovered from my cold. It's all right if I can't drink chicken soup." This is his intention. It matters and is important. Li Yin looked thoughtfully at Tuxi, unsure if this simple Tui clan boss had noticed the true relationship between him and Min Ki. What is his intention? Tuxi's gaze was wandering and he answered evasively, "You have a good relationship." "Li Yin, did Min Ki tell you?" Tu Zai grinned and said, "No, but I heard a Min calling you a Tu Luo." Li Yin was momentarily startled. What does a Tu Luo mean? Tu Zai scratched his head. "Hey, this is a term from our Tuyi tribe. It refers to the first star on the snowy mountains." He gestured excitedly. Well, it's the one that appears first and shines brightest after it gets dark at night for our Tuyi tribe. Perhaps due to an overwhelming vocabulary, Tuxi paused for a long time before continuing. It is very high, a very special existence. You are his Achila. A large clump of snow suddenly fell from the eaves, scattering snow flurries everywhere like exploding waves or snow stars descending from the sky, leaving people flustered and at a loss. Tuxi saw Li Yin's eyes widen, unsure if it was from being scared by the snow or by the words. Li Yin hesitated several times to speak. Gradually, a flush appeared on her cheeks. So, you knew what he was calling me from the beginning. Looking at his expression, Tuzai also became a bit shy. Li Yin. In the kitchen, the fire in the stove burned fiercely, and thick smoke billowed from the pot. Min Qi stood in front of the chopping board, skillfully and accurately trimming away the parts bitten by the sheep with a chef's knife. Min Qi's winter robe was indeed good-looking, but it was obviously inappropriate for cooking. The frayed hem and heavy embroidery got blackened as they brushed against the stove. Soon, Min Qi noticed it and washed his hands with cold water before bending down to pat the dirt off his clothes. His face didn't have much expression to begin with, and now he looked even more upset. "Let me do it." Li Yin walked over, ready to take the kitchen knife from Min Qi. Min Qi raised his hand and refused. "You wouldn't know how." After speaking, Min Qi's gaze lingered on Li Yin's face, puzzled. "Is your face frostbitten? It's so red." Li Yin replied calmly, "Maybe." Min Qi put down the kitchen knife and carefully washed her hands with soap, while Li Yin sat beside and watched, noticing that Min Qi's hand-washing method was quite interesting, earnestly like a surgeon preparing for surgery, disinfecting her hands. After washing his hands, Min Qi picked up a brown jar from the overflowing spice container and walked in front of Li Yin. He poured the contents of the jar into his palm, rubbed it vigorously to warm it up and dissolve it, and then dabbed it onto Li Yin's face. Li Yin smelled a familiar buttery scent. "Is this ghee?" "Yes, it can treat frostbite," Min Qi said. Li Yin hesitated and said, "I'll handle it myself." Min Qi said in a low voice, "Don't move." He carefully applied butter to the reddened area on Li Yin's cheek. "It doesn't seem like frostbite. Do you feel any pain?" Min Qi turned his back, using the back of his hand to touch Li Yin's forehead. "Do you have a fever?" "No," Li Yin's speech quickened. "I'm fine now, but Fang Lan has a cold." Min Qi didn't care much and said, "It's normal for her to be sick since the temperature dropped so quickly. She just needs to rest for a few days." "Li Yin, I want to make her some porridge to drink." Min Qi put the jar in her hand back in place. "This isn't a cafeteria. You can't just have whatever you want." "Li Yin, I can make porridge. Can you spare me some chicken? I plan to make shredded chicken porridge for Fang Lan." The sound of the jar falling on the stove was loud, and Min Qi's tone was strange. "When did you learn to cook?" "When I was in graduate school." Li Yin walked over, picked up the kitchen knife, and skillfully sliced off the chicken breast. His technique was proficient, clearly not a novice. Min Qi looked at his hand holding the knife, becoming increasingly dissatisfied. Li Yin was slicing ginger when Min Qi surprised her by reaching out to grab the knife, causing her to jump and raise her voice. "What are you doing?" Min Qi, filled with emotion, pushed Li Yin away from the cutting board. "The stove is different from the gas stove. I'll do it." Li shook the water droplets off her hand. "Isn't it forbidden to place an order?" The firelight reflected on Min Qi's profile, highlighting her high nose bridge and superior features. However, this beautiful face was filled with stubbornness at this moment, and she was quite hard-headed. "It's officially open now." Seeing that Li Yin had no intention of leaving for the time being, Min Qi pulled out a small wooden stool from the corner and emphasized, "I made this." Li Yin touched the smooth surface of the stool, noticing the polishing marks, and said smoothly, "Not bad craftsmanship. How long did you study it?" Min Qi smiled slightly. "A few days, I guess." Li Yin sat with her legs straightened. That's impressive. Min Qi's brows relaxed, completely unrecognizable from just a moment ago when she was reluctant to cook the porridge. It's okay. The porridge water boiled, fragrant and filled the air, the atmosphere quiet and peaceful. Just then Li Yin spoke up. The stars on the snowy peak, the first star shining brightly. Li leaned on one hand, watching as Min Qi's hand trembled while adding salt to the porridge, causing the entire spoon to fall in and splatter the porridge everywhere. He spoke slowly, like reciting poetry, word by word. It is a lofty existence, unreachable, a tu luo. Can I give you a name from the picture clan? When he said this, Min Qi was sitting in the passenger seat, playing with the stone he got from Li Yin. Li Yin was holding the steering wheel, looking straight ahead. All right. The black shadows of trees outside the car window were constantly retreating, and the city's night was murky, with no stars in sight. Min Qi turned his head, and the light from the street lamp shone through the car window, casting light and shadow on Li Yin's profile. What does Achila mean? Li remembered that last time Min Qi was drunk at the bar, holding his hand, and asked those 3 words. What does Achila mean? Min Qi did not answer. The navigation voice gently prompts turn left ahead. Lin Kaiokiao leaned over the chair and asked, Li Yin, how long until we get to your house? Li Yin glanced at the navigation and replied, 15 minutes. Originally, the Triangle Olive event was supposed to camp overnight at Songsaling, but Li Yin discovered traces of large wild animals while exploring nearby. After discussing with Lin Kaiokiao, they decided to evacuate directly. The other 2 members of the Triangle Olive, one of whom lives nearby, have decided to leave together. Lin Kaiokiao and Min Qi were taken back to Li Yin's home. Li Yin's house is located outside the 3 rings of the northern city and is a standalone building with a yard. The front yard has a small parking space, and a stone-paved path leads to the front door. The backyard is a carefully tended garden with lush shrubs and flowering plants, and a corner left for growing vegetables. Only Li Yin was at home when she saw Lin Kaiokiao. Not knowing what misunderstanding had occurred, she smiled broadly and pulled Lin Kaiokiao into a chat after dinner. Seeing the 2 women chatting enthusiastically and unable to interject, Li Yin said to Min Qi, "Let's go, do me a favor." Since Min Qi came to his house, he has been taciturn. Upon hearing this, he listened obediently and got up to follow Li Yin to the guest room on the 2nd floor. The guest room is seldom occupied, and new bedding needs to be replaced. Li Yin took out the bed sheet from the cabinet and asked Min Qi to hold the other 2 corners, spreading it flat on the mattress. "My house doesn't have many rooms, you'll sleep with me tonight." Min Qi loosened his grip and the bed sheet slipped out of place. "Your house looks quite big." Li Yin, "Yeah, but there aren't many rooms. One more is a study. You can't possibly sleep in the study, right?" Min Qi pressed down on a corner of the turned bed sheet, smoothing it out and tucking it under the mattress. "I can do it all." Li Yin shot him a glance. "Do you want to sleep in the study?" Min Qi put the pillow cover on, patted it a few times to make it fluffy. "Sure." It seemed that he would rather sleep in the study than share the bed with Li Yin, which almost made her laugh in anger. "You can sleep with me, I don't mind." Li Yin snatched the pillow from Min Qi's hand and casually tossed it to the head of the bed. "But I mind." Min Qi looked at the pink bed sheets and the quilt cover with bows, clearly indicating that these were girls' bedding. Even on the 2nd floor, one could hear Li Yin's mother laughing at Lin Kaiokiao's jokes. Min Qi listened quietly for a while before saying, "Don't you know, I like you." Although both of them knew that Min Qi liked him, she had never said the 3 words, "I like you." Caught off guard by the confession, Li Yin's reaction was very obvious. He subconsciously averted his gaze and his face felt a bit numb, not daring to look at Min Qi's face. "The sofa in the study can actually be used for sleeping. I often sleep there," Li Yin said, but it might be a bit chilly at night, so I'll get you an extra blanket. Min Ki said in a low voice, okay. As night fell, except for a few solar-powered lamps in the garden that were still lit, everyone else had gone to rest. Li Yin lay in bed, always feeling that he couldn't sleep soundly. Although he often took naps on the sofa in the study, it was never comfortable enough to spend the night. Min Ki is a guest, so how can he let a guest sleep on the sofa? If his mother found out the next day, she would definitely have something to say to him. Li Yin can't explain to her mom that Min Ki has a crush on him. If he forces her to sleep with him, it would be like a scumbag with no sense of boundaries, ignoring others' feelings. The clock on the bedside moves second by second, and I never realized how noisy it was before. Li Yin turned over and sat up, suddenly remembering that there was no mosquito repellent in the study. A standalone house has this downside. There are many plants outside, so there are also a lot of mosquitoes in the summer. He took out the mosquito repellent and knocked on the door of the study. The door was not closed, so it opened with a single knock. The study was empty, and the blanket that Li Yin had brought over was neatly folded on the sofa. Li Yin went to the third floor, but he could not find anyone on the first floor. He quickly returned to his room and was just about to call Min Ki when he suddenly realized something. He walked from the bedroom to the balcony and looked down from the second floor, right into the garden. The small garden lights emitted a soft glow, illuminating the trellis and the wooden bench beside it, as well as the person sitting on the bench. The bench in the courtyard is the place Li Yin likes the most. He often sits there reading or stargazing at night. Most of the flowers in the courtyard have bloomed, their fragrance is strong, and a bluish moonlight falls onto the flower bed. The night wind flutters the boy's shirt as he leans against the back of the chair, locking eyes with Li Yin, who stands on the balcony. The white curtain of the floor-to-ceiling window is lifted by the wind, obscuring half of Li Yin and blocking his view. When the curtain falls again, Min Ki has already walked to the center of the garden, looking up at him. Li Yin leaned on the railing, dialing a number on her phone. In the garden, Min Ki took out his phone and put it to his ear. He looked up at the people in the upper floor. They were clearly within his line of sight, yet seemed so distant. "What are you doing in the yard?" Li Yin's voice came through the microphone, sounding somewhat distorted. "Min Ki, I can't sleep, so I came out to sit for a while." Li Yin rhythmically tapped on the railing. "Why can't you sleep?" Min Ki seemed to smile. In the dim night, Li Yin couldn't see clearly. A boy's clear voice came through the receiver, clean and direct. "I'm thinking of you." Li Yin raised an eyebrow. "You come up." "Min Ki, I won't share a room with you." Li Yin slightly leaned over, resting half of her body on the railing, with one hand relaxed and dangling, touching a soft flower. It was a hibiscus planted on the first floor, which finally bloomed beside Li Yin after a long winter. "I didn't ask you to come to my room, go to the study," Li Yin said. The study was simply furnished, with a bookshelf and computer, a sofa, and a piano. Children like them should learn one or two musical instruments from an early age. It seems that without learning an instrument or having a hobby, their childhood is lacking. When Min Ki pushed open the study door, Li Yin was sitting at the piano with his back to him. "It's so late, playing the piano might disturb Auntie." For some reason, Li Yin felt that Min Ki's voice was somewhat tense. He supported the piano lid and turned around. "Don't worry, this piano can be silenced." After Min Ki put on the headphones, Li Yin opened the piano lid and smoothly tried a few notes on the keys with his right hand. His fingers were long and slender, with round and plump nails that glimmered slightly in the light. The melody revealed under his beautiful fingertips was less like a standard piece and more like casually woven improvisational notes. Min Ki wore a single earphone. One side had smooth piano sounds, while the other side was filled with the mechanical sound of keys being struck. Li Yin sat in a somewhat improper posture on the piano bench, even barefoot on the pedals. He was slightly hunched over, his forehead hair gently swaying with the rhythm of his hands playing, making him look relaxed and casual. The gradually formed melody was very moving, like a silent and empty garden, with the moonlight entwining, the night breeze flowing, telling a story that only they could understand. "What is this piece called?" Min Qi's voice was somewhat hesitant, as if worried about disturbing the tranquility of the moment. Li Yin's fingers continued to glide over the piano keys. "It has no name, do you want to give it one?" Min Qi, holding a pillow, half reclined on the sofa. "Achulyu, are you trying to lull me to sleep?" Li Yin paused while playing, producing a discordant note, and Min Qi noticed. "Are you this nice to every pursuer?" "I'm just playing the piano for you, is that considered nice?" Li Yin retorted. "Min Qi, I have seen you play the piano at the school's talent show. You and the girl were playing a four-hand piece on stage, and everyone said you two look great together." Li Yin thought for a moment. Indeed, there was such a thing. Min Qi's voice became a bit slow, as if drowsiness was creeping in. "You wore a white suit, and everyone said it looks like a wedding dress." At this point, Min Qi seemed to wake up a bit and firmly said, "I don't think so. A white suit doesn't suit you. It's not good looking." Li Yin stopped playing and turned sideways on the piano bench, looking at Min Qi, who was lying on the sofa. Min Qi blinked sleepily and said, "Why did you stop?" "Does it really look bad?" Li Yin asked with a smile, as if she really wanted to know the answer. Min Qi's whole face scrunched up, like he had just eaten a sour lemon. The joys and sorrows of young people are always very vivid. Their emotions come and go like the wind, and even jealousy is openly written on their faces. Min Qi said against his better judgment, "It's not good looking at all. Although I like you, that white suit really doesn't suit you." Li Yin shrugged. "Fine, I was going to play you a few more songs, but now I'm not in the mood." After saying this, he got up and pretended to leave, but the hem of his pajamas was caught. Min Qi looked up at him, and those eyes reminded Li Yin of the bright blue moonlight tonight. If pursuing someone were an exam, Min Qi would most likely fail it. "Are you angry?" Min Qi softly said, resting her chin on the pillow. "Li Yin, what do you think?" Min Qi released his hand, and at that moment he didn't become clever. It was as if the person who sweet-talked in the afternoon and said, "Senior, you sent me the sunset," wasn't him after all. Although Min Qi's exam answers were unsatisfactory, the person who set the questions was Li Yin, the invigilator was Li Yin, and the person grading was still Li Yin. "I've never played piano to lull someone to sleep. You are the first," Li Yin said. Min Qi was also easy to please. Just hearing this sentence had already made him happy, really. He grabbed the hem of Li Yin's clothes again and said, "The sofa in the study is indeed not very comfortable to sleep on." Li Yin couldn't help but ask, "So what?" He looked at the candidate who should have been unqualified, but was given a perfect score by the self-serving examiner. The candidate Min Qi seemed to have no extra thoughts at all, only wanting to get a good night's sleep. "So can I sleep with you, Atula?" 3 years younger, just turned 18, Min Qi is not within Li Yin's range of potential partners. He has always been proactive in planning his actions since childhood, whether in studies or interests, as well as in interpersonal relationships, which he manages well. Li Yin's first love was a senior in high school. At that time, he was a sophomore, and the girl was a year older, beautiful and outstanding, an art examination student who walked around campus with a violin on her back, unknowingly becoming the dream girl of countless boys. However, that romance was very brief. They broke up after the senior started university. After that, every girlfriend that Li Yin dated was older than him, including the senior mentioned by Min Qi who played a duet with him at the campus gala. She was also his ex, even though they had already broken up during the performance. Min Qi had just finished showering and was wearing Li Yin's clothes. The pants were a bit long for him. To avoid dirtying the hems, he grabbed them with both hands, revealing his ankles, and slowly walked over. Li Yin leaned back against the head of the bed, flipping through a book. Hearing the noise, he looked over and was stunned for a while at the scene in front of him. A line of bold, enlarged text slid through his mind like a PowerPoint animation. So cute. Clearly not his ideal type, and even the gender doesn't match. Why does it feel cute? Min Qi was kneeling on the bed, preparing to get in, and noticed Li Yin's gaze. Suddenly, he smiled and asked, "What are you thinking?" "I'm thinking. This feeling is like an outlier that appears when fitting seed germination data. It doesn't conform to any known conditions, yet it exists. Deleting it is unreasonable, and explaining it is also unsolvable. The only thing to do is to repeatedly verify it until one has to accept its existence." Li Yin closed the book with a dull thud. Min Qi looked puzzled. "Are you reviewing your lessons?" Li Yin placed the book on the bedside table and relaxed, lying down. Irrational affection shattered his understanding, but nature never completely follows laws. Variables are everywhere. Even the wind direction in the mountains has deviations, let alone human emotions. He didn't intend to explain anything to Min Qi, just pulled the blanket up to his chin, joined his hands over his abdomen, and closed his eyes. "Let's sleep." Although he closed his eyes, he still felt that Min Qi looked at him for quite a while before reaching out to turn off the light. In the darkness, all senses were heightened, and the faint wood fragrance on Min Qi enveloped the air. How could a boy smell so good? The next day upon waking, Li Yin felt something fluffy against his neck and a head resting on his arm. Min Qi was curled up in his embrace, like a small animal afraid of the cold, eyes tightly closed, breathing softly. Li Yin sleeps very regularly. Almost whatever position he is in before sleeping, he wakes up in the same position. The high probability is that Min Qi unconsciously squeezed over to his side after falling asleep, and in a half-dream, Li Yin pulled him into his arms. His arm was pressed down, sore and numb. He struggled to move, waking Min Qi up. Li Yin looked down, just in time for Min Qi to open his eyes, and at such a close distance their gazes met. Min Qi, still in a state of drowsiness, slowly blinked her eyelashes. Those blue agate-like eyes were mostly covered by her curved eyelashes under the morning sunlight. Min Qi smiled brightly at him and said, "Good morning, Achul Luo." The heart stopped for a moment. This is illogical. Various data curves, heart rate graphs, hormone levels, and neurotransmitter signal transmission were chaotically flashing through Li Yin's mind, all deviating from normal values. Min Qi realized she was resting on Li Yin's arm. Their distance was too ambiguous. Her face turned red, and just as she was about to get up, she heard Li Yin say, "Don't move." Min Qi supported her upper body and looked at Li Yin with a confused expression. Li Yin slowly retracted her stiff and numb arm and shook it. In fact, this sound of no movement was something he said to himself. If he doesn't move, he can still maintain a semblance of rationality. Min Qi apologetically pressed down on his arm. "Sorry, I tend to be a bit restless when I sleep. Did I accidentally press too hard?" Li Yin felt as if the skin on his arm had become sensitive. He instinctively pulled back his arm and turned to get out of bed. "It's fine, I'll go wash up first." The tingling arm is clearly the right one, but for some reason, I feel that the area on the left side of my chest is also tingling. By the time Li Yin finished washing up, Min Qi was no longer in the room, and the bed had been tidied up neatly. When I got to the first floor, only Lin Kaiokia was sitting with one leg crossed, eating grapes while watching TV. "Did you all sleep very late last night?" Li Yin said calmly, "What's wrong? Did I disturb you?" Lin Kaiokia, "It's already 11 o'clock and you guys just woke up. I'm about to starve." Li Yin sat down on the sofa. "Where's my mom?" Lin Kaiokia, "Mom said she made plans with a friend and had to go out, so you need to take good care of us and take us out to eat." Li Yin glanced at the time. It was indeed very late and the sun was shining outside. What do you want to eat? Lin Xiao, it's so sunny I don't feel like going out. Shall we order takeout? At this moment, Min Qi came down the stairs. Lin Xiao warmly said, Xiao Qi, how did you sleep? Come here, sister will peel grapes for you. Min Qi nodded and smiled. Good morning, Senior Lin. Lin Xiao was just about to peel the grapes when Li Yin took the whole plate away. What are you eating grapes for so early in the morning? Li Yin glanced at Min Qi, who had just washed her face looking fresh and clean, resembling the grapes on the plate. Li Yin picked a grape and popped it into her mouth, juicy and a mix of sour and sweet. What do you want to eat? Min Qi responded casually, anything is fine. Li Yin took away the grapes, brought back a plate of sliced apples instead, and prepared 4 forks to avoid a situation where someone might need to be fed due to a lack of forks. Just as I reached the edge of the coffee table, not knowing what they had chatted about earlier, Min Qi sat on the sofa. Even her posture was quite well behaved, but her question made Li Yin's heart skip a beat. Min Qi said, Senior, this isn't your first time at the senior's house, is it? Lin Xiao calmly replied, Yes, I have been here before. Min Qi smiled, but her eyes were quite cold. Is that so? You two have a really good relationship. Li Yin placed the apple on the tea table and was about to speak when Min Qi suddenly stood up. I'll go check the yard. I didn't get to see what flowers were planted there yesterday. After saying that, Min Qi quickly walked past Li Yin and left. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, somewhat surprised, and said, I haven't had the chance to say why I'm at your house. He won't misunderstand, right? Li Yin crossed her arms and said, It should be. Lin Xiao's expression was complicated as she said, Xiao Qi has been acting very strange since yesterday. He even asked me such a question earlier. Oh my, you didn't see his expression just now. His face went dark in an instant. You don't think he might? Li Yin felt an inexplicable sense of unease and heard Lin Xiao covering her face as she said, He likes me. Oh dear, I don't want to have a sibling romance. Li Yin, I don't think that's the case. Lin Xiao cleared her throat lightly. Really, I also think I might be overthinking it. Xiao Qi seems very popular. I've heard many people from the medical school are pursuing him, but Xiao Qi just won't date. Do you think it's possible that the less privileged families have some taboos against dating outside their clan? Li Yin glanced in the direction of the garden. I don't know. He unlocked his phone and opened the takeout app. No password payment, just order whatever you want. Lin Xiao took his phone. Aren't we ordering together? Li Yin turned and walked towards the garden. You can order, I eat anything. The garden during the day is quite different from that at night. Most of the time, the garden at home is taken care of by Li Yin. It is chaotic yet full of life. Unlike the orderly appearance of a typical home garden, it is more akin to a natural state, with plants growing in a scattered and organized manner, their branches and leaves spreading freely. There are also quite a few trophies that Li Yin brought back from the wild, such as wolf's poison flower, primrose, and lichen moss, most of which are not recognized by the general public. At this moment, Min Qi is crouching in front of Li Yin's trophies, where a butterfly is resting on a primrose. The butterfly seems not to fear the human figure that is dozens of times larger than itself, and continues to be observed by Min Qi with lowered eyes. Li Yin was about to walk over when he saw Min Qi pick up his phone and answer a call. As he answered the call, a butterfly fluttered over and landed on his head. Hey, Mom. For some reason, Min Qi communicated with his mother in Chinese, rather than in Tuyu. The usual topics of conversation between mother and daughter, no different from those between Li Yin and her own mother, all revolve around whether money is enough, whether they've eaten, and how their health has been recently. Min Qi answered one by one, gently touching the primrose in her hand, as if afraid to break it. It was unclear what was being said on the other end of the phone, but Min Qi's voice became a little awkward. I have someone I like." For some reason, Li Yin felt like she was intruding on someone else's privacy. Just as she was hesitating whether to make a noise, she heard Min Qi sigh, "He doesn't like me." Li Yin brushed past a patch of plants, the branches and leaves rustling and the butterflies startled and flew away. Min Qi held his phone and turned around. He gestured for Min Qi to continue the call while he walked over to the edge of the bench and sat in the sunlight. Min Qi quickly ended the call, put away his phone, and hesitated to ask, "When did you arrive?" Li Yin raised her hand to shield her eyes from the glaring light and said vaguely, "Lin Xiao came to my house because at that time she was planning a plant science exhibition and needed to borrow plant specimens from me as display items for the exhibition." Min Qi's face was flushed red by the light, even her neck turned red. "Is that so?" Li Yin seriously examined Min Qi's expression. "Why are you still not happy?" Min Qi stood up and slowly walked to Li Yin's side, shielding him from most of the sunlight. "What is there to be happy about?" Li Yin mimicked Min Qi's earlier tone. "Is that so?" Min Qi tucked her hands in her pockets to shield him from the scorching sun, but refused to look at him. Lin Xiao has an advantage over me. Even if you're not dating her now, it's only a matter of time, right?" Li Yin raised an eyebrow. Could it not be purely friendship? Min Qi seemed to find the term ridiculous. "Anyway, even if you don't date her, you won't date me either. She's a girl, I'm a man. You simply don't consider the same sex, do you?" Li Yin understood. "So you've been sulking since yesterday." He patted the other side of the chair. "Sit." Min Qi did not move. "Li Yin, are you really not going to sit?" Min Qi was somewhat reluctant, but still slowly sat down. Li Yin glanced at the pendant around his neck, hooked it with her fingers, and played with it. The warm wooden ornament displayed a gentle texture in her palm, embodying the essence of life. "What is this called?" Min Qi's voice went hoarse, forced into stiffness by Li Yin's sudden action of playing with the pendant. Guamo." In the next second, Li Yin grabbed Guamo and pulled Min Qi in front of her. He chuckled softly, turning his head to kiss the soft, trembling lips of Min Qi. Although Li Yin knew that this person couldn't kiss at all when Min Qi stole a kiss from him last time. But the current Min Qi was clearly frightened by him, her lips stiff and unmoving, her long eyelashes trembling violently, almost brushing against his face. Li Yin raised his hand to hold the other person's cheek, attempting to guide their kiss deeper. He held onto Min Qi's lower lip, and before he could do anything, Min Qi's breathing became rapid, making sounds like hiccups. In the end, he couldn't hold back anymore, and Li Yin laughed out loud while loosening the wooden object on Min Qi's chest and stepping back. Min Qi had dark skin, but it was still evident that he was completely flushed. He stared directly at Li Yin, his lips with a reddish hue. "So silly." Li Yin's voice was soft and hoarse, and the way she squinted and smiled in the sunlight reflected in Min Qi's eyes, like a dazzling provocation, yet also like a subtle temptation. Min Qi grabbed the wooden observer and yanked it hard, the red rope making a snapping sound. Under Li Yin's surprised gaze, Min Qi rose and forcefully pinned him against the back of the chair. All the sunlight in front of him was blocked by Min Qi, and the view became dim, leaving only that deep and dark blue. His lips and teeth were pried open forcefully. The boy who couldn't kiss was greedily taking what he wanted by instinct. Li Yin spread his legs apart as Min Qi knelt on one knee, pushing in. The boy's hot palm cradled his cheek, his lips being sucked on, feeling both sour and numb. "Wait," he frowned, trying to dodge, his palm pressing against Min Qi's neck, sliding down to his back as if soothing a large beast. He didn't understand why Min Qi, looking smaller than him, could have such strong aggression and such great strength. As soon as he finished speaking, his chin was grabbed and twisted back, and he was kissed again. The sound of water is loud, like a chaotic spring lake stirred up. The hurried breaths carrying a moistness of water, brush against each other's burning cheeks. The sound of cicadas is noisy, and the heartbeat is even louder. After everything ends, Li's lips are swollen, feeling dazed as if lacking oxygen. Min Qi sat obediently, one hand tightly gripping the gimu and the other holding a notebook on the table, fanning Li Yin. Li Yin gently inhaled. "You've practically broken my tongue with your kisses." "I'm sorry," Min Qi seemed very apologetic. "You kissed me first, I couldn't help it." Li Yin touched her swollen and full lips. "Whose kisses are this fierce?" Min Qi glanced at his lips, then didn't dare to look anymore and hurriedly turned her gaze away. "It won't happen next time." Li Yin meaningfully repeated, "Next time." Min Qi was filled with astonishment, looking at Li Yin as if she were looking at a heartless man. "You." Li Yin found it amusing. "What's wrong with me? I didn't perform well, so is there no next time?" Min Qi clasped her hands together, staring at the wooden talisman in her palms. "I haven't kissed anyone, I have no experience, but I will learn." Li Yin pondered, "Who will you learn from?" Min Qi didn't respond, burying her head deeply, as if trying to hide until the end of time. Li Yin chuckled softly, leaning over to kiss Min Qi's hot earlobe, feeling the cool earring touch his jaw, bringing a hint of coolness in the summer. "You're not allowed to learn from anyone else. You can only kiss me, Min Qi." A muffled sound came from the stove, and sparks splashed onto the countertop, leaving burn marks on the beautiful winter robe. The porridge splashed in circles around the boiler, turning into flat paste marks under high temperatures. Mink came back to her senses, picked up the soup spoon, and set aside the ladle used for adding salt. "Who told you that?" Min Qi just started to speak and looked puzzled. "Tuxi." In self-talk, Min Qi returned to the cutting board, picking up the kitchen knife to cut ginger slices, chopping rapidly and loudly, looking very busy. The back kitchen was extremely hot, and amid the rolling steam, Min Qi's nape gradually flushed a light red. The room was silent, illuminated in an orange-red glow from the stove, with the bronze kettle and clay pot on the wall reflecting a dark golden light. The aroma of food gradually filled the entire space, slipping out the wooden door and disappearing into the cold air of the snowy day. In the narrow beam of light from the open wooden door, snow fell quietly once again, presenting a cold blue tone. Inside and outside the house, two completely different worlds. "It's snowing again," Li Yin murmured to herself. Min Qi sighed. "At this rate, we're likely to face a snow disaster." This endless wind and snow seemed to be trapping everyone in Yataga's village, preventing them from leaving for the time being. A pleasant bell sound rang out as the criminal returned to the crime scene. The little treasure used its horn to push open the wooden door, leisurely stepping into the kitchen on its 4 hooves. The white ram was quite intelligent. Remembering how Min Qi had pressed it into the snow just moments ago, it approached Li Yin, shook off the snow from its body and blinked its beautiful eyes, waiting for a human to pet it. Li Yin immediately raised her hand and touched its back. The pure white and clean fur had an ivory-like texture, but it felt quite rough and hard to the touch, not as soft as it looked. "Baby, are you hungry?" Li Yin asked gently. Min Qi let out a cold laugh. It just returned from feasting at someone else's place. How could it be hungry? Li Yin shook the bell on the white sheep. "Is it Tusi's pet? Why haven't we seen it these days?" "Min Qi, the neighbor's field had a poor harvest, so I borrowed it to walk around the field and ward off bad luck. It spent several days eating at someone else's place, and instead of getting rid of the bad luck, it ended up bringing in heavy snow. The weather is not something it can decide," Li Yin said, considering himself quite objective, as he kept stroking from the sheep's back to its head. Min Qi glanced at him. "You always like beautiful things." Not knowing what to think, Min Qi changed his words. "Now I even like things that aren't beautiful." Likes always change. A person cannot always like the same type. The room fell into silence again, and Min Qi's profile slowly became stiff in the flickering firelight. At this moment, Tuzai pushed the door open from outside, probably following the baby. Upon seeing Min Qi's expression clearly, he was instantly startled and said, trembling, "Baby, come here." In a hurry, he even switched to speaking in Tuzai's language, probably trying to urge the baby to leave quickly. When the baby wobbled out of the kitchen, Tusi finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Aren't you going to the convenience store? The snow will get heavier, hurry up." After saying that, Tusi carefully rubbed his hands together and smiled as he approached Min Qi. "Let me do it." Min Qi casually wiped the water droplets off his hands with a cloth, tossed the cloth onto the stove, and turned to leave. Tusi looked at Min Qi's back, confused, and then turned toward Li Yin. Li Yin stood up and smiled gently, saying, "Are you angry with me? Don't be nervous." As I walked from the back kitchen to the backyard, the temperature suddenly dropped, feeling extremely cold. Snowflakes landed in Li Yin's hair and on her brows, melting into droplets from her body heat, resembling a light and snowy rain. Min Qi, who left in a huff, did not walk far and was now lingering at the stable, loosening the reins. Hearing the sound of crunching snow, Min Qi led the horse out of the stable and focused on adjusting the saddle. "Can Labat tolerate the weight of both of us?" Li Yin asked. Min Qi untangled the tangled footrest and said to Li Yin, "Get on the horse first." Li Yin was tall and had long legs, and he had ridden horses a few times. He stepped on the stirrup and used his strength to swing himself up onto the horse. Labat felt an additional person on its back and anxiously stomped in place. Li Yin held the reins and leaned down to stroke Labat's neck, saying, "You've worked hard, and when we return, I'll give you lots of carrots." Min Qi held the reins, and once Li Yin was settled, he led the horse out, saying, "Making promises that can't be fulfilled will still sadden even Luo Bai." Li Yin followed the rhythm of the horse's steps, shaking her body. On the day I arrived at the village, I saw that the small shop sold carrots. Min Qi put on his hood, took out a fluffy hat from the bag on the side of the saddle, and handed it to Li Yin. That was in the past, it may not be the case now. "Aren't you coming up?" Li Yin put on the hat. The thick fur shielded her from the cold brought by the wind and snow. "Min Qi, the roads are slippery on snowy days. I won't fall, but you might not be so fortunate." Li Yin sat on the horse, her fingers frozen and aching. The village covered in heavy snow was as quiet as if it had been abandoned in the depths of the mountains. The horse's hooves crunched on the snow, and the falling snow increasingly settled on Min Qi's hat brim and shoulders. It felt like a mood without dialogue, and Min Qi quickly quieted down. "How much further?" Li Yin broke the silence. In fact, Li remembers the way and knows how far is left. Min Qi's voice was surrounded by cold air, sounding somewhat dull. "We're almost there." After a while, they arrived at the only small shop in the village, with a wooden sign on the door that was covered in snow, making the letters unreadable. Min Qi reached out to knock on the door, shaking off a lot of snow while also seeing that the glass door, frozen and frosted, had a lock hanging on it. Li Yin, riding on horseback, could see clearly. "Is the door closed?" Min Qi withdrew his hand. "I know where the boss's house is. I can go find him." The snow was getting heavier, and Min Qi's robe was dark with deep and shallow patterns. He didn't know what other benefits this robe had besides being beautiful, as even the snow seemed unable to be repelled. "Is his house far away? If it is far, let's go back today," Li Yin said. "Min Qi, not far, it's in the village." As he spoke, Min Qi walked to a deeper spot and half his leg sank in. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, stabilized his body and forced his leg out, shaking off the snow from his pants leg. Li Yin's heart was racing a bit, frightened. "Let's ride, it's not far, right?" Min Qi shook his head and said without looking back, "It's fine." Li Yin tightened the reins. "Min Qi." In the past, if he called out the other person's name in a lowered voice, it would usually work, but today Min Qi seemed to be deaf to it, as if their ears were completely covered by the hood, unable to hear any sounds from the outside world. Li Yin tugged at the reins in an attempt to make the horse stop, but unfortunately, Luo Bai only listened to Min Qi and didn't care at all about the human on its back. He sighed and rubbed his face with his cold fingertips. Beautiful. The footsteps stopped. Min Qi gently pulled the horse to a halt and turned his head. What did you say? Li Yin looked confused and did not answer. Min Qi raised his eyebrows. His stiff face finally relaxed after a long time, revealing a faint smile. I didn't hear. Can you say it again? Li Yin said slowly, I said it looks better now. The boss's house is indeed not far away, located near the convenience store. From the outside, the house looks much like other buildings in the village. The boss is a woman of about 40, who looks very cheerful, with curved eyebrows and eyes. She warmly and generously invites Li Yin and Min Qi to her home for tea to warm up. The room is very warm, with beautiful rugs covering the walls and floor. The wooden cabinet against the wall is exquisitely crafted, and in the center of the living room is a low wooden table for guests, paired with soft and delicate cushions, giving the entire home a vibrant and lively atmosphere. To entertain the guests, the boss specially laid a lace tablecloth on the table and brought out plates of food, clearly preparing to fill the wooden table. Li Yin asked softly, Is this appropriate? I just want to make a phone call and buy some carrots. Min Qi was already seated cross-legged in front of the wooden table. They like others to visit their home. Don't be nervous, just sit down first. Min Qi turned to the boss lady and introduced Li Yin in the minority language. It was unclear what was said, but the boss lady looked astonished and gave Li Yin a thumbs up, then turned and walked to the wooden cabinet to take out an album. The album had a sense of age to it, carefully preserved. The boss lady flipped open one of the pages and pointed to the photo on it for Li Yin to see. Li Yin immediately recognized that it was the landmark building of Baikeng. The landlady and a young boy stood under the national flag, shyly smiling at the camera. Min Qi explained, Aunt Sang Li's son is also in Baikeng. Li Yin said in surprise, Really? Is he still studying? Min Qi translated the words directly, and Aunt Sang Li waved her hand, indicating that her child had already graduated and was working in Baikeng, only coming back during the new year. Min Qi consciously poured milk tea into all 3 cups while the 2 of them were looking at the photos, pushing the one with whipped cream in front of Li Yin. Seeing Li Yin engrossed in the photo album, Min Qi softly called out, A Chulyu milk tea. Since learning the meaning of this title, its level of embarrassment is comparable to Min Qi calling him baby in front of a large crowd. If it weren't for the incident concerning Zhao Ming at the law school that made Min Qi have reservations, Li Yin had reasonable doubts that the other party would boast about their relationship to everyone. In front of the boss of Tushi, Min Qi was also unreserved, calling him Attilo repeatedly, making him unsure how to face Tushi now. Li Yin reached out to take the milk tea, and under the kind smile of Aunt Sangli took a sip and exclaimed, Delicious, very fragrant. Min Qi relayed the compliment, and Aunt Sangli said with a smile that the milk tea was all made by herself, and she would even write down the recipe for Li Yin to take home and brew it herself. Although the languages were incomprehensible to each other, the warm smiles and the food continually pushed over were more enthusiastic than words and more touching than compliments. Li Yin drank tea until the end, his face flushed, because Aunt Sang Li kept praising him for being good at studying, being tall and being very handsome. Min Qi translated it word for word. Until Aunt Sang Li said something, Min Qi's expression changed slightly, and he did not reply immediately. However, Aunt Sang Li couldn't wait any longer. She carefully pulled out a photo from the album and showed it to Li Yin. The girl in the photo was dressed in a vibrant minority outfit and smiled charmingly at the camera. She is introducing a girl to him. Li Yin politely took the photo and asked Min Qi, How do you say beautiful? Min Qi lowered her head to drink tea, remaining silent. Seeing this, Li Yin pointed at the photo and mimicked Aunt Sang, giving a thumbs up. Aunt Sang became even more excited until Min Qi spoke a word to her, and Aunt Sang looked at him regretfully. Li Yin asked, "What did you say?" Min Qi took an orange from the fruit basket and slowly peeled it. "I said you have a lover, don't you?" Li Yin choked up, thinking of the misunderstanding that Min Qi had consistently maintained during this period, and suddenly felt hesitant to speak. Min Qi handed over a slice of orange, and Li Yin, without suspicion, put it in his mouth. Over these days, he had already become quite accustomed to the food that Min Qi would always offer at any time and place. Those foods were always fragrant and delicious, carrying an aroma that did not belong to the city. Unexpectedly, the orange was very sour, and Li Yin felt like half of his teeth had softened, but facing Aunt Sang Li, he was too embarrassed to spit it out, so he could only swallow it with difficulty. Just as I was about to find the culprit and question them, I saw Min Qi shove the remaining oranges into his mouth, chew them for a moment, and swallow, as if he had lost all sense of taste. "Isn't it sour?" Li Yin asked. "It's okay." Through the cup he still hadn't put down, Min Qi glanced at him. "After all, it's not that there's nothing more sour since meeting you." Li Yin ignored his strange words. The best way to deal with nonsense is to disregard it. After eating many snacks on the table, the copper kettle filled with milk tea had become much lighter. Min Qi finally remembered his purpose. Li Yin wanted to make a phone call and was also thinking about buying carrots. The shopkeeper nodded and shook her head, leaving Li Yin confused. When Min Qi translated, it turned out that there was a phone but no carrots. On this snowy day, the food in the small shop had long been bought out by the villagers, otherwise the shopkeeper wouldn't have closed early. There was also a landline at home, and the shopkeeper generously didn't charge any money. Landlines are not affected by signal towers, so Li Yin found his mentor's number, dialed it, and informed the other party of the current situation of the entire team. The mentor comforted him over the phone, saying not to worry about the funding issue. The most important thing right now is everyone's safety, and once the weather improves, they can consider going up the mountain to collect samples, and extending the duration a bit isn't a problem. If the weather situation is really bad, remember to evacuate quickly and return to Baikeng. After ending the call, Li Yin turned around and noticed a cuckoo clock on the wall next to the counter where the phone was placed. It was incongruous with the house's decor. Min Qi was leaning against the swaying pendulum, arms crossed, and asked him, "Are you done?" Looking at the clock and Min Qi, for some reason, Li Yin felt a phrase rise in his heart. There isn't enough time. It has only been 7 days since Li Yin reconnected with Min Qi. If counted in 24-hour days, it has only been 6 days. If the weather continues to deteriorate, the outing will end early, and then this reunion, which no one was looking forward to, will also come to an end. Li Yin smiled at Min Qi and said, "It's over." Min Qi paused for a moment, released his hand, and walked over to Li Yin, curiously looking at him. "Why do I feel like you've been nicer to me?" Li Yin responded gently, "Have I?" Min Qi's intuition is as sharp as an animal's. He can sense that Li Yin's strong defenses have been somewhat weakened, though he doesn't know why. He simply scrutinizes Li Yin from top to bottom and finally breaks into a bright smile. Looking at his smile, Li Yin can feel that Min Qi, 5 days ago, has changed from who he is now. "I also need to make a call. You go chat with Aunt Sang Li, otherwise it would be impolite," Min Qi said. It seems that during the days trapped in Yadagu village by the wind and snow, Min Qi also has people he must contact. Li Yin asked no further questions and walked out of the small room where the phone was kept. He returned to the living room, but Aunt Sang Li was nowhere to be seen. Li Yin sat at the low wooden table for a while, deciding to get up and return to the small room to make a call. It wasn't quite right for him to stay alone in the living room. After all, this was someone else's home, Li Yin thought. His sock-clad feet silently tread on the tiled floor as Li Yin slowly walked back to the door of the room, preparing to raise his hand to knock. The quality of the microphone was not very good, with some slight sound leakage, allowing Li Yin to hear the voice of Min Qi's conversation partner, a female voice. He couldn't make out exactly what was said. Once this work is done here, I will head back immediately. I know about your brother's situation and I will take care of it. Last time I heard, Auntie was coughing a bit, so I bought some. The words were not finished, and obviously Min Qi's words were interrupted by the person on the other side, but he showed no emotion, only quietly waiting. Although his tone was restrained, it revealed an indescribable sense of responsibility. The person on the other end of the phone was very important to Min Qi. Min Qi was never someone who meddled in others' affairs, especially not in the lives of others, his younger brother or even his mother. Li Yin withdrew her hand, and the cuckoo clock on the wall gently swung, ticking softly. For him, wild foraging was a job, an academic obligation that had to be fulfilled. For Min Qi, it was also a necessity of life, an opportunity to earn money. 6 years ago, they were 2 points that intersected by chance, like a meteor brushing past a planet, bringing a moment of impact and firelight. Then each entered their own orbits, long since irrelevant to each other. Just as when he arrived, Li Yin left quietly. On the way back to the inn with Min Qi's help, Li Yin mounted the horse, and then Min Qi also climbed up, his back pressed tightly against Min Qi's chest, as if he could feel that steady and strong heartbeat. Min Qi wrapped his hands around him, holding the reins, and deliberately rubbed his cheek against his shoulder before saying, "There's snowflakes on your face." Li Yin looked at the heavy snow and tightened his hat. "Let's go back, it's cold." Unlike the way there on the return trip, Luo Bai began to run wildly, and during the bumps, Li Yin was forced deeper into Min Qi's embrace. In the end, Min Qi held his waist with one hand and the reins with the other, his heartbeat quickening, pounding fast and hard against Li Yin's shoulder blade. Before long, they saw the few bright lanterns on the 3rd floor of the inn, which, in the approaching wind and snow with dimming light in the afternoon, appeared as guiding signs for travelers heading home. Min Qi stopped at the entrance of the inn, dismounted, and reached out to Li Yin. "Come down." Li Yin did not reach out immediately. He looked at the wooden sign of an inn and heard not the sound of the wind and snow, but the ticking of the clock, the internal mechanism of the cuckoo clock. The sound leaks from the receiver, the silver bracelet that brushed against his wrist, and the words from the clinic, "What do you want to eat tonight?" The noisy sounds accompanied by the wind and snow surrounded Li Yin's ears, like snowflakes falling one after another at this moment, increasingly gathering, about to bury him. Li Yin stared until his eyes ached before retracting his gaze to look at Min Qi's face, who was gazing up at him from below the horse. All the noise eventually returns to silence. When the last snowflake fell, those memories he thought he had long forgotten from 6 years ago resurfaced with remarkable clarity. A younger voice belonging to Min Qi echoed in his ear, "I think I might still like girls." Realizing it too late, Li Yin found that he had expressed his thoughts out loud. He rode on his horse, looking down at Min Qi, and said, "Have you realized that you prefer men now?" Li Yin looked at Min Qi's originally raised hand, which fell weakly to his side, gripping the black robe tightly. Min Qi seemed to want to say something, but didn't know how to begin. The tranquility of winter seemed natural, a cold barrier. Li Yin looked at Min Qi as if watching a black and white silent film. His earlier comment that this person looked better now was not insincere. Min Qi, standing in the snow, resembled a landscape carefully polished by time, the snowlight reflecting in his brows and eyes, beautiful and silently striking. The noisy clamor in his ears gradually faded away and rationality returned. Li Yin did not expect an answer from Min Qi. He firmly held onto the saddle and deftly flipped himself down, landing in the snow. The snow covered his ankles, seeming thicker than when he had left the inn. Li Yin stepped over Min Qi and walked slowly inside. Whether it was flowers or flattery, they were never what Li Yin wanted, and he was not moved by these things. On the contrary, the more heartfelt the effort, the more difficult it was to let go. Min Qi once treated him sincerely and selflessly. Every bit of genuine affection ultimately turned into false pretense. Getting scammed for the first time is indeed innocent, but getting scammed a second time is just deserved. Li Yin didn't want to go back to the room, so she went to the kitchen. While they were stuck at the boss's house, the shredded chicken porridge had already been cooked. The kitchen was empty, and Tu Zai was forced to take charge, busying himself in the kitchen. When he saw Li Yin come in, it was like he had found a lifeline. "Where's Ah Min?" "Li Yin, he is in the back." Tu Zai handed him a tin lunch box and said, "The porridge is inside, drink it while it's hot, or it will cool down soon in this weather." After thanking, Li Yin took the lunch box and walked out from the kitchen, meeting Min Qi face to face. In this brief moment, Min Qi seemed to have reorganized his thoughts, regaining his composure, and casually asked Li Yin, "What do you want to eat for lunch?" Without raising his eyes, Li Yin replied, "Whatever." However, Min Qi took a step forward, blocking Li Yin's path in the corridor. This scene was so familiar. Li Yin had just forced Min Qi to stop here yesterday to clarify the matter regarding Zhao Ming, and now it was Min Qi's turn. Wasn't everything fine just a moment ago? Why did it suddenly turn out like this? Min Qi lowered her gaze and stared at him. Her presence in the winter day felt substantial, compelling Li Yin to not only look up. Li Yin curled her lips into a smile, but the joy didn't reach her eyes. "First of all, the reason I selected you as a guide is that I don't want to affect the entire team for my own selfish desires. Secondly, the reason I am willing to share a room with you is due to a shortage of rooms at the inn. Everyone is already exhausted from fleeing the blizzard, and I don't want to disturb their rest. In the coming period, we still need to continue interacting. If the other team members notice any discord between us, it will affect our work." Li Yin explained softly, "I don't need you to take too much care of me or concern yourself with me. I only hope you can act in an official capacity." Min Qi now looked like someone who had finally managed to light a fire, only to have it mercilessly extinguished by the ice and snow, a truly pitiful sight. Li Yin, however, remained unmoved, still waiting for an answer. "Okay," Min Qi lowered her eyes and answered repressively, "if that's what you want." Li Yin nodded. "Now can you step aside?" Min Qi turned to the side and the cold wind hit him like a knife. Li Yin hugged the warm lunch box tightly, feeling a painful sting in his eye sockets from the wind. When he returned indoors and climbed up to the second floor from the wooden staircase, the decorative picture frames hung on the wall reflected his eyes in the outer glass, which glistened with a layer of moisture. He blinked, and the bit of moisture in the warm room was quickly dried away. Li Yin arrived at Fang Lan's room. Fang Lan shared a room with a girl from Jiang Ziowen's team. It was the other girl who opened the door and quietly said to Li Yin, "She is still sleeping." Li Yin handed over the lunch box in his hand, saying, "This is chicken congee. After she wakes up, let her soak it in hot water through the lunch box to warm it up before eating. How is she doing?" The girl said, "I've been sleeping all the time, just coughing a couple of times occasionally." Li Yin thought that sleeping more when sick is a good thing. The body needs ample sleep to recover. He fell ill the day after he arrived in Jincheng, and now he is considered to be recovering, with most of the symptoms nearly gone. He is unsure whether Fang Lan got infected by him and fell sick as well. Li Yin thought and smiled gratefully at the other person, saying, "I'm really sorry to trouble you. Please keep an eye on her condition, and if there's any urgent situation, you can find me in room 102 on the first floor." The girl held the door, her eyes blinking a bit fast. Okay. Li Yin suddenly realized that she had yet to introduce herself. "I forgot to say, my name is Li Yin." The girl's cheeks flushed slightly. Lin Qiachu. After delivering the kanji, Li Yin did not go look for Liang Jai and the others but returned to the third floor. The third floor balcony is semi-open, and a tall tree grows outside the inn, with half of its crown reaching over like a natural barrier. A layer of thin snow covers the tree, weighing down its branches and leaves. Li Yin raised his hand to brush away the snow accumulated on the branches and leaves near the railing of the inn, even though he knew that his actions had little significance in such harsh weather. After shaking off most of the snow, his hands were already frozen and red, and he stiffly took out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Footsteps came from the stairs, and Li Yin tilted his head to exhale a puff of smoke. When Jiang Zioen arrived, he saw such a scene. Li Yin half leaning against the railing, holding a cigarette between his fingers, exuding a leisurely calmness, the smoke rising with his breath, swirling around him, like a still frame on film. Li Yin's gaze seemed to look beyond the trees at a more distant place, as if she wasn't looking at anything at all. Jiang Zioen always felt that this person had an elusive aura about them, making them seem very distant. Jiang Zioen walked over and looked at where Li Yin was gazing, where he could see the warmth of the kitchen rising in thick plumes in the winter air. "Can I borrow a lighter?" Jiang Zioen asked tentatively. Li Yin had no extra reaction, just casually took out a lighter and handed it to him. The whole action was clean and neat, without a moment's pause in her gaze. Jiang Zioen held the lighter, somewhat stunned. The cold metal felt heavy in his palm, not warm like he had imagined. Li Yin's expression seemed quite bad. Logically, they hadn't known each other for long, and Jiang Zioen should have taken the hint to leave. For some reason, he mustered the courage to stay put. After igniting the cigarette, he leaned against the railing, took out a leaf from his pocket and handed it over. "I found this by the roadside earlier. It seems to be a special kind. Do you think it resembles a variant of mountain oak?" Li Yin took the leaf and her gaze finally became a bit serious. At this season, this kind of leaf condition is rarely seen. After finishing speaking, he slightly raised his eyes and added, "But it's not the Quercus variabilis." Jiang Zioen smiled and said, "You seem quite familiar with the plants around here. I heard there are many small villages near Fada that preserve a lot of native plants. Once the wild collection is over, would you be interested in staying here a bit longer and going to see them together?" Li Yin returned the leaves to him and said, "The wild collection might end early due to the weather, so we should head back to Baiking directly." Jiang Zioen murmured an acknowledgement and took the leaves back. He felt that Li Yin glanced at him. Perhaps sensing his awkwardness, the other person's tone suddenly became a bit gentler, no longer so distant. "You should have hired a guide to collect samples here. The snowy weather makes the roads difficult to navigate, especially the path uphill," Li Yin said. Jiang Zioen shook his head. "Originally we hired a guide, saying he would meet us in Yadagugu village, but as you can see in this weather, the guide can't come into the village and we can't contact him either." After saying this, he suddenly glanced at Li Yin cautiously. "At first, I thought that person was also a student from your team, but later I heard he is your team's guide. However, I always felt he looked familiar. Now that I think about it, Zhao Ming took pictures of both of you. The two people in that photo are familiar with each other. Their distance, the exchange of glances and subtle changes in expressions create a tacit understanding that needs no words. That moment is frozen in time. They are at their best in the picture." Jiang Zioen did not think much at the time, only feeling that it was a beautiful group photo with an indescribable atmosphere. By intuition, Jiang Zioen immediately sensed that the relationship between the two people in the photo was unusual. Although Min Qi had very distinctive features and was quite attractive, Jiang Zioen was initially more impressed by Li Yin, perhaps because of Li Yin's outstanding professional abilities, which were truly eye-catching. For some reason, Li Yin's expression became a bit gloomy. Did Zhao Ming also take his photo secretly? Was it a lot? Jiang Ziowen waved his hand anxiously. I only saw one picture. Just then, the protagonist of the topic walked out of the back kitchen, followed by a snow-white sheep that kept rubbing its head against his leg. However, upon closer inspection, that sheep was not rubbing but clearly butting. Min Qi did not know what he was thinking, and while he was lost in thought, he was actually buoyed by the sheep and fell backward into the snow, with snowflakes all over his robe. Li Yin and Jiang Ziowen both stopped their conversation and looked towards the people in the courtyard. Min Qi was sitting in the snow, yet not moving, looking as if she had fallen hard. The sheep kept persistently pressing against his shoulder and arm, but he remained motionless, as if he had no awareness at all. The snow kept falling, and soon it covered the people in the courtyard with a thin layer. Jiang Ziowen asked with concern, he seems to be unwell. As soon as the words were spoken, the person in the snow slowly pushed himself up and walked downstairs, keeping his head down, unaware that two people upstairs were watching him. He stood in front of a window on the first floor, trying to scrape away the snow piled on the windowsill with his hands. However, the snow had long since frozen solid. Min Qi took off his gloves and used his bare hands to slowly pry open the frozen snow, his fingertips turning purple from the cold. After an unknown amount of time, he finally saw something in the snow. It was a bouquet of flowers that had already wilted. Min Qi tried to pick it up, but the branches and leaves were stuck on the snow, and the petals were broken and scattered. He held the misshapen flowers in both hands for a long time, his palms covering both the flowers and the snow, unwilling to let go for a long time. It was as if he believed that as long as he held on long enough, everything could return to its original form, even if everything was simply futile. The cigarette burned to the end, leaving a burn on Li Yin's fingers. It was Jiang Ziowen who reminded him. Otherwise, Li Yin would still be lost in thought, staring into the courtyard. A small groove was dug out on the windowsill of the first floor, and the person who stood there had long since left. Footprints spread from the courtyard to the entrance hall, covered by snow, as if no one had ever been there. Jiang Ziowen rubbed his frozen hands and said, "It's so cold. Should we go in and have a warm cup of milk tea?" Li Yin extinguished his cigarette and nodded, saying, "Let's go." The two people returned from the third floor to the first floor. Jiang Ziowen looked around. Apart from Tuzai, who was playing on his phone behind the reception desk, there was no sign of the guide. Knowing they wanted to drink tea, Tuzai took the old-fashioned kettle out from under the counter and put it down heavily on the counter. "Just boiled. Be careful not to burn yourself when drinking." They sat on the small sofa and drank several cups of tea. At the warmest time of noon, the snow outside had stopped. The blurry glass window reflected fragments of gold, and the sunlight, though lacking warmth, was enough to bring surprise. Tusi happily wiped the table and began preparing lunch. Until the guests came down in groups, crowding together in the foyer, Min Qi never showed up. After lunch, Li Yin helped Tusi clear the snow in the yard. As the temperature rose, the snow became loose, and they used a shovel to throw the snow into the corner, quickly piling up a small snow mountain. Li Yin looked at that snow mountain and inexplicably became mouth-watering. In college, Min Qi not only tutored but also worked part-time at a dessert shop. It is said that because of his presence, the dessert shop experienced unprecedented popularity, even reaching the point where long lines formed. Min Qi only worked part-time for a month and left once she had saved enough money. At that time, Min Qi often made various desserts at home, and her specialty was milk-shaved ice, topped with fruit and drizzled with cream, which was very fragrant and delicious. Perhaps shoveling snow had made Li Yin dry and thirsty. He loosened the zipper a bit and asked, "Where did Min Qi go?" Tusi was busy shoveling snow and didn't hear the first time, so he asked Li Yin to repeat the question. Li Yin tightened his grip on the handle of the shovel and asked again. He didn't come to eat lunch, did he go out? Tu Zai bent down again, pressing down on the snow with the shovel. He's not feeling well, went back to his room to rest. Not feeling well, Li Yin said, his throat choking on the cold air, making him feel uncomfortable and constrict, causing him to cough involuntarily. Tu Zai, as if it were a common occurrence, said, "A good sleep will do, just ignore him." "Is it the occupational hazard of a guide?" Li Yin asked slowly, as if chatting casually. Tu Zai's voice was unclear amidst the sound of shoveling snow. "Pretty much, he worked like he was risking his life a few years ago. That's a problem only old guides have, and he has it at such a young age." Li Yin finally saw the original blue brick floor of the yard. The shovel scraped sharply as it lifted. "Why are you working so hard? Is money really tight?" Tu Zai shook his head. "I don't know, he doesn't talk to me about these things." In the conversation, the two of them cleared a path in the yard. Li Yin's finger was burned, so he covered the injury with snow, looking at the windowsill that had a small groove. The deep purple curtains were tightly shut, blocking out all scenes inside. Li Yin withdrew his gaze and went upstairs to find Liang Jai and the others. Lin Jai Xiao was gathering people to play poker, pulling Li Yin to play landlord for a long time. Only when Lin Jai Xiao's face was covered with sticky notes, and he truly had no way to continue losing, did he say, "Senior brother, are you cheating?" Li Yin held the playing cards and mumbled absent-mindedly. Lin Jai Xiao lay back on the bed unwillingly. "You don't play seriously at all, yet you still win so much." Liang Jai had a similar expression, with fewer cards than Lin Jai Xiao. "It's because senior brother is good at math and can count cards, that's why we can't win." Lin Jai Xiao kicked Liang Jai. "I gave you so many signals in between to coordinate with me, and you didn't notice any of them." "Liang Jai, your face is all covered in paper, I can't see it." This statement once again infuriated Lin Jixiao, who tore off the paper on his face, glared at Liang Jai, and turned to Li Yin. "Senior brother, isn't your birthday coming up soon, just a few days away?" Li Yin only remembered this matter after being reminded. "It's not until next month, there's still time." Lin Jixiao said worriedly, "It's already the end of the month, we won't be trapped until next month and still unable to get out, right?" "Li Yin, if the weather is really bad, we will retreat directly." Lin Jixiao, "That would be too much of a pity, we've come all this way." "Li Yin, your safety is the priority. Since I have brought you all out, I must take responsibility." Li Yin is seriously considering this issue, and this thought also needs the opinion of a professional, someone who can provide an early warning of a snowstorm from subtle clues, Min Qi. When Li Yin returned to the room, he unexpectedly found the light on. He thought the person who was unwell was squatting in front of the suitcase, organizing things. "The sun just came out, does that mean the snow will stop?" Li Yin asked actively. Min Qi didn't even look up, replied coldly, "Hard to say." Li Yin was taken aback for a moment, but soon realized that Min Qi was truly following through, treating him with the same attitude he used for others, as per Li Yin's request. "If the snow keeps falling, there's no point in staying here any longer. The data we collect will be highly skewed. We are considering leaving early," Li Yin said. Min Qi's palms were red. At that moment she was folding a piece of clothing. Upon hearing this, she stopped her actions and still kept her head down. "Are you all leaving?" "Li Yin, I just said there is such a possibility. If the weather improves, we will proceed as planned." Min Qi put the folded clothes aside, unzipped her suitcase, took out a thick booklet from inside, and handed it to Li Yin. The cover of the booklet is made of textured cotton linen fabric, and the cover has no title, only held together by a vine. Li Yin unties the vine and turns to the first page. What comes into view is a photo of a rare alpine plant, next to which are Min Qi's neatly written notes, recording the plant's growing environment, altitude, and soil conditions. Flipping further, Each page is attached with physical photographs or actual specimens, and even the weather and temperature at the time of taking the photos are noted one by one. He knew that Min Qi, as a guide, had been to many places, but gathering such a thick volume of plant information was not easy, which left him momentarily speechless. "Did you do all this?" Min Qi's voice was very calm. "These years while going into the mountains, I organized this casually. It's not that valuable, just consider it an early birthday gift for you." Li Yin remained silent and continued to flip through. The photos were taken unprofessionally, some even appearing blurry due to the harsh environment. The plant specimens were processed with great care, looking far from casually done. Even the tiny leaf vein patterns were preserved clearly, and the text on each page varied. Some were detailed to academic standards, while others were more casual. For example, on this page, Min Qi's note reads, "The wind was too strong. Snow got into my collar. I noted the growth point. If you come, remember to wear a scarf." Bang! Li Yin closed the book. "What does this mean?" "After all, I forgot to buy you a birthday gift back then, so this is to make up for it." Min Qi closed the suitcase and zipped it up. "Although it doesn't cost much, I think you would like it." The time span recorded above is several years. "You took several years to make such a thing for me, which means you are sure we will meet again." Li Yin said softly, "But I remember I said back then that I wouldn't see you again, so what you made is completely meaningless." Min Qi pressed down on the suitcase, as if slapped in the face, inhaling lightly, his cheeks trembling slightly. "You will accept it, right, Li Yin?" Li Yin said nothing. Min Qi closed his eyes, lifted the suitcase, pushed it against the wall, making a dull sound. "If you really don't want it, you can just find a trash can to throw it away when you get back to Baiking." Li Yin gently stroked the cover, its edges somewhat worn. One can tell that the book's owner would flip through it while passing through snowy mountains, canyons, and plateaus, leaving behind traces of plants. "Just now you said that you forgot to buy me a birthday gift back then." Li Yin looked at Min Qi's back, noticing the empty earlobe where the pair of orange-red stone earrings used to be, now vanished without a trace. "Didn't you buy them, those shoes?" Min Qi stiffened all over and turned around in disbelief. Li Yin held a birthday party for her 21st birthday in the apartment, inviting many friends. Friends far away also sent birthday gifts one by one. Li Yin unwrapped the packages, and the gifts piled up like a small mountain in the living room. Min Qi prepared a table full of dishes, decorated the living room, and busily filled every corner with fresh flowers and balloons. Then, before the first guest arrived, Min Qi said there was something to be busy with at the workplace and left early. It was not until the end of the party that Min Qi arrived late. By then, the friends in the living room had drunk quite a lot, some sitting and some lying down, and the whole room was covered in cream cake. Li Yin had called Min Qi at least 20 times. As he walked up to Min Qi, before he could say anything, Jiang Xiao shouted from behind, "Li Yin, hurry up and unpack the gift I sent you. Come on, I can't wait. I got you a pair of shoes, the brand you like." Jiang Xiao stood up, swaying as he approached the mountain of gifts, pulled out a shoebox and gleefully handed it to Li Yin. Before he could open the box, Jiang Xiao noticed something was wrong. "Why is this logo incorrect?" He opened the box, took out the shoes, examined the details attentively, and suddenly erupted in anger. "Damn! I bought this from the official website. How could they send me fake goods?" The living room suddenly became lively, with people gathering around Jiang Xiao in twos and threes. Some suggested that he quickly contact the official customer service, while others questioned whether there was a mistake. After all, it was a famous brand. Jiang Xiao babbled on, "This brand is outrageous. How can something worth tens of thousands be incorrect?" Until someone dug out another shoebox from the mountain of gifts, raising it high and exclaimed, "Xiao, there's another pair here." The two pairs of shoes were placed together, clearly revealing their authenticity in front of everyone's eyes. Throughout the entire process, Min Ki stood at the door. The entrance was filled with shoes, some branded and some unrecognizable, without exception, all new and beautiful. In contrast, the canvas shoes on his feet had been worn for a long time, with one of the laces even broken, old and tattered. He never took the backpack off his shoulder and was only a step away from the door without stepping into the entrance. It seemed that in such a way he could escape at any moment. Li Yin had once seen fireworks in the desert, brilliantly blooming alone in the pitch-black, silent night sky, burning everything out. After the fleeting beauty, streams of blue smoke twisted downwards, turning into the remnants of burnt fireworks. 18-year-old Min Ki is just like that firework. Li Yin couldn't protect that fragile self-esteem amidst the clamor of the room. The best method was to pretend not to know. He stepped forward to end this farce, collected the 2 pairs of shoes, and sent the friends away safely in batches. In the midst of the chaos, Min Ki quietly stayed in the corner until Li Yin brought out the cake he had hidden in the refrigerator and presented it on a plate. Only then did he softly say, "I forgot." Li Yin inserted a small piece of cake with a fork and held it to Min Ki's lips. "Did you forget something?" Min Ki's eyelashes drooped. He had not yet grown to the age where he could conceal his emotions, and those dim, lifeless eyes revealed all his thoughts. "I forgot your birthday gift." "It's all right," Li Yin said softly. "Having you here is enough. Just take a bite of my birthday cake." Min Ki took the piece of snow-white cake into his mouth, and this was probably the first time he felt that cake wasn't very sweet. Li Yin didn't let Min Ki tidy up the room but simply asked him to take a shower. While Min Ki was bathing, he quickly restored the living room to its original state. When Min Ki came out of the bathroom, Li Yin was already sitting on the sofa, waving at him. He turned off the lights in the living room, leaving only the floor lamp by the sofa on. The dim light made it impossible for him to notice Min Ki's reddened eyelids. Min Ki sat down next to Li Yin, instinctively hugging a cushion tightly in his arms, resting his cheek on it, creating a rounded curve. In the dim light of the room, he turned his face towards Li Yin, looking only at him. "I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" Li Yin took his hand, holding it tightly in his palm. After bathing, Min Ki's fingertips were still icy cold. Min Ki did not explain, only saying, "A chul you happy birthday, I will make up for this gift later." Li Yin pinched his fingertip. "Okay." "And now," after Li Yin said, "Didn't you buy them? That pair of shoes?" Min Ki stood there, his face devoid of expression, as if his thoughts had gone blank for a moment and the whole room fell silent. It seemed like a million years of dead silence or a fleeting moment of 2 or 3 seconds. Min Ki raised his head, appearing very calm, with no fluctuations in emotion, still saying, "I'm sorry." Li Yin placed his hand on the book. His fingertips twitched and recoiled slightly. The spot that had been burned by the cigarette butt didn't hurt at the time of the injury, but now it was excruciating. It nearly made his face change instantly. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he stood up and left. During the breakup, Min Ki also said to him, "I'm sorry." The door was slammed shut behind him, and Li Yin quickly passed through the corridor. In the corner of his eye, Tuzai got up from behind the counter, surprised, and said, "What happened?" Li Yin did not answer. He lifted the heavy curtain of the door and left the inn, walking through the courtyard to the deep red wooden door, following the winding footprints as he stepped out of the narrow alley. Heavy snow covered the desolate, empty world. Li Yin walked aimlessly until the sunlight slipped from his shoulders, until the snow and wind began to swirl again. Rows of low buildings covered in snow formed a cold enclosure. He gradually lost his sense of direction until he slipped and fell heavily into the snow. In the quiet afternoon, Li Yin sat on the ground, struggling to take out a cigarette. He fumbled in his pocket with trembling, numb hands, but the lighter was not there. Li Yin clenched the cigarette in his hand, crumpling it into a wrinkled ball. His temples ached faintly, and his eye sockets felt sore and swollen. His breathing was rapid and chaotic. The excess gas in the freezing snow turned into billowing white mist. Since their reunion, Li Yin had remained calm enough, but Min Qi's appearance was like tearing open well-healed scars buried by time. He never thought that a simple apology from Min Qi could drive him to such a state of emotional turmoil. Perhaps it was because he had just fallen into the snow. His ribs hurt severely, like an old ailment that had been lingering, making it hard to endure the pain. The emotions swirling in my chest were suppressed deep in my heart by sharp pain. Li Yin threw away the cigarette, raised her hand to cover her face, and slowly adjusted her breathing. Her fingertips were cold, and the only warmth in her palm was cooled by the warm liquid seeping in. Through the gaps between her fingers and the blurred vision, the distant snow-capped mountain stood majestically, shrouded in thick mist, and a familiar scene reappeared in her sight. The snow-capped mountains fell into a gray and white shadow. The sky that was once pure blue now appeared eerily gray and white. The darkness descended rapidly, and the clouds at the mountain peak seemed to be stirred and rolled by a strong wind. Lei stared at the cloud layer for a few seconds. After a while, he knew what this meant. A new blizzard was about to form. The weather in the mountains is unpredictable, and blizzards come unexpectedly. The smell of snow filled the village. The wind grew stronger, and it was uncertain whose window was left open, rattling loudly in the fierce wind. Clearly, he had come out to avoid Min Qi, but he was swept by reality and left in place, like a prisoner caught in a dilemma. Li Yin sighed, supporting her aching body as she got up and quickened her pace along the path she had come. The wind and snow whipped against her face, sharp and stinging. Li Yin hurried on her way back, slipping several times. Fortunately, the snow was thick enough that falling didn't hurt too much. However, she looked utterly disheveled, soaked by the snow. Especially her boots, which were filled with snow and after melting from her body heat, felt icy cold. The wind and snow seemed to be working against her, suddenly intensifying, causing her clothes to flap loudly. Li Yin was blown to the point where she could hardly open her eyes, but she still tried to stay calm. If she couldn't return to the inn, knocking on a nearby villager's door to avoid the snow would also be a good solution. Until the faint sound of hooves came from afar, Li Yin held on to the brim of her coat and looked in the direction of the sound. A tall horse approached from deep within the snow, the person's face on the horse's back mostly covered by a scarf, but the eyes, filled with suppressed anger and a hint of fear, were so clear. "What are you running out for?" Min Qi pressed down his emotions. "I told you, although the sun came out at noon, no one knows what the weather will be like afterwards. You're not familiar with the road conditions in the village. What if you get lost?" "I'm sorry. I just came out to clear my mind and accidentally walked a bit far. I was about to head back." Li Yin's voice was muffled by the wind as she grasped the saddle and did not rely on Min Qi's help to mount the horse. He seemed to have returned to that calm, flawless Li Yin, straightforwardly admitting his mistake to avoid meaningless quarrels and accusations. Min Qi also did not waste time. Returning to the safe inn was the most urgent matter now. Ma quickly started running, and Li Yin's back collided with Min Qi's chest due to inertia, as the latter's arms instinctively wrapped around him, gripping his waist tightly, to the point of pain. This grip was excessive, crossing the boundary, filled with restless anxiety, holding him tightly as if loosening the grip would make Li Yin dissolve into the wind and snow. Liu Bai ran very fast, and at the end of his sight the lights of the inn appeared. A person was standing at the doorway, pacing back and forth. It was Tuxi. Tuxi saw them from a distance and quickly waved his hand. Until Li Yin dismounted, he kept chattering, "Li Yin, don't run out for so long next time." Li Yin took a few steps back as soon as he got off the horse, distancing himself from Min Qi. "I'm sorry for making you worry." Tuxi said innocently, "I'm not worried, it's Ammon who's nervous." Li Yin fell silent for a moment, just smiling politely and patting the snow water dripping from her body. "It's so cold. I'm going to change clothes inside." After entering the room, Li Yin took off her cold and damp coat and went to the bathroom to take a shower. Perhaps because of the wind and snow, the water in the pipes became thin, only the width of a finger. When it sprayed on her body, it not only didn't feel warm but also drew away the remaining heat. When Li Yin came out of the bathroom, she saw Min Qi sitting on a chair, silently staring at her. Ignoring the other's gaze, Li Yin took out a painkiller from her backpack, broke off a pill and swallowed it with water. Min Qi stood up, his tall figure blocking the light, casting a dark shadow. "Are you feeling unwell? Why are you taking painkillers?" After swallowing the medicine, Li Yin sat on the bed. The thick book was already out of sight. He glanced at the trash can, which was open, unable to tell if it had already contained that birthday gift. Retracting his gaze, Li Yin calmly said, "I have a bit of a headache. It might be from the wind." Min Qi responded, "I'll go get you some hot water." With the door closed, Li Yin stared at the trash can for a long while, finally giving it a gentle kick. The trash can was light, seemingly empty. He turned to survey the whole room but could no longer find that book with the linen cover. Li Yin pressed his lips together, lifted the quilt, lay down on the bed and closed his eyes to rest. The door was opened by someone and the person who brought him hot water went and returned. Probably seeing that he had closed his eyes, the action suddenly became lighter. The cup was placed on the bedside, making a faint sound. Min Qi seemed to be moving around the room. After a while, the blanket at his feet was lifted, and a warm hot water bottle was stuffed in. It was unclear how long had passed, but Li Yin found it difficult to fall asleep. The presence of another person in the air continuously provided a sense of existence, making it impossible for him to calm his mind and find himself in a dream. The mattress gently shook as Min Qi also got into bed. Perhaps thinking he was asleep, the other party dared to come closer. He felt his arm against the blanket, touching the warm body. Min Qi seemed to lie down, his hand sliding down the arm of Li Yin through the blanket, lingering on the spot as if the two were holding hands. "I don't know, that pair of shoes is fake." Min Qi's voice was very soft. "I just wanted to give you the best, but ended up giving the worst." Once again, a long silence ensued. Min Qi stopped speaking. He simply rested his forehead on Li Yin's shoulder and closed his eyes. No matter how many birthday gifts there are, there won't be an extra one. They both know full well who gave those shoes. The truth is merely a piece of paper that can be easily torn apart, underneath which lies the dignity of 18-year-old Min Qi. 6 years ago, Li Yin cautiously protected this dignity, as if holding a fragile treasure. And now, 6 years later, Min Qi also knows that a Chuliu will no longer protect him. "I don't know when I fell asleep. It seems like it wasn't long after Min Qi's head leaned over. When Li Yin woke up, his palms were all sweaty. The quilt felt heavy, and there was a thick coat pressed on top. Aside from him, there was no one else in the room. Li Yin, barefoot, was preparing to go to the bathroom to wash his face and wake up a bit, and before he could turn on the tap, he noticed the band-aid on his finger, and the burn had already been dealt with. He fell silent for a moment, and finally avoided the area with the band-aid, simply wiping his face with a towel. He pulled back the curtain, and it had already turned completely dark outside, creating a suffocating sense of oppression. The howling wind slapped against the window like a blade, causing the entire building to tremble slightly, as if the apocalypse were approaching. Li Yin glanced at the time. He had actually slept until 7 in the evening. He opened the door and found the hallway lit, with soft dance music flowing in the warm orange light. A few people were seated by the dining table, each holding a tea bowl emitting steam, casually chatting amid the music and the aroma of tea. The source of the music is in the center of the dining table, where there is an old tape recorder. The long antenna is pulled up high, probably only serving a decorative purpose. After all, even the signal tower was knocked down by the wind and snow. Everyone's phones have lost signal. When all modern electronic entertainment facilities lose their expected functions, ancient social interaction and machines become increasingly precious. The tape recorder is too old. Its silver body has lost its paint, revealing the black chassis. Its sound quality remains loud, transmitting music to every corner of the house. Tu Zai is chatting with Jiang Zio Wen. As they got closer, Li Yin heard Tu Zai teaching Jiang Zio Wen the Tuyi language. Jiang Zio Wen asked, "How do you say I love you in the Tuyi tribe?" "Tushi, there is no word I love you, but we have Anaha, which refers to the direction of the heart, and Sanya, meaning something that feels bright and warm." Suddenly thinking of something, Tushi giggled, "And there's Achiluo, the stars on the snow-capped mountains." Tushi's playful smile froze at the moment he saw Li Yin, and he awkwardly turned his head away, pretending to be busy drinking tea. Jiang Zioen turned around and greeted Li Yin. "I couldn't find you after going around just now. Your lighter is still with me. I forgot to return it to you." Li Yin sat at the dining table, taking a bowl of tea handed over by Tuxi, just enough to alleviate the dryness in her throat upon waking up. "What piece is this?" Li Yin casually asked. The piece incorporates many traditional instruments, including a goat skin drum, a horse head fiddle, wind sounds, flowing streams, and lively percussion strings, cheerful yet delicate. Tuxi said, "Nea dance, Nea means soul." Jiang Zioen repeated, "Nea dance Anaha, Sanya are 3 words, and what's the other one called?" Jiang Zioen was deep in thought, feeling that those 3 words were about to slip out. The heavy curtain was lifted and a gust of cold wind swept in. The door quickly closed and heavy footsteps approached Li Yin from behind. "You're awake. Do you want to eat something?" Min Qi wore a hat, her cheeks reddened from the cold, holding a thermos in her hand. A completely snow-white treasure poked out from behind the counter, and the white dog bit Min Qi's shoelace, shaking its head and pulling as if to vent its frustration, looking like it was still holding a grudge. "Ah, too." As soon as the 2 words were halfway spoken, Min Qi seemed to remember that he shouldn't address Li Yin that way, so he swallowed the last word. "They've all eaten. You were asleep, so I didn't call you." The thermos contained shredded chicken porridge that was cooked at noon. At that time, Li Yin had just learned the meaning of "Ah Tu Luo," and he mockingly repeated the meaning, making Min Qi's neck flush with embarrassment. Nowadays, Min Qi doesn't even dare to say the 3 words "Ah Tu Luo." "Oh right, Ah Tu Luo," Jiang Ziowen clapped his hands and said excitedly. The lid of the thermos fell on the wooden table, making a huge sound, startling Jiang Ziowen. Min Qi's expression was cold and hard, his eyes dim. "What did you call him?" Li Yin steadied the shaking lid, and the slightly hot porridge splashed onto her palm. Jiang Ziowen, what? He didn't understand why the atmosphere had become tense, nor did he notice that Min Qi's gaze had lingered on his face for several seconds, as if she had discovered something. The emotions in those eyes shifted from anger to realization. The fury had not yet dissipated before sadness had swallowed everything. Min Qi turned to Li Yin and asked why. Tu Zai quickly said, No, Min, you've misunderstood." At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from the stairs, and a woman's voice cried out in panic, "Li Yin, hurry up and come see. Something is wrong with Fang Lan." The person who came was Fang Lan's roommate Lin Qixiu. She looked terrified, her face pale. Before Li Yin turned to go upstairs, she glanced at Min Qi and simply said, "It's not what you think." Fang Lan's condition was worse than Li Yin had anticipated. She was lying on the bed, her complexion already bluish. Before Li Yin could react, his body was pushed aside by someone. It was Min Qi who had followed. Although Min Qi's complexion remained poor, at the critical moment he still professionally lifted the blanket off Fang Lan, unbuttoned her clothes, and asked Lin Qiyu, who had caught up, "When did it start? Did she have a cough or chest pain?" Lin Qiyu said helplessly, "This afternoon she said she had a bit of a headache, then felt short of breath. and just now suddenly said her chest was tight and her complexion turned like this. At this moment, Tu Zai hurriedly handed over a medical box marked with a cross. Min Qi pulled out a stethoscope from it and placed it on Fang Lan's chest. Li Yin looked at Min Qi, who was frowning as he moved the stethoscope, and after listening to several areas of the lungs, his expression grew even more serious. "What's going on?" Li said anxiously. Min Qi raised his head. "It's acute high-altitude pulmonary edema. There are already obvious signs of fluid accumulation in her lungs, which is the main reason for the difficulty in breathing." Min Qi took off the stethoscope, extended his hand to feel the area around Fang Lan's collarbone and sternum to check for signs of edema. Then he pressed his finger against Fang Lan's nail bed. The nails and lips are cyanotic, indicating insufficient oxygen supply. Did she cough a lot just now or spit out pink frothy sputum? Lin Qixiu shook her head. No, she just has severe wheezing and can't articulate her words clearly. Min Qi said to Li Yin, "Help me hold her head, let me see if the jugular vein is swollen." Li Yin complied and supported Fang Lan's occipital part, while Min Qi observed the blood vessels in her neck, frowning even tighter. "Heart rate is increasing. Blood pressure is high. Tu Zai, is there an oxygen tank in the storage room? Hurry and bring it." Tu Zai nodded eagerly, and in less than a minute, he hurried back with a medium-sized oxygen tank. Min Qi opened the regulator and fixed the oxygen mask properly. Adjust the flow rate to 3 liters per minute. It can temporarily relieve hypoxia. However, a few minutes later, Fang Lan's breathing stabilized slightly, but the cyanosis on her lips still hadn't faded. Min Qi shook his head solemnly. "Canned oxygen is just a temporary measure. It won't last long. The fluid in her lungs will continue to increase. We must use a hyperbaric oxygen chamber or transfer her to a lower altitude area as soon as possible." "What about the rescue?" Li Yin frowned and asked, "Should we just call for rescue directly?" Without waiting for Min Qi to answer, Tu Zai said, "There's a snowstorm and it's nighttime. They can't come, the earliest would be tomorrow." Min Qi got up and had Lin Kaio wrap Fang Lan with a blanket. "I know there's a camp nearby with medical supplies." Li Yin was taken aback and alarms went off in her heart, but Min Qi had already turned to go out. Li Yin glanced at Fang Lan, gritted her teeth, and turned to follow Min Qi. He thought it was reasonable, and when Min Qi returned to the room, he quickly changed into a set of clothes and organized his backpack. Li Yin grabbed his arm. "I'm going too." Min Qi shook off his hand. "Don't be silly, I know the way. I have experience, don't you know? I'm a guide in the snow-capped mountains, and the new routes on Feta Snow Mountain were developed by me and my team." Li Yin grabbed Min Qi's wrist again. "I certainly know you have the ability, but I also know how dangerous the blizzard outside is right now. We should go together. At least with 2 people, we can look out for each other." Min Qi stared at Li Yin for a long time, then suddenly sighed. "All right, get ready. We'll depart in 10 minutes." Li Yin felt slightly relieved. He turned around to put the suitcase down and take out his thick clothes and equipment. However, a cold wind rushed from behind. Before Li Yin could turn his head, his spine was harshly pressed against by a hard knee, and he clumsily fell on the suitcase. His waist and abdomen were supported by someone's hands for a moment, relieving most of the impact. But then a fierce ache surged in his arms as Min Qi tied his hands together with a thin rope and then lifted his shirt, pressing him down forcefully onto the bed face down. "Min Qi!" Li Yin struggled in anger, but he was still held down tightly by Min Qi, unable to move. The knot on his hands became tighter and tighter. A piece of cold wooden ornament fell into his palm, and Min Qi trapped him with the wooden piece. Min Qi leaned down to look at him, suddenly smiled, then lowered his head, holding Li Yin's face and fiercely kissing the corner of his lips. This kiss was very rough, bursting with a predatory release, as if wanting to convey all the emotions from his heart to Li Yin through this kiss. Li Yin's mind was in a mess. He could only feel Min Ki pressing his hot forehead against his cheek after finishing the kiss. Min Ki's voice was far gentler than the kiss, accompanied by a slight sigh. "Actually, you cannot go." Li Yin lay on the bed, trying to struggle and kick the things off the bed, but Min Ki had apparently learned some binding techniques, not only tying his hands but also binding his legs as well. To prevent him from screaming, they tightly covered his mouth, and Li Yin struggled to turn over, exerting all his strength to only kick one of the pillows off the bed. He only hoped that Lin Jixiao and the others would notice something was wrong and quickly come to find him. The once peaceful and warm inn has become an inescapable prison, with the piercing sound of the wind hitting the windows turning into a tool that torments him. Time passed second by second, and the anxiety of being forced to wait was almost driving him mad. The skin of Li Yin's struggling wrist was broken, and blood soaked the wooden rope, leaving streaks of blood on the bed. It wasn't until half an hour later that he realized that even if he managed to break free from his restraints, it was impossible to catch up with Min Ki, and only then did he gradually loosen the tension in his body. At that moment, a loud collapsing sound came from outside, and Li froze, hearing footsteps and voices in the corridor. "What collapsed?" "I don't know, this is too scary. I heard that a guide went out." "Going out in this weather, are you crazy?" "Who says it isn't?" The sound of conversation faded away with footsteps, once again turning into silence. Li Yin opened his eyes, trying to sit up. The pain in his wrist became sharper, and he could feel the blood flowing more and more, but he never stopped struggling, as if it were some form of self-torture. A strong sense of unease made his stomach almost convulse, as if the ceiling was pressing down heavily. Whether it was due to excessive blood loss or extreme repression and anxiety, it left him in a daze. He recalled that night 6 years ago, the day Min Ki broke up with him, which was also marked by such heavy snow, seeming no different from this moment. Once memories are open, they surge forth like a mountainous flood. The end of a relationship has long had premonitions in the dark. After Li Yin's 21st birthday party ended, Min Ki was out early and back late every day. According to him, he had found another part-time job. One day, Min Ki returned home in the early hours, and as he pushed open the door, he found that the light was still on, and Li Yin was sitting on the sofa, reading a book while waiting for him. Min Ki didn't go over immediately but stood at the entrance. "Why are you still not sleeping?" Li Yin put down the book and walked slowly to Min Ki, getting closer and catching the smell of smoke and alcohol. "Isn't the off-work time for this part-time job a bit too late?" Min Ki is very sensitive to the smell on his body. Even though Li Yin has not shown any discomfort about it, he still awkwardly takes a step back and says, "You should go back to your room and sleep first. If you are working extra just to buy me a birthday gift, I can clearly tell you that the birthday gift is not that important to me." Li Yin frowned slightly. "For me, your studies are more important. You are now in your 2nd year. With such a busy daily schedule, you have to tutor after school and work part-time at night. When will you have time to sleep?" Min Ki put down his backpack, took Li Yin's hand and shook it. "Got it, I will come back earlier next time." Li Yin withdrew his hand from Min Ki's palm, turned to the dining table, and then faced Min Ki with a slight nod. "Sit." Min Ki shuffled over slowly, knowing that acting cute was useless, so he looked at Li Yin obediently. In the past, Li Yin would have softened at this sight, but today he did not allow Min Ki to pass so easily. "Li Yin, your health, your emotions, and even your studies are more important to me than any so-called birthday gift." Min Ki lowered his gaze and remained silent. Li Yin sighed. He didn't want to interfere too much with Min Ki's freedom. He tentatively asked, "Is there an economic difficulty at home?" Min Ki immediately looked up and replied firmly, "No." Li Yin breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, just listen to me and resign from that job tonight, okay?" Min Ki looked away and did not answer immediately. Li Yin, I said, compared to gifts. It's not just birthday gifts. Min Qi suddenly looked up, interrupting Li Yin's words, but soon his voice lowered again. There's also rent that needs to be paid. Li Yin's reaction at that moment was confusion, but soon he realized what the so-called rent was, and he couldn't help but say, "We are lovers, why would I charge you rent?" Why doesn't a lover need to pay rent? Min Qi's gaze fell on the dining table, where both details and aesthetics revealed that this furniture was quite expensive. There was an ink stain on the tabletop, a result of Min Qi's pen leaking ink while writing casually, which soaked through the paper and left a mark on the surface. No matter how Min Qi tried to clean it, this ink stain could never be wiped away. Li Yin felt that this was a bit absurd, but he still spoke in a calm tone. "It's me who invited you to stay with me. Otherwise, wouldn't it be more convenient for you to stay in the school dormitory? Since that's the case, why should I charge you rent?" On the dining table, there was a pair of couple mugs that Li Yin and Min Qi bought together at the supermarket, and naturally, it was Li Yin who paid at the checkout. "Not just rent, everything I use is bought by you." Min Qi clenched his hands tightly, his knuckles turning white. Li Yin sighed and supported his forehead. "It's really not much money, you don't need to." "It's necessary." Min Qi interrupted Li Yin again, and because of the way Li Yin sighed just now, his face turned even paler. In a romantic relationship, both sides should contribute to each other, not one side unconditionally taking from the other. Otherwise, Min Qi gritted his teeth. "What's the difference from a beggar?" Li Yin was taken aback. He knew that ever since the birthday party, Min Qi had not been in high spirits. He only thought it was because that day's events had a significant impact on Min Qi. But the ice that has frozen 3 feet does not come from one day's cold. These hidden details in life, like tiny thorns, have tormented Min Qi for a long time without Li Yin's knowledge. "How could you think like that?" Li Yin said hesitantly. "I will pay attention to what you said in the future, but it's really unnecessary to pay rent. If you feel a lot of pressure living here, actually." Li Yin didn't express the final suggestion, but Min Qi had already guessed what he meant to say. He looked at Li Yin in panic and said incredulously, "Are you going to kick me out?" "Of course not." Li Yin was momentarily at a loss. He was determined not to argue with Min Qi, but the issue between them was money, and it was not just about money. Li Yin organized his thoughts and tried to speak without emotion. "Actually, living in the dormitory is quite convenient. You won't have to get up so early for morning classes, and you won't have to work 2 jobs to pay rent. We can still see each other anytime, I think." Min Qi suddenly stood up, the chair scraping sharply against the floor. He hurriedly turned around, grabbed the backpack on the ground, and was about to leave. Li Yin, quick on his feet, pulled him into an embrace. "Where can you go at this late hour? It's my fault. I didn't think it through. If you want to pay the rent, go ahead." Min Qi's body was very stiff, but his steps out were no longer so determined. Li Yin took the backpack from his hand and led him towards the living room. Min Qi's eyes were red, his lips pressed tightly together. Seeing him like this, Li Yin could only hold him and make him sit on the sofa, hugging him tightly as if he were a child. "Don't be angry. It was my wrong choice of words. I don't want you to leave." "You think so?" The 2 words that Min Qi uttered with an impressive force left Li Yin speechless. Min Qi's eyelashes trembled. "You think I'm a hassle?" Li Yin felt wronged but could only go along with the conversation. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Unfortunately, Li Yin's skills at comforting someone were inadequate. That night, Min Qi slept in the guest room while Li Yin fell asleep alone in the bedroom. However, when he woke up the next day and looked down, he found a curly-haired head in his arms. Min Qi had quietly snuck over with the blanket in the middle of the night to find him. Li Yin couldn't stop her soft-heartedness and regretted her rash words. There was no need to unnecessarily make others sad. Min Qi's 19th birthday is just around the corner, and they were all born in the winter season. Originally, Li Yin was troubled about what gift to give, but now it is good that all expensive gifts must be ruled out. Worse still, after that day, Min Qi actually moved back to the dormitory. Min Qi hadn't completely moved out of the dormitory, and now she had packed a few simple clothes and textbooks, then returned to her family home. Li Yin had gone to find her several times, but every time the person was not there. They still had contact on WeChat, but whenever the topic of bringing Min Qi back came up, the other party always avoided the question. Even the chatting between the two was gradually decreasing. Jiang Xiao invited Li Yin out to play billiards, and he saw that the person who usually effortlessly executed various high-difficulty moves had made the first shot and pocketed the cue ball. "Are you all right, Li Yin? Did you encounter a ghost?" Jiang Xiao took the white ball out of the pocket. "Or did you break up?" Li Yin applied the Q-tip with chalk. "Shut up." Jiang Xiao was one of the few who knew that Li Yin was in a relationship, and that the partner was Min Qi. "Did you argue with your kid at home?" "No," Li Yin replied succinctly, bending down to pocket the white ball again. Jiang Xiao sighed and shook his head. "That person is younger than you. If it really doesn't work, just coax them a bit more." Li Yin put away the rod and stood up. "How do you coax them?" "Jiang Xiao, just buy more gifts, as the saying goes, love." Suddenly, Jiang Xiao's eyes widened in surprise and fixed on a direction. "Damn." Li Yin furrowed her brows and looked at him. "What are you talking about?" The billiard hall is located on the 5th floor of the shopping mall, separated by a circular railing and escalator, with a movie theater and arcade across from it. From Jiang Xiao's expression, he sensed a bad premonition, so he turned around. From several dozen meters away, he saw his partner, who had yet to reply to his message, walking out of the cinema with a girl. Li Yin and Min Qi watched a movie. They would hold hands tightly in the dark cinema. They never held hands outside because Min Qi didn't want to go public, and Li Yin respected that, never forcing him. During the time Min Qi was not at home, Li Yin couldn't muster any interest in anything, not even in the plant documentaries he usually watched. Min Qi held a women's bag with one hand, while the other hand was intimately linked with a girl. The girl was very close, almost leaning her whole body against Min Qi. They are chatting, not knowing what they are talking about. The girl is smiling brilliantly. However, Min Qi seemed to hold back for a while, but ultimately couldn't resist and smiled as well. Once the seed of doubt is planted, it spreads endlessly. Li Yin never knew how to bring up this matter. Perhaps, as Jiang Xiao said, he was afraid to ask. Once this matter is brought to light, perhaps what he will face next is a breakup, a severance, with Min Qi no longer involved. Li Yin tried hard to avoid thinking about this possibility, because as soon as he did, he felt a tightness in his chest, discomfort all over, as if his internal organs were being tightly squeezed by someone. After that day, Li Yin tried to avoid having too many conversations with Min Qi, afraid of igniting that bomb which could explode at any moment. It's unclear whether Min Qi noticed his aloofness, but in an unusual turn of events, he started to reach out more closely, first sending Li Yin his exam results to show that he hadn't neglected his studies, and then tentatively indicating that he wanted to go home tonight. He just wants to celebrate his birthday with Li Yin, without anyone else. It was the day before Min Qi's birthday. Li Yin was standing in front of the experimental table, having just finished drying the samples. The laboratory was filled with the scent of soil, a grounding natural aroma. Until the vibration of the phone broke the tranquility of the laboratory, Li Yin stopped what she was doing, and the screen showed Xiao Qi. Li Yin answered the phone, and before she could say anything, Min Qi's slightly urgent voice came through. "Allura, I need to go home for a bit. There's been an issue at home." Li Yin was momentarily stunned and worriedly said, "What's the matter? Do you want me to go back with you?" Min Qi spoke extremely quickly. "No need. You're nearing your finals, and I know you've been under a lot of pressure with your thesis recently. If you delay your experimental data and finals, how will you explain that to your advisor? Li Yin was indeed preparing for a very important paper lately. His advisor planned to let him use this paper to participate in the annual conference. Li Yin glanced at the unfinished paper on the screen and then shifted his gaze, saying, "It's fine, I can accompany you back once. It won't affect anything." Min Qi's phone background noise was very loud. Li Yin even heard the boarding announcement, and the sound made him instinctively tighten his grip on the phone. "Where are you?" "I knew you would say that." Min Qi seemed to chuckle helplessly. "Don't let me delay your progress. Focus on completing your research. I will be back to find you by Christmas at the latest. I have to board now." The boarding announcement rang out again, and amidst the noisy chaos, Min Qi softly said to him, "Goodbye, Achul Luo." The test tube fell from a height, shattering on the ground and producing a loud noise. Li Yin looked down at the scattered glass and samples. It was clearly just an ordinary phone call, yet it seemed to be enveloped by some kind of unsettling premonition. This is a premonition of loss and the beginning of disintegration. At first, Min Qi still kept in touch with Li Yin. Li Yin only knew that Min Qi's mother was ill and in the hospital. Caring for a patient is always trivial and busy. Initially, they still had phone calls, but usually they could only chat for a few sentences before Min Qi was called away by the nurse. Min Qi always spoke vaguely about his mother's condition, only saying she had fallen. As for how she fell and the severity of her injuries, Min Qi did not elaborate. Later, however, Min Qi said he wanted to take his mother home. The doctor said they could go home, but he still couldn't return to school right away because, apart from him, no one else at home could take care of his mother. Li Yin could understand, but ever since Min Qi returned home, their calls had gone from one a day to one every 3 days, then to one a week, and finally, half a month later, Li Yin completely lost contact with Min Qi. The person who had said they would come back before Christmas sent Li Yin one last text message on the day it snowed in Baiking. "Let's break up." Li Yin took leave from her mentor and went alone to Jincheng, with only a childhood photo of Min Qi in hand. 10-year-old Min Qi sat in front of a tree, a stout highland oak that was thick enough to require several people to embrace it. Its bark was gray-brown, covered in wrinkles and moss, and it was estimated to be over 1,000 years old. Min Qi said that this was the sacred tree of their village, but she never mentioned where the village was or where her family's address was. Her counselor was unwilling to disclose the latter. This was part of Min Qi's privacy, and moreover, Li Yin and Min Qi were not related. At the university, no one knew they had been together. Zhang Xiao said he was crazy, relying solely on a photo to find his way to Jincheng. At that time, Li had been staying up for 3 nights in a row to finish his thesis, but on the flight to Jincheng, he couldn't sleep. He always fell into brief periods of sleep and would wake up in a panic from missing a step. He didn't know what the meaning of coming to Jincheng was. Perhaps he wanted to ask Min Qi in person, or maybe even after their breakup, he still hoped to hear her say it directly to him. The vast Jincheng, where the Tuyu ethnic village is spread out over a wide area, is hidden deep in the mountains and forests. The photo shows the high mountains covered with a unique type of large feather moss, which usually appears in humid mountainous areas at an altitude of 2,000 to 3,000 meters, with the crowns displaying a typical slanted shape, suggesting growth towards the southeast. By integrating these clues and focusing on the location of the Taizu village, the range can be further narrowed down. It snowed in the North City, and frost fell in Jincheng as well. Before getting off the plane, Li Yin had always felt calm. He did not have an emotional breakdown. He was just eager to find Min Qi. Upon learning that the Taizu village he wanted to visit was located in the deep mountains, requiring local villagers as guides and having to wait a week, Li Yin decided to embark alone on the mountain path to the Taizu village. He has had multiple experiences in wild survival and knows how to survive outdoors. In Li Yin's view, this is not stubbornness. The snowflakes are like a suffocating white curtain, and the deeper into the mountains you go, the thicker the snow accumulates. Along the way, he passed by some climbers and villagers from other places, all urging him not to go any further as the sky was getting dark. The snow was falling heavily, the mountain road was slippery, and it was very dangerous. Li Yin simply thanked them and continued to head deeper into the mountains without looking back. The wind and snow were rampant and the mountain road became narrow and rugged. Li Yin's cheeks stung from the biting cold and his hands were numb with frost. Just as he attempted to cross a steep mountain path, the stones beneath his feet suddenly shifted and he lost his balance unexpectedly. The accident happened suddenly, the world spinning, everything around him turned into a chaotic white. He tried to reach out and grab something, but all he could hear was the sound of snow and rocks falling. His body slipped down rapidly, just as he thought he would fall. A rough force caught him, a tall mountain oak, which should not have grown in such a terrain, descended like a miracle and saved Li Yin. The thick roots and gnarled branches firmly supported his body. Li Yin's palms were ground until they bled. The nail of his right index finger and the nail of his left ring finger were torn off. An intense pain surged from his chest, instantly spreading throughout his body. Li Yin gasped for breath, cold sweat continuously sliding down his forehead. In excruciating pain, Li barely managed to pull out his phone. He must have been crazy. Until that moment, he was still dialing that number. Countless times dialing, yet that phone number had never been answered. But that day, everything seemed to be destined. The call went through. His palm hurt so much he could barely hold onto the phone. Min Qi. There was silence on the other end of the phone for several seconds, and Min Qi's voice was especially clear in the tranquility of the snow-capped mountains. "Don't call me again, Li Yin. We have broken up." Li Yin almost exhausted all her strength to emit a seemingly normal voice. "Why?" Min Qi seemed to feel weary, letting out a sigh. "I thought you were not the type to cling." Li Yin gritted her teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. "Why?" Min Qi. Snowflakes quietly fall, covering the traces of his descent and hiding the winding bloodstains. In the bone-chilling silence, Min Qi said, "I think I might still like girls." "Where are you?" Li Yin tightly gripped her phone, her torn fingernail bleeding again, the warm liquid sliding from the phone down into her collar, dripping onto her cold skin. "I came to find you." Min Qi was silent for a long time before saying, "Don't look for me anymore, we are done." Min Qi's voice was very indifferent, as if he was tired of both him and this phone call. Li Yin's breathing was chaotic and rapid. Strangely, he no longer felt the initial pain. "Wait a minute, Min Qi, don't hang up. If you hang up this call, I won't forgive you again and I won't look for you anymore. It will be completely over between us. Do you understand?" He heard his heavy breathing and felt his vision blurring. The pain was becoming less and less, but his body was getting colder and colder. He waited for Min Qi's response. "I'm sorry." The sound of ending the call was sharp, an endless busy tone. Li's lips were pulled up in a smile, but she futilely tried to say something, only to find her lips were frozen stiff, her words stuck in her throat and unable to come out. The snow continues to fall, and the branches of the towering trees provide an ancient shelter, cradling the wounded humanity within. The light of the phone screen flickers weakly. Li Yin leans against the tree trunk, completely unable to feel the pain anymore. Li Yin pressed on the spot over her ribs, her palm touching a wet patch, faintly tinged with the smell of blood. Her body had already lost the most basic sense of pain. Before completely losing consciousness, Li Yin made the rescue call that should have been made long ago. The snow was getting heavier, quietly falling on Li Yin's blood-stained cheeks, eyelashes, and the corners of her lips. Li Yin looked up at the sky one last time. The snow is still falling. The wind is very still, with no stars and no clear sky. The last trace of twilight at the edge of the sky was completely swallowed, and the world seemed to return to an endless silence. Li Yin stared blankly. The night fell so quickly. He couldn't see anything anymore. Li Yin opened his eyes. It seemed he had briefly fainted until he heard the sound of the door being unlocked by someone with a key. After Tu Zai entered the room, he was obviously startled by Li Yin's appearance. He rushed to the bedside, helped Li Yin up, and saw the injuries on his wrist. Why is there so much blood? When he discovered that the thing binding Li Yin was made of guanmo, he panicked and exclaimed, "What a mess!" Li Yin's arms had gone numb from being tied. What time is it now? Tu Zai tried to help Li Yin untie the guanmo, but the leather rope cut into Li Yin's flesh. In the end, Tu Zai brought a pair of scissors to cut the rope, finally freeing Li Yin from his restraints. Before Amin left, he asked me to come in half an hour later to loosen you up. Tu Zai looked at the bloody wooden artifact, his expression quite bad. Li Yin noticed what's wrong. Tu Zai hesitated and said, "How can we not bring the wooden artifact?" The wooden artifact is the eye of the mountain god, the protection of Tui's people. Min Qi ventured alone to the campsite several kilometers away on a stormy night, but did not bring the wooden artifact. Lei Yin looked at the wounds on her wrists and asked, "Where is the camp? Is there a map?" Tu Zai shook his head in panic and said, "No." Lei Yin examined Tu Zai closely and said sternly, "Fang Lan is my team member. If someone needs to take responsibility for her safety, that person can only be me. There's no need for him to act on his own." Tu Zai was intimidated by Lei Yin's intense emotions and could only stutter. "There really isn't something like a map, but don't worry, Min will come back." Li Yin got up and walked to the curtain, pulling it open forcefully. He had just heard the sound of something collapsing. In the pitch-black night, apart from the swirling snowflakes and the dark shadows of the distant mountains and forests, everything was swallowed up by the blizzard. He turned around and walked out of the door, Tuxi following closely behind him. "It's too late for you to catch up now." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Li Yin turn and head towards the stairs, not leaving the inn as impulsively as he had imagined, but instead going in the direction where Min Qi had disappeared. Li Yin arrived at the room where Fang Lan was, with Lin Jixiao and Liang Jai also present. Liang Jai was holding Fang Lan's wrist, his fingertips resting on her pulse, while the other hand was taking notes with paper and pen. Lin Jai Zio looked even busier, sometimes tucking in Fang Lan's blanket and other times checking the flow rate of the oxygen tank. A few times he glanced at his phone and finally slammed it down in frustration. Damn weather, not even a signal. Li Yin walked over and picked up a cup of warm water from the table. Did she drink any just now? Liang Jai shook his head and said, "No, before Min Xiang Dao left, he said she couldn't drink too much water, only a little bit." Fang Lan felt groggy, half awake and half asleep. Her body had no strength, and could only drink a little with Li Yin's help. Li Yin wiped away the moisture at the corner of her lips with a tissue and said softly, "Don't worry, everything will be fine." Fang Lan's eyes were filled with tears, her breath coming in gasps as white mist rose from the oxygen mask, her lips barely moving. Li Yin thought she had a need, but as she leaned in closer to discern, she only heard those two words. In the moment when life is threatened, all living beings instinctively call out for the deepest reliance, Mom. Li Yin's hand pressed against the mattress trembled slightly, and Liang Jai hurriedly asked, "What is she saying?" Li Yin straightened up. "She is calling for Mom." Lin Jai Zio grabbed his phone, raised his hand, and tugged at his hair forcefully, feeling a bit annoyed, with a look of reluctance on his face. "I'll go outside to look for a signal." They all knew that there was no signal here. In the most dangerous moment, Fang Lan only wanted to see her mother, but none of them could fulfill her wish. Li Yin raised her hand to cover Fang Lan's forehead. Hang in there a little longer. When the sun rises, we'll go down the mountain, and then we can call Mom, okay? Fang Lan closed her eyes, tears slid down her temples, and she weakly nodded. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Li Yin came down from the second floor and saw Tu Zai sitting at the door with a stool. The heavy curtain was rolled up, revealing the glass window, and a chill seeped in through the crack of the door. Tuxi, nervously shaking his legs, had his frozen hands stuffed in his sleeves, unwilling to leave the doorway. His neck stretched long as he kept staring in the direction of the door, clearly waiting for Min Qi. Li Yin walked over and Tuxi turned his head to look at him. Li Yin said nothing and, under Tuxi's shocked gaze, pushed the door open and walked out. As soon as the door was pushed open, even wearing the thickest clothes, the wind that rushed in felt like a quilt soaked in ice water, knocking him back a few steps. Even he, a relatively strong adult man, couldn't maintain his balance. It was even harder to imagine Min Qi, who had been walking for nearly 3 hours in such weather. Li Yin closed the door with a backhand, also muffling the sound of Tuxi's advice. Standing outside, it was easier to hear clearly, with no life behind him, the lifeless buildings producing shuddering noises in the madness of nature. Li Yin struggled to take a few steps. Just moving from one doorway to another took a lot of effort, and his face, ears, and fingertips were all numb from the cold. In extreme temperature, the human body is fragile and vulnerable. He thought of Tuxi's incredible expression, simply because Min Qi was not wearing the guamo. Is this a token of peace for their Tui tribe? Why didn't Min Qi take it? Will he come back? What if Min Qi just completely disappears? A sharp pain spread from the left side of his body. The rib he broke back then was also on the left. Li Yin leaned against the red gate. The purple flowers that had hung above were already wilted, leaving only the stems swaying in the wind. Li-Yin's frozen fingers clenched and relaxed again, causing his whole hand to tremble slightly. He closed his eyes, not knowing how long he had waited, until a vague sound appeared in his ears. He opened his eyes and a barely visible shadow slowly emerged from the end of the snow line. The shadow moved very slowly, like a flickering spark swaying in the wind and snow, and with a moment's inattention, it could be completely extinguished in this winter night. Li-Yin hurried down the stairs, nearly slipping and falling, feeling as if the resistance of the wind in front had lessened a bit. He struggled to approach the shadow. Just like two isolated points in the wilderness, it takes all one's effort to create an intersection at some moment. The shadow drew closer until the faint light of the inn illuminated the visitor, who was Min Qi. He was carrying a heavy portable oxygen chamber on his back, and his coat was covered in mud. The light gradually illuminated Min Qi's face, revealing a hideous wound on his forehead, where the blood had long dried up. His coat not only had dirt but also fresh blood stains. His steps were unsteady, but he held tightly onto the rope tied to the oxygen chamber on his shoulder. At first, Min Qi seemed to notice that someone was waiting for him, but he wasn't sure until they got closer and their gazes met in the air. "I'm back." Min Qi's voice was very low and tired, but his eyes gradually brightened. Li Yin came forward to support the weight of the oxygen chamber, which was much heavier than he had imagined, until Min Qi unloaded the cargo in the foyer, while he and Tu Zai were moving the oxygen chamber upstairs. Tu Zai was still amazed and exclaimed, "How on earth did you manage to bring this thing back?" Fortunately, Tuxi was able to use this device. When the indicator light of the oxygen chamber turned on, Fang Lan's breathing finally became even, and a hint of color appeared on her pale cheeks. Li Yin finally breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and realized that Min Qi had not come up yet. A heavy feeling sank in his heart. He hurried downstairs and found no sign of Min Qi in the hall. However, there was a trail of melted snow and water on the ground, leading to the door of room 102. When Li Yin pushed open the door, Min Qi was facing away from him, struggling to take off the last piece of clothing, which had already frozen into ice blocks. It was only then that he saw Min Qi's appearance clearly. His arms, shoulders, and back were covered with various wounds. Some were just abrasions, while others looked like they had been scraped by rocks, with the flesh turned inside out, a sight that was shocking. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Min Qi suddenly turned around, causing his body to sway violently for a moment. It was not until he leaned against the desk behind him that he steadied himself and asked, "Is your team member okay?" While speaking, Min Qi grabbed the clothes thrown onto the chair that had become stiff from the cold and draped them over himself, saying, "Tuxi will use the oxygen chamber, so I didn't go up. He understands some rescue knowledge, so you don't have to worry." Li Yin slowly closed the door and said, "Thank you, Fang Lan looks much better now." Min Qi leaned against the table and chair, never straightening his body. "You should go upstairs and observe for a while. I want to take a shower first." "With your condition, how can you take a shower?" Li Yin said after a moment of silence. "Did you see? It's nothing, just some minor injuries." Min Qi put his arm into his sleeve, awkwardly buttoning a few buttons. He lowered his eyes, his gaze lingering on a certain spot, suddenly pausing, followed by a dramatic change in his expression. Li Yin instinctively took a few steps towards him. "What happened?" Min Qi supported himself on the table and slowly stood up, moving to the bedside. He picked up the blood-soaked observer's wood and then stared in shock at Li Yin's wrist. Min Qi hurried to Li Yin with much more speed than before, grasping his hand. It was only at this point that he noticed Min Qi's hands, which were dark purple, almost black, full of small cuts, swollen and unsightly. Min Qi, who has always loved beauty, seems to have forgotten that his unappealing hands are already exposed in front of Li Yin. In his eyes, there is only the trace of blood drawn from Li Yin's wrist by the guillemot, and his lips tremble slightly. How could this be? I clearly didn't tie it that tightly. It is clearly Min Qi who is the one covered in wounds, yet it seems he only senses the pain upon seeing the injury on Li Yin's wrist. Strangely, Li Yin recalled the memories that came to mind just before her brief fainting. He suddenly became very curious about what expression Min Qi would have if she knew about his situation during their breakup phone call back then. After all, right now his wrist can only be described as scraped. It isn't even considered a minor injury. He withdrew his hands from Min Qi's palms. However, Min Qi will not know. He didn't want Min Qi to know, because it is unnecessary. They have long since ended. Min Qi's palm felt empty. He instinctively curled his fingers as if trying to hold on to something. Li Yin pretended not to see. "I'm going to get the medical box to treat your wound." The first aid kit from Fang Lan's room that he used earlier was well stocked with medications, enough to address the injuries on Min Qi's body. However, the wound on Min Qi's forehead was truly alarming. He wondered if it needed stitches. With such medical conditions, would he end up with a scar? Li Yin had just come out of the room, and Zai happened to be coming over with a medical kit. Li Yin looked at the medical kit in his hand and said, "You came just in time. Why don't you help him treat his injury?" Zai rudely shoved the medical kit into Li Yin's hands, smiling sincerely as he said, "I have no idea how to treat someone else's wounds. You should do it." After saying that, as if afraid Li Yin would refuse, Zai quickly scurried away. Li Yin turned around with the medical box, while Min Qi stood in place, gripping the blood-soaked observation wooden stick in his right hand. Li Yin arrived at the desk and set down the medical box. Min Qi's coat was casually draped over the desk, with mud and blood vividly visible under the bright indoor lights. Li Yin's fingertips brushed over the dried mud, which, besides sand, contained extremely fine mineral grains. This was the soil of the landslide zone, occurring only in areas that are very steep and formed after heavy rain or snowfall. The line of sight lowered, a few slender plant roots were seen at the cuffs, with a faint discernible segmental structure. It is the alpine bamboo grass, a plant that grows in exposed and slippery areas of the mountain. Min Qi, amidst the heavy snow, not only ventured into dangerous landslide zones but might have even climbed over slippery rock faces. Li Yin's fingertips trembled slightly. He suddenly retracted his hand and no longer looked at that piece of clothing. He searched vigorously through the items in the box, producing a series of sounds. When he turned back with tweezers and gauze, he realized that Min Qi had already been standing behind him without him noticing. They were too close enough for Li Yin to smell the blood. He had to slightly tilt his head to meet Min Qi's eyes. "Take off your clothes." Min Qi looked down at Li Yin, seemingly puzzled. "Are you angry?" With a determined answer and a questioning tone, Min Qi raised his hand to undo the button he had carelessly fastened earlier, decisively and neatly taking off his clothes. Li Yin heard the sharp sound of sticky tearing, which was the sound of bloodstains and melted snow water mixing together, the noise of the wound sticking to the clothes. Min Qi threw the shirt onto the table, trying to take the gauze from Li Yin's hand. "You need to take care of your wrist injury immediately to avoid infection. Be careful not to get it wet these days." Min Qi habitually instructed, with the instinct of a medical student but completely indifferent to his own injury, focusing intently on Li Yin's wrist as if it were not merely scraped but broken. Li Yin raised his hand, avoiding Min Qi's action, as if he did not want any physical contact with him. "Step back." Min Qi's movement froze. He looked at Li Yin for a few seconds, and obediently took a few steps back to create a safe distance. "Turn around, don't move." Li Yin's voice was low and calm, devoid of any emotion. Min Qi slowly turned around, the red divine tree tattoo on his back shimmering under the light, like the veins beneath the skin, akin to the tidal trees left behind after the sea recedes. The tip rises to the nape of the neck, the treetops spread to the shoulders, and the roots are planted at the waist. Min Qi is probably an extremely devout believer. No wonder he dares not wear a wooden charm during every kiss for fear that the mountain god might see. Li Yin looked at the wounds covering her back and felt somewhat at a loss as to where to start. She ultimately decided to deal with the deeper cuts first. The edges of the wounds were frostbitten and pale, looking tragic. The moment the iodine tincture touched the skin, Min Qi's entire back muscles twitched, but Li Yin did not pause, wiping away the mud and congealed blood clots and applying ointment with careful steps. Apart from the new wounds, Min Qi had deep and shallow old scars on his body, which suggested that after becoming a snow mountain guide, he was indeed risking his life for money. Wounds will heal, bones will realign, and nails will grow back again. Currently, apart from feeling a slight deformity under his rib and a few faint scars on his side, that night of cold and pain seems to have left no trace on him. After throwing the blood-stained cotton into the trash can, Li Yin used a bandage to dress Min Qi's wounds. "Once this snowstorm passes, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. We will cover the expenses." "No need," Min Qi said in a low voice. "The nutrition fee and the reward for saving you will be credited to your account after this trip ends." Li Yin changed to a new pair of gloves and moved in front of Min Qi. "Raise your hand." "I don't want money," Min Qi insisted, looking at Li Yin and somewhat expectantly asked, "Aside from this, do you have anything else to say to me?" "I will settle your payment according to the market rate for rescue teams, don't worry. The amount is quite substantial, a price that you will be satisfied with," Li Yin replied calmly. Min Qi stared at him for a long time, suddenly laughed, bent down, his battered hands covering his face, laughing non-stop, his back shaking continuously, his eyes reddened from laughing. "These injuries, it turns out, are worth so much." Li Yin watched the tips of his shaking hair, tightened the tweezers in his hand, and before he could speak, Min Qi raised his head again, his smile fading quickly like the moon covered by thick clouds, dull and lifeless. Then let's do it this way." They silently dealt with each other's wounds. Compared to the awkwardness of Li Yin, Min Qi was quick and concise in handling the wound on his wrist, barely making him feel any pain. After finishing, Min Qi took a black sweater out of the suitcase and put it on. "I'm going up to check on Fang Lan's condition." After saying that, he stepped out of the room. Even the sound of the door closing was so light. Li Yin turned his back to him, tidying up the medical kit, placing all the used instruments back in their spots, moving unhurriedly. It was only after the footsteps outside faded away that he stopped his actions. In the corridor, Tuzai saw Min Qi coming out. Just as he was about to greet him and say something, he noticed Min Qi's extremely unpleasant expression and immediately shut his mouth. After watching Min Qi go up to the second floor, Tuzai returned to the door of room 102. He was about to knock when he heard a loud noise coming from inside, which startled him. He knocked on the door. "Li, classmate, are you okay?" After a while, Li Yin finally opened the door. His face was a bit pale. "Sorry, I didn't hold onto the thing in my hand properly just now." "What did you drop?" Tuzai asked. "Li Yin cigarette box." Tuxi had seen Li Yin's cigarette box, made of iron, with a pattern of plant leaves carved on the surface. "All right, that's good." Tuxi didn't ask much. "I'm here to get the medical box." Li Yin took a nap in the afternoon but had difficulty falling asleep at night. Min Qi hadn't returned and the wind and snow outside had stopped. He pulled back the curtains, and with the westward slanting moon, the silvery blue moonlight filled the entire room. Li Yin sat by the bedside until the moon sank into the mountains. At the chaotic moment between dawn and dusk, the world seemed to immerse into a cold, deep sea. He stepped out of the room and went to the second floor. Fang Lan's room door was always lit. Liang Jai and Lin Jai Zio gave the room to Lin QQ. Liang Jai leaned against the head of the bed and fell asleep. Lin Jai Zio had his head resting on his legs. Both of them clearly succumbed to sleepiness while keeping watch. Li Yin did not wake them up, but instead sat on a chair and took over Liang Jai's task of recording data. Early the next morning, the sound of a car engine came from outside the inn. As soon as the wind and snow stopped, the rescue team arrived. Li Yin and Liang Jai carried Fang Lan and the portable oxygen chamber downstairs together. A few rescuers carefully fixed the oxygen chamber onto the stretcher, and after confirming all the equipment was functioning properly, they lifted the stretcher and prepared to set off. Li Yin originally wanted to accompany them, but Liang Jai proactively said, "Senior brother, I know you haven't slept all night, so go take a nap first. I'll go with them." Li Yin was indeed feeling a bit tired, so he didn't refuse. After watching the two leave with the rescue team, he returned to the inn and saw Tuzai rubbing his eyes and yawning as he walked out of the kitchen, holding a kettle of hot water. Upon seeing Li Yin, he greeted him. "Good morning, Li, classmate." "Did Min Qi sleep over at your place last night?" Li Yin asked directly. Tuzai rubbed his aching nose and said, "Yeah." Li Yin felt a bit relieved, but suddenly a sound of hooves came from outside the yard. Outside the deep red gate, a chestnut-colored steed was stopped, and on the dark blue skirt, beautiful Taiyuan ethnic patterns were embroidered. The girl on the horse wore a beige woolen vest, protecting her face and neck. The silver bracelet on her wrist rang crisply, brightly appearing at the entrance of the inn like the morning sun. The girl gracefully dismounted with swift movements. Then she untied the vest from her head and jogged into the yard. Li Yin widened her eyes. "Huh." Alo rushed past Li Yin like a gust of wind, running toward the center of the courtyard, and then a scene appeared that left Li Yin even more astonished. Just then, Tuzai, who seemed to have just woken up, caught the girl who had pounced into his arms, grasped Alo's waist, and lifted the girl high in the air, his face full of joy as if he were lifting up his most precious and beautiful treasure. And Naha! Alo hugged Tuzai's neck and repeatedly kissed his face, from the forehead to the cheeks and then to the chin. After finishing the kisses, The two embraced tightly with no regard for anyone around them. The sunlight illuminated their outlines warmly, which was indeed a very captivating scene, if the girl was not Arrow and the man was not Tusi. 6 years ago at the cinema entrance, the girl leaning affectionately against Min Ki was Arrow. He recognized the girl beside him since meeting Min Ki in the hospital. They whispered in the language of the Tui people, embracing each other with an extremely intimate posture, their eyes filled with no one else. At that moment, footsteps echoed again in the snow, and early in the morning this courtyard was indeed lively. The visitor is Min Ki, who seems to have just finished washing up, still holding a toothbrush and a cup in his hand. The bandage on his forehead has loosened quite a bit after a night, revealing the grotesque wound underneath. Min Ki's eyelids are slightly swollen, and it's unclear whether it's caused by the wound or some other reason. Seeing the two people tightly embraced in the courtyard, Min Ki seems to have long been accustomed to it. He walks past the two people in the courtyard, including Li Yin, with an expressionless face, not even allowing his gaze to linger further. Then she lifted the door curtain and walked into the inn. Arrow is a beautiful girl. In the few times they've met, Li Yin's impression of her has always been that she is beautiful, smart, and capable. Arrow opened a restaurant by herself. When there are many customers and the staff is too busy, Arrow can balance a large iron tray on which several dishes are placed, walking steadily without spilling a single drop of sauce. In front of Tusi, she seemed to transform back into a little girl. Her coarse black hair was tied into smooth, sleek long braids, with heavy turquoise earrings hanging from her ears, alternating with the luxurious luster of a pearl necklace, which was the prettiest attire for meeting her beloved. Li Yin did not disturb their meeting as lovers. Mainly, the atmosphere between the two was such that even a needle could not pierce it. Li Yin, with great insight, stepped in the footprints left by Min Ki and left the scene. It was still early and the inn was dimly lit.